Section 19 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso, Ovid. Translated by J. Howard. The 10th book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid. Part 1. Thence Hymen, in his saffron vesture clad, through the vast air departs, and seeks the land Ciconian. By the voice of Orpheus called vainly. He came indeed, but with him brought no wonted gratulations, no glad face, nor happy omen. And the torch he bore crackled in hissing smoke, nor gathered flame from whirling motion. Still more dire the event proved than the presage, as the new-made bride, attended by a train of naiad nymphs, roved through the grass. A serpent's fangs her heel pierced, and she instant died. Her, when long mourned in upper air, the Rhodopeian bard ventured to seek in shades, and dared descend through the Taenarian cave to Stygia's realms. Mid shadowy crowds and buried ghosts he goes, to Proserpine, and him who rules the shades with sway ungrateful. There he strikes the strings responsive to his words, and this his song. Gods of this subterraneous world, where all of mortal origin must come, permit that I the truth declare. No tedious tales of falsehood will I tell. Here came I not, your dusky hell to view, nor to o'ercome the triple-throated Medusian beast, snake-haired. My wife alone my journey caused, whose heel a trampled serpent venomed stung, snatched in her bloom of years. Much did I wish my loss to bear, nor aught forbore to strive, but love o'ercame. Well do the upper gods that deity confess. In doubt I stand, if here too he is known, but here I judge his power is felt. The ancient rape, if true, proves love even you first joined. You I implore, by all those regions filled with dread, by this chaos immense, your ample realm all filled with silence, once again the thread renew, Eurydice too hasty lost. To you we all belong, a little while we stay, then soon or late to one repose we haste. All hither tend, this is our final home. You hold o'er humankind a lengthened reign. She too, when once her years maturer filled, to you again must by just right belong. I then request her only as a loan, but should the fates this favour me refuse, certain I'll ne'er return, two deaths enjoy. The bloodless shadows wept as thus he sung, and struck the strings in concord with his words. Nor Tantalus at flying waters caught, nor rolled Ixion's wheel, the liver gnawed the birds not, rested on their empty urns the Belides, and Sisyphus, thou satst upon thy stone. Nay, fame declares, then first, vanquished by song, the Furies felt their cheeks wetted with tears. Nor could the royal spouse, nor he who rules deep darkness, him withstand thus praying, and Eurydice is called. Amid the recent dead she walked, and still halted with tardy steps from her late wound. Her when the bard of Thrace received, this law received he also, that his eyes reverse he should not bend, till past Avernus' realms. Else he'd the granted favour useless find. In silence mute through the steep path they climb, dark, difficult, and thick with pitchy mist. Nor far earth's surface wanted they to gain. The lover here, in dread lest she should stray, and anxious to behold, bent back his sight, and instant back she sunk. As forth his arms he stretched to clasp expecting, and be clasped. Unhappy, naught but fleeting air he held. Twice dying, she can naught her spouse condemn, for how blame him because too much he loved? She gives her last farewell, which scarce his ears receive, then sinks again to shades below. Orpheus, thus doubly of his spouse despoiled, all stunned appeared, not less than he who saw in wild affright the triple-headed dog chained by the midmost. Fear him never fled, till fled his former nature, sudden stone on all his body seizing. Or than he, Olenus, when the crime upon himself he took, and guilty wished to seem. With thee, hapless Lethea, confident in charms, once breast to breast you joined, now join as stones, which watery Ida bears. Beseeching vain, and wishing once again the stream to pass, the ferryman denies. Then on the bank in squalid guise he sat, nor tasted food for 7 long days. His cares and grieving soul and tears were all the sustenance he knew. Cruel he called the gods of Erebus, and to high Rhodope himself betook, and lofty Hemus by the north wind beat. Thrice had the sun the year completed, each by watery Pisces ended. Orpheus still fled every female's love, or his deep woe made him so cold, or faithful promise given. Yet crowds there were who wished the bard's embrace, and crowds with sorrow saw their love repulsed. A hill there rose, and on its summit spread a wide extended plain with herbage green. Shade to the place was wanting. Hither came the heaven-born poet, seated him and touched his sounding strings, and straight a shade approached. Nor wanted there Chaonian trees, nor groves of poplars, nor the acorn's spacious leaves, the linden soft, the beech, the virgin bay, the brittle hazel, and spear-forming ash, the knotless fir, ilex with fruit low-bowed, the genial plane, the maple various-stained, stream-loving willow, and the watery lote, box of perpetual green, slight tamarisk, two-tainted myrtle, and the laurustine with purple berries. Thou too, ivy, camest hither with flexile feet. Together flocked grape-bearing vines, and elms with vines entwined, wild ash and pitch-tree and arbutus, bent with loads of ruddy fruit, the pliant palm, mead of the conqueror, the pine close bound about its boughs, but at its summit shagged. Dear to the mother of celestial powers, since Attis Cybelean was transformed, and in the trunk a rigid tree became. In form pyramidal amid the crowd the cypress came, now tree but once a boy, dear to the god who rules the lyre's fine chords, and rules the bowstring. Once was known a stag sacred to nymphs that own Carthea's fields, who bore upon his head a lofty shade from his wide-spreading horns. His horns bright shone with gold, his collar with bright gems bedecked, fell o'er his shoulders, from his round neck hung. A silver boss, by slender reins controlled, moved o'er his brow. A brazen pair the same shone o'er his temples, hanging from his ears. Devoid of fear, his nature's timid dread relinquished, oft the houses would he seek, and oft would gently fondling stoop his neck, heedless who stroked him. Cyparissus, thou beyond all others prized the sacred beast. Thou fairest far amongst the Scian youths, thou to fresh pastures ledst the stag, to streams of cooling fountains, oft his horns entwined with variegated garlands. Horseman-like, now on his back thou pressest, and now here, now there thou rulest his soft jaws with the reins of purple tinge. 'Twas once in midday heat, when burnt the bent claws of the seashore crab, in Sol's fierce vapour. On the grassy earth the weary stag reposed his limbs, and drew cool breezes from the trees' umbrageous shades. Here the boy Cyparissus careless flung his painted dart, and fixed it in his side, who, when he from the cruel wound beheld him dying, instant bent his mind to die. What consolation did not Phoebus speak, urging the loss far slighter grief deserved? Yet mourned he still, and from the gods supreme begged this last gift, to latest times to mourn. His blood in constant tears exhausted, now his limbs a green hue take, his locks which late hung o'er his snowy forehead, rough become, in frightful bushiness, and hardening quick, shoot up to heaven in form a slender spire. The mourning god in grief exclaimed, By me bemoaned thou shalt with others always grieve, and henceforth mourners shalt thou still attend. Thus did the bard a wood collect around, and in the midst he sat of thronging beasts and crowding birds. The chords he amply tried with his impulsive thumb, and varied much in sound, he found their notes concordant still. Then to this song raised his melodious voice. O parent muse, from Jove derive my song, all yield to Jove's dominion. Oft my verse before the mightiness of Jove has sung. I sung the giants in a strain sublime, and vengeful thunders, o'er Phlegrea's plains scattered. A tender theme now claims my lyre. I sing of youths by deities beloved, and nymphs who with forbidden wishes burned, and met the doom their sensual lusts deserved. The king of gods made Phrygian Ganymede his favourite, but some other form possessed. Jove must in shape be something else than Jove. He deems no form becomes him, save the bird that bears his thunder. Instant all is done, the Phrygian borne away, the air he beats with his feigned wing, and now this youth the cup of nectar hands, in Juno's spite, to Jove. Son of Amycla, thee had Phoebus placed also the skies amidst, had fate allowed for such position place. Yet still thou hold'st eternal what fate grants. Oft as the spring winter repulses, and the ram succeeds the watery fishes, thou spring'st forth in flower mid the green sward. Beyond all else my sire thee loved, and Delphos, placed in midmost earth, wanted its ruling power, whilst now the god Eurotas loved, and Sparta unentrenched. Nor lyre nor dart's attention claimed as wont. Of dignity unmindful, he not spurns to bear the nets, to curb the hounds, to climb with the full train the steepest mountain's ridge. And every toil augments his pleasure more. Now had the sun the midmost point near gained, twixt flying night and night approaching, each distant in equal space, when from their limbs they flung their robes, with the fat olive's juice their bodies shone, they entered in the lists of the broad disk, which Phoebus first well poised, then flung through lofty air, opposing clouds flying it cleft. At length on solid earth it pitched, displaying skill with strength combined. Instant the rash Taenarian boy, impelled by love of sport, sprung on to snatch the orb, but the hard ground repulsive in thy face, O Hyacinth, it flung. Pale as the boy, the god appeared. He raised his fainting limbs, and in his arms now cherishes, now wipes the fatal wound, now stays his fleeting breath, with herbs applied. But all his arts are vain. Incurable the hurt, just so when broke the violet, poppy, or the lily hang, whose dark stems in a watered garden spring. Flaccid they instant droop, the weighty head no longer upright raised, but bent to earth. So bent his dying face, his neck bereft of vigour, heavy on his shoulder laid. Phoebus exclaimed, "Fall'st thou, Ebalian youth, deprived of life in prime? And must I see thy death my fault? Thou art my grief, my crime. My hand the charge of thy destruction bears. I am the cause of thy untimely fate. But what my crime, unless with him to sport, unless a fault it were too much to love? Would I could life for thee, or with thee quit, but fatal laws restrain me. Yet shalt thou be with me still, dwell ever on my lips. My hand shall sound thee on the lyre I touch, my songs of thee shall tell, a new-found flower shall bear the letters which my griefs resound. And time shall come when a most valiant chief shall join him to thy flower, in the same leaf his name too shall be read. As words like these the truth-predicting lips of Phoebus spoke, behold, the blood which flowed along the ground, and all the herbage tinged, is blood no more, but springs a flower than Tyrian red more bright, a form assuming such as lilies wear. Like it, save purple this, that silvery white. Nor yet content was Phoebus, for from him the honour was derived. Upon its leaves he traced his groans. Ay, ay, on every flower in mournful characters is fair inscribed. Nor blush the Spartans Hyacinth to own. His honours still the present age attend, and annual are the Hyacinthian feasts, in pomp surpassing aught of ancient days. Should you by chance of Amathus enquire, if willing the Prepetides it bore, denying nods would equally disclaim them, and the race whose foreheads once were rough with double horns, Cereste, hence their name. Jove's hospitable altar at their gates of mournful wickedness was reared. Who saw this stained with gore, if stranger, might conceive that sucking calves or 2 years' sheep there bled? There bled the guest. Mild Venus, grieved at these most impious rites, at first prepared to quit her cities and her Cyprian fields. But how, she said, can my beloved climb? How can my towns have given offence? What fault abides in them? Rather the impious race shall vengeance feel in exile or in death, save death and exile medium may allow. How may that be, unless their shape is changed? Then while she doubts what shape they shall assume, their horns attract her eyes. Struck by the hint, their mighty horns she leaves them, and transforms to savage oxen all their lusty limbs. Still dared the obscene Prepetides deny Venus a goddess's power, for which, fame says, they first so forced the deity's revenge, their bodies prostituted and their charms. As shame them left, the blood which tinged their cheeks hardened, and soon they rigid stone became. These saw Pygmalion, and the age beheld, with crimes o'errun, the shameful vice abhorred, which lavish nature gave their female souls. Single and spouseless lived he, long a mate pressed not his couch. Meantime the ivory white with happy skill and wondrous art he carved, and formed a beauteous figure, never made so perfect yet was born, and his own work with love inspired him. Of a nymph her face was such, you must believe the form to live, and move, if not by bashfulness restrained. Thus art his art concealed. Pygmalion stares in admiration, and his breast draws flames from the feigned body. Oft his hands his work approach, if ivory or if flesh to judge. Nor ivory then will he confess the form. Kisses he gives, and thinks each kiss returned. He speaks, he grasps her. Where he grasps he thinks his hands impression leave, and fears to see on the pressed limbs some marks of livid blue. Now blandished words he uses, now he bears those gifts so grateful to a girlish mind, pearls and smooth-polished gems, and smallest birds, with variegated flowers, and lilies fair, and painted figures, and the Heliad's tears, dropped from the weeping tree. With garments gay her limbs too he adorns, and jewels gives to deck her fingers, while a necklace large hangs round her neck, her ears light pearls suspend, and a bright zone is circled round her waist. All well became her, yet most beauteous far she unattired appeared. Her on a couch, tinged with the shell Sidonian, then he laid, and called her partner of his bed, and placed her head reclined, as if with sense endued, on the soft pillow. Now the feast approached of Venus, through all Cyprus' isle so famed, and snowy-chested heifers, whose bent horns with gold were gay, received the deadly blow. And incense burnt in clouds. Pygmalion stood before the altar with his offered gifts. Timid he spoke, O ye all-potent gods, give me a spouse just like my ivory nymph. Give me my ivory nymph, he blushed to say. Bright Venus then, as present at her feast, perceived the inmost wishes of his soul, and gave the omen of a friendly power. Thrice blazed the fire, and thrice the flame leaped high. Returning, he the darling statue seeks of his fair nymph, extends him on the couch, kisses, and thinks he feels her lips grow warm, applies his lips again, and with his hand presses her bosom. Pressed the ivory yields, softening beneath his fingers, nor remains its rigid harshness. So Hymettus' wax yields to the heat, when tempering thumbs it mould in various forms, and fit for future use. Astonished now he joys with trembling soul, but fears deception. Then he loves again, and with his hands again his wishes proves. 'Twas flesh, the pressed pulse leaped beneath his thumb. Then did the Cyprian youth, in words most full of gratitude and love, to Venus pray. Then to her living lips his lips he joined, and then the damsel felt his warm salute. Blushing she felt it, and her timid eyes oped to the light, and with the light beheld her lover. Venus blessed the match she made. And when 9 times the moon's full orb was seen sharpened to horns, the damsel Paphos bore, whose appellation oft the isle receives. She Cinaris too bore. If childless he a place amongst the happiest might he claim. A direful song I sing, be distant far, ye daughters, distant far, O parents, be. Or if of pleasure to your minds my verse aught gives, in this at least my truth suspect. Believe the deed not. If you must believe, mark well the punishment the crime deserved. Since nature could such heinous deeds permit, the Thracian realms my land I gratulate. And joy this clime at such a distance lies, from that which could such monstrous acts produce. Let Araby be in amomum rich, and cinnamon and zedori produce, incense which through the wood exudes, and flowers of varied taints, while myrrh too it bears. Too great the price which this new tree procured. Cupid denies, O Myrrh, that his darts thee wounded, vindicating from that crime his weapons. Thee with Stygian torch most fierce and viperous venom furies did inflame. Wicked to hate thy parent sure had been, but thus to love is worse than bitterest hate. The choicest nobles come from every part to gain thee. Youths from all the east arrive, to struggle for thy hand. Choose, Myrrh, choose, one from the crowd, one only in the world, whom choose thou mayest not. She herself perceived and curbed the baneful passion in her mind. Communing thus, ah, whither rove my thoughts? What meditate I? O ye gods, I pray, O piety, O parents' sacred laws, forbid this wicked act, oppose a deed so full of horrid guilt, if guilt it be. But pious nature ne'er such love condemns. All animals in undistinguished form cohabit. Shame the heifer never feels joined with her sire. The steed his daughter takes as partner. With the female flock, who owed to him their being, couples oft the goat. And birds bring forth to birds who them produced. Blessed those who thus enjoy, but human race perversest laws invents. Vexatious rules forbid what nature grants. Yet am I told nations exist where mother joins with son, and daughter with her sire, their pious love increased more strongly by the double bond. Ah me, unhappy, in such glorious climes begotten not, I suffer but from place. But why on these ideas dwell? Hence far, forbidden hopes. Well he deserves thy love, but as a father love him. Wert thou not of mighty Cinaris the daughter, then thou mightst the couch of Cinaris ascend. Now mine he is so much, he is not mine. Our very nearness is my greatest curse. More close, a perfect stranger had I been, far hence I would depart. My country leave, this mischief flying, but cursed love restrains. For present Cinyras I may behold. Touch, speak, my kisses to his face apply, if naught he'll grant beyond. How, impious maid, darest thou hope aught beyond? Perceiv'st thou not what laws, what names thou wouldst confound? Wouldst thou the mother's rival be, thy father's whore? Thy offspring's sister wouldst thou then be called, thy brother's parent? Fear'st thou not the three whose locks with sable serpents horrid curl, who conscious bosoms pierce with searching eyes, and hurl their furious torches in the face? While yet thy body can resist, no more cherish the heinous guilt thus in thy mind, nor violate great nature's sacred law with lust forbidden. Grant I should consent, the king would me deny, too pious he, too dear to him the law. Oh, that in him such furious passion raged as burns in me. She ended. Cinyras, the worthy crowd of suitors held in doubt, herself he asked, as name by name he counted, which as spouse she most would wish. Silent at first she stood, then burning gazed on his paternal face, as the warm tears gushed in her shining eyes. These Cinyras effects of virgin fear believing, chid her and forbade to weep. Drying her cheeks, he on them pressed a kiss. With too much pleasure she the kiss received, and when consulted what the spouse must be she would prefer, she answered, one like you. He, witless of her meaning, praised her words, and said, be such thy pious duty still, the sound of piety the virgin's eyes, with sense of guilt, cast conscious to the ground. 'Twas now deep night, when sleep soothed all the cares of mortal breasts, but Mirror wakeful laid, consumed with raging fires, and rolling deep her frantic wishes in her wandering mind, despairing now, and now resolved to try. Now shame o'ercomes her, and anon desire, and undetermined how to act she rests. A mighty tree thus wounded by the axe, ere yet it feels the final blow, in doubt seems where to fall. They fear on every side. Thus did her staggered mind from varied force waver now here, now there, pressed hard by each, no ease for love, no rest but death appears. Death pleased, she rose, and round her throat prepared the cord to fasten. From the topmost beam she tied her girdle, and farewell exclaimed, dear Cinyras, guess whence my fatal end. Then drew the noose around her pallid neck. 'Tis said, the imperfect murmuring of her words reached to the faithful nurse's ears, who laid before the threshold of her foster child. The matron rose, threw wide the door, and saw prepared the instrument of death. At once she screamed aloud, her bosom tore, deep blows gave her own limbs, and from the rescued neck tore the tight noose. Then had she time to weep, then to embrace, then to inquire the cause of the dread cord. But dumb the virgin sat, and motionless, her eyes to earth were fixed, grieved that so checked her efforts were for death. More the nurse presses, bears her silvered hairs and withered bosom, by the cradle begs, and the first food she tasted, to confess to her the cause of sorrow. Mirror sighs, but turns her eyes aside as thus she begs. Determined still to know, the nurse persists, and not content her secrecy alone to promise, says, yet tell me, and my aid allow me to afford thee. Not yet slow, though aged. Is it love? With charms and plants I know thy love to cure. Have envious eyes thee harmed? With magic rites their charm I'll spoil. Are the gods angry? With appeasing rites their anger we will soothe. What ill beside can be conjectured? Lo, thy house secure, and safe thy fortune, both in prosperous train. Yet lives thy mother, and thy father lives. Her father's name when Mirror heard, she drew deep from her breast a mournful sigh, nor yet the nurse suspected guilt was in her soul, but saw that love disturbed her. In her aim inflexible, again she urged to know the grief whate'er it proved, and lulled her head upon her aged lap, and clasped her form in her own feeble arms, as thus she spoke. I see thou lovest, banish far thy fear, my diligence in this shall aid thee, nay, not e'en thy father shall the secret know. Madly she bounded from the lap, and cried, while pressed the couch her face, I beg thee go, and spare my grievous shame. More pressing still, or go, she said, or ask not why I mourn. What thou so seek'st to know is shameful guilt. With horror struck, the ancient dame holds forth her hands, which equal shook with fear and age. Then suppliant at her foster daughter's feet fell. Now she coaxes, now she threatens loud. If not made privy, threatens to declare the cord's adventure, and half-finished death. and offers aid once more her love to gain. She raised her head and filled her nurse's breast with sudden gushing tears, and oft she strove all to confess, as oft her tongue was mute, and in her garments hid her blushing face. Then, happy mother in thy spouse, she said, no more, but groaned. Through her cold limbs and bones the ancient nurse a shivering tremor felt, and her white hairs all o'er her head erect like bristles stood, for all the truth she saw. Much did she urge the direful flame to drive far from her soul, if that could be. The maid knows all is just, she argues, yet is fixed for death, unless her lover is obtained. Then she, O live, enjoy thy, silent there, enjoy thy parent, she not dared to say, yet by a sacred oath her promise bound. End of section 19. Section 20 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso, Ovid, translated by J. Howard. The 10th book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid. Part 2. Now Ceres' annual feast, the pious dames all solemnized. In snowy robes enwrapped, they offered wheaten wreaths and primal fruits. The rites of Venus and the touch of man, for thrice 3 nights forbidden things they held. The monarch's spouse Cencreis mid the crowd forth went to celebrate the secret feast, and while the couch its legal partner lacked, the ill-officious nurse the king espied, oppressed with wine, and told the tale of love, beneath a fictitious name, and praised her charms. The virgin's years, he asks, equal her age to mirrors, she replies. Desired to bring the damsel, she returns. Rejoice, she cries, rejoice, our point is gained. The hapless nymph felt not a general joy. Presaging pangs shot through her bosom. Still she joyed, her mind such discord tore. Now was the silent hour. Bootes mid the Triones had bent his wain with sloping pole, when Mirror came to her flagitious crime. Bright Luna fled the skies, black clouds the lurking stars o'erspread. The night saw not its fires. Thou, Icarus, thy face first hidst, and thou, Erigone, hallowed for thy parental love so pure. Thrice was she warned by stumbling feet, and thrice the owl funereal uttered her death note. Yet on she went. Darkness and sable night her shame diminished. Fast her left hand grasps her nurse, the other waves to explore the way. The threshold of the nuptial chamber now she touches, now she gently opes the door, now enters. Then her trembling knees loose shook beneath her bending hams. Her colour fled, her blood flowed back, and all her wishes sunk. The nearer was her crime approached, the more with horror she beheld it, and sore mourned her daring, anxious to return unknown. The hoary dame her, lingering thus, dragged on, and when presented at the lofty couch, said, Cinyras receive her, she's thine own. And the devoted bodies gave to join. The sire his proper bowels on the bed obscene received, her virgin terrors calmed, and soothed her trembling. Haply too, he said, my daughter, from her age, and haply she, my sire, lest names were wanting to their crime. Filled with her father from the bed she rose, bearing in her dire womb the impious fruit, carrying her crime conceived. Then shewing night, her incest she repeats, nor ends she here. But Cinyras, eager at length to know, after such frequent converse, who him loved, at once his daughter in his sin beheld, by lamps brought sudden. Grief repressed all words, but from the sheath he snatched his glittering sword. Quick Mirror fled, darkness and favouring night saved her from death. O'er widespread fields she roamed, through Araby palm-bearing, and the lands Panchaea holds. 9 times returning light had filled the horns of Luna, still she strayed, then weary rested in Sabaea's fields, while scarce she bore the burden of her womb. Then what to ask uncertain, twixt the fear of death and weariness of hated life, in words like these she uttered forth her prayers. Ye powers, if those who guilt confess are heard, a punishment exemplar I deserve. I shrink not from it, yet the living race, lest I contaminate, if left to live, or lest I mix profane with shades below, drive me from either realm, from life and death debar me, into some new shape transformed. The penitent some god propitious heard, her final prayer at least success obtained. For as she spoke rose round her legs the earth, the lofty tree's foundation, crooked roots shot from her spreading toes. Hard wood her bones became, the marrow in the midst remained as pith, a sappy juice still flowed her blood. Her arms large boughs were spread, her fingers changed to slender twigs, Rough bark her skin became. The growing tree pressed hard the gravid womb, invested next her breast, and o'er her neck threatened to spread. Impatient of delay, she shrunk below to meet the approaching wood, and hid beneath the rising bark her face. Human sensation with her change of shape she lost, yet still she weeps, and from the tree warm drops yet fall, and much the tears are prized. The myrrh which oozes from the bark still holds its mistress's name, well known in every age. Meantime the misbegotten infant grew within the trunk, and pressed to find a way to push to light and leave the parent womb. Within the tree the gravid womb swelled large. Stretched was the mother with the load, but mute were all her woes, nor in travailing voice Lucina could she call. Yet hard to strain she seemed. Thick groans oft gave the bending bowl, and tears flowed copious. Mild Lucina came, and stood before the groaning boughs, and gave assisting help, and spoke the spellful words. Cleft is the tree, and through the fissured bark a living burthen comes. The infant cries, who on soft grass placed. The naiad nymphs him bathe in tears maternal. Such a face even envy could not blame. As painters form the naked Cupid's beauty, such had he. And that their dress no help to guess may give, this the light quiver take, or that resign. Quick passing time unheeded glides along, deceiving. Naught than years more quickly flies. The child of sister and of grandsire born, late in the tree confined, late thence relieved. Just seen most beauteous of the infant tribe, now youth, now man appears, more beauteous still. Now Venus charmed, his mother's pangs avenged. As kisses sweet the quiver-bearing boy pressed on his mother's lips, he witless raised slightly her bosom, with a dart that stood protruding. Venus, wounded, angry, pushed her son far from her. Light the wound appeared, at first even her deceiving. With the blaze of manly beauty caught, she now contemns the Cytherean shores, nor Paphos seeks, girt by profoundest seas. Cnidos, so famed for fish, nor Amathus with metals rich. Heaven too she quits, to heaven she now prefers Adonis, him she follows, him attends, whose sole employ was loitering in the shade, in anxious study to increase her charms. Bare to the knee, her robe like Dian's train high girt, o'er hills, through woods, and brambly rocks she roves, exhorts the dogs, and drives such game as threaten not with danger, fearful hares, high-antlered stags, and rapid-flying deer. Fierce boars she shuns, and shuns the robber wolf, strong-taloned bears, and lions slaughter-gorged. Thou too, Adonis, admonition heardst these to avoid, if admonition aught with thee could weigh. Be brave, the goddess said, to those who fly thee. Courage against the bold to danger drags. Dear youth, thy heart is brave. Indulge not to my hazard, nor provoke fierce beasts by nature armed, nor seek for fame. Nor youth nor beauty, such as Venus move, will move the lion or the bristly boar. Their eyes and breasts untouched by brightest charms. Thunder and lightning in his bended tusks the fierce boar carries. Rapid is the force the tawny lion, hated race, exerts. My cause of hatred, when to thee disclosed, will raise thy wonder at the monstrous crime in days of yore committed. Now hard toil, unwonted, tires me. Lo, the poplar's shade so opportune invites, and the green turf a couch presents. Upon the ground with thee I'll rest. She spoke, and as she stretched along, she pressed the grass, and pressed the lovely youth. Smiling, her head upon his breast reclined. Midst intermingling kisses, thus she spoke. Perhaps thou'st heard of that renowned maid, whose fleetness in the race the swiftest man's surpassed. Not fabulous the tale you heard. She vanquished all, and hard it was to say if praise for swiftness or for beauteous form she most deserved. To her, who once inquired of marriage, fate-predicting Phoebus said, A spouse would Atalanta be thy bane, avoid an husband's couch. Yet wilt thou not an husband's couch avoid, but lose thyself yet living. Terror-struck to hear the sentence of the god, maiden she lives amid the thickest woods, driving severe the throngs of pressing suitors from her far, by hard conditions. Ne'er can I be gained, she said, till vanquished in the race. With me your swiftness try. The conqueror in the strife shall gain me spouse, and gain a genial couch. But death must him who lags behind reward. Such be the laws of trial. Pitiless the law appeared, but, such is beauty's power, crowds of rash lovers to the law agreed. There sat Hippomenes to view the race unequal, and exclaimed, Are there so mad as seek a wife through peril so immense? And the blind love of all the youths condemned. But when her face he saw, and saw her limbs bared for the contest, Limbs like mine or thine were thine of female mould. Amazed he looked, with upraised hands, and cried, Forgive my fault, ye whom but now I blamed, the great reward for which you labour, then to me unknown. Thus praising, fire he feels, and hopes no youth more swift will run, and envious fears their speed. But why the fortune of this contest leave untried, he said, myself. Heaven helps the bold. While musing thus, Hippomenes remarks the virgin's flying pace. Though not less swift the Ionian youth beheld her than the dart shot from the Scythian bow. Her beauty more ravished his eyes, and speed her charms increased. The posing breeze, which met her rapid feet, blew back the ribbons which her sandals bound. Her tresses floated down her ivory back, and loosely flowed her garment o'er her knees, with painted border gay. A purple bloom with virgin whiteness mixed, her body showed, as when the snow-white hall a deepened tinge from purple curtains shows. While this the guest intently notes, the utmost goal is past. Victorious Atalanta with the wreath is crowned, the vanquished sigh, and meet the doom agreed. He by the youth's untimely fate deterred not, forward stood, and on the nymph fixed full his eyes, and said, Why seek you thus an easy conquest, vanquishing the weak? With me contend. So potent am I born, you need not blush to such high rank to yield. Megareus was my sire, Onchestius his, grandson to Neptune. Thus the fourth I boast from ocean's sovereign, nor beneath my race stoops aught my valour. Should success me crown, a lofty and an everlasting fame, Hippomenes your conqueror, would you gain. As thus he spoke, with softening eyes the maid beheld him, doubtful which 'twere best to wish, to vanquish or be vanquished. While she thus uttered her thoughts, what god, an envious foe, to beauty would destroy him, urged to seek my bed by risking thus his own dear life? I cannot sure so great a prize be thought. His beauty melts me not, though yet I own such beauty well might melt. But such a youth he seems, he moves me not but from his years. What courage in him reigns! His soul unawed by death, he springs the fourth from ocean's king. Then how he loves, and prizes so my hand, that should hard fortune keep me from his arms, he'd perish. Stranger, while thou mayest depart, avoid the bloody nuptials, marriage I too cruel make, no maid would thee refuse, and soon mayst thou a wiser nymph select. But why for him this care? From me who see so many die, whom he too has beheld. Then let him perish, since the numerous train of slaughtered lovers warns him not, he spurns an hated life. How? Should he then be slain, because with me to live he wishes? Death inglorious must he gain, reward of love? Hatred would such a conquest still attend. Still is not mine the fault. Do thou desist, or if thy madness holds, oh, that thy feet more swift may be. See in his youthful face what virgin beauties! Ah, Hippomenes, would Atalanta thou hadst never seen! Well worthy thou of life. Were I more blessed, had rugged fate not me a spouse forbade, thou sole art he, by whom to Hymen's couch with joy I would be led. Thus spoke the nymph, in fond simplicity, first touched by love, unknowing what she felt. Ardent she loved, yet knew the passion not which ruled her soul. Now loud the people and the king demand the wonted race. To me with anxious words Hippomenes, great Neptune's offspring, prayed. O Cytherea, I adjure thee, aid my bold attempt. From thee those flames I felt, grant them thy succour. Gales auspicious waft to me the tender prayers, my soul is moved, nor long the aid so needful I delay. A tract there lies in Cyprus' richest lands, named Tamasine by those who dwell around. This ancient times made sacred unto me, and with this gift my temples were endowed. Midst of the field appears a shining tree, yellow its leaves, its crackling branches gold. By chance there straying from the boughs I plucked 3 golden apples, bore them in my hand, and seen by none except the favoured youth, approached Hippomenes and taught their use. The trumpets gave the sign, each ready sprung, shot from the barrier, and with rapid feet skimmed lightly o'er the sand. O'er the wide main, with feet unwetted, they might seem to fly, or sweep the unbending ears of hoary grain. Loud shouts encouraging, and cheering words, on every side a stimulus afford, to urge the youth's exertions. Now, they cry, now, Hippomenes, the time to press. On, exert thy vigour, flag not now, the race is thine. The grateful sounds both heard, Megareus' son and Scaenis' daughter. Hard which joyed the most to judge. How oft her pace she slackened, when with ease she might have passed, and ceased unwilling on his face to gaze. Tired now, parched breathings from the mouth ascends of Neptune's son, and far remote the goal. Then, as his last resource, he distant flung one of the tree's bright produce. In amaze the virgin saw it roll, and from the course swerved, tempted to obtain the glittering fruit. Hippomenes o'ershoots her, all around applauses ring. She soon corrects delay, and wasted moments with more rapid speed, and leaves again the youth behind. Again delayed to catch the second flying fruit, the youth is followed, and again o'erpast. Now near the goal they come. O goddess, now who gave the boon assist, he said, and flung with youthful force obliquely o'er the plain, more to detain the last bright glittering gold. In doubt the virgin saw it fly. I urged that she should follow, and fresh weight I gave the apple when obtained, thus by the load her course impeding, and obtained delay. But lest my tale in length surpass the race, the vanquished virgin was the victor's prize. Think'st thou, Adonis, did I not deserve most grateful thanks in smoking incense paid? Mindless, nor thanks nor incense yielded he, and sudden anger in my bosom raged. Irked at the slight, I instantly provide that future times with less contempt behave, and 'gainst them both my raging bosom burns. Now pass they near a temple, long since raised by famed Ecyon, in a shady wood to the great mother of the heavenly gods, when the long journey tempted to repose. And there, inspired by me, ill-timed desire Hippomenes excited. Near the fane a cave-like close recess dim-lighted stood, with native pumice roofed, hallowed of old, where priests the numerous images had placed, of ancient deities. They entered here, and with forbidden lust the place defiled. The wooden images their eyes avert. The tower-crowned goddess dubious stands to plunge the guilty couple in the Stygian wave. Too light that sentence seems. Straight yellow manes cover their soft smooth necks, their fingers curve to mighty claws, their arms to forelegs turn, and new-formed tails sweep lightly o'er the sand. Angry their countenance glares, for speech they roar, they haunt the forests for their nuptial dome. Transformed to lions, and by others feared, their tamed mouths champ the Sibylian reins. Do thou, O dearest boy, their rage avoid, not theirs alone, but all the savage tribe that stubborn meet with breasts the furious war. Not turn their backs for flight, lest bold too much, thou and myself, have cause too much to mourn. Thus she admonished, and by coupled swans upborne she cleft the air, but his brave soul her cautious admonitions rash contemned. By chance his dogs the well-marked footprints traced, and from his lurking covert roused a boar, whom with a stroke oblique, as from the brake to spring he went, the gallant youth transpierced. Instant with crooked tusks the gore-stained spear wrenched the fierce boar away, and at him rushed, trembling and safety seeking. Every fang deep in his groin he plunged, and on the sand stretched him expiring. Cytherea, borne through midmost ether in her chariot light, had not at Cyprus with her swans arrived, when, known from far, she heard his dying groans, and thither turned her snowy birds. From high, when lifeless she beheld him, in his blood convulsive struggling, quick she darted down, she tore her garments, and she tore her hair, and with unpitying hands her breast she smote. Then fate upbraiding first, she said, Not all shall bend to your decision. Still shalt thou remain, Adonis, monument of woe, suffered by me. The image of thy death annual repeated, annual shall renew remembrance of my mourning. But thy blood a flower shall form. Shalt thou, O Proserpine, a female body to a scented herb transform, and I the Cimmerian youth forbidden be to change? She said, and flung nectar most odorous on the ebbing gore, which instant swelling rose, so bubbles rise on the smooth stream when showery floods descend. Nor long the term, an hour's short space elapsed, when the same tainted flower the blood produced. Such flowers the deep pomegranate bears, which hides its purple grains beneath a flexile rind. But short its boast, for the same winds afford its name, and shake them where they lighted here, ripe for their fall in fragile beauty gay. End of section 20. Section 21 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso, Ovid, translated by J. Howard. The 11th book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid, Part 1. While thus the Thracian bard the forests drew, and rocks, and furious beasts with strains divine, behold the Thracian dames, their maddened breasts clad with the shaggy spoil of furious beasts, espied him from an hillock's rising swell, as to his sounding strings he shaped the song. When one, her tresses in the ruffling air wild streaming, cried, "Lo, him who spurns our ties!" And full her dart 'gainst the harmonious mouth of Phoebus' son she flung, entwisted round with leaves, a bruise without a wound appeared. A stone another for a weapon seized. The flying stone was even in air subdued by harmony and song, and at his feet low fell, as suppliant for its daring fault. But now the tumult swells more furious, bounds it knows not, mad Erinnys reigns around. Yet all their weapons had his music's power softened, but clamour, Berecynthian horns, drums, clappings, bacchanalian shouts, and howls drowned the soft lyre. Then were the stones distained with silenced Orpheus' blood. The Bacchae first drove wide the crowding birds, the snakes, the beasts, in throngs collected by his tuneful voice, glory of Orpheus' stage. From thence they turned their gory hands on Orpheus, and around clustered like fowls that in the day espy the bird of darkness. Then as in the morn the high-raised amphitheatre beholds the stag a prey to hounds, so they the bard attacked, and flung their thyrsi twined with leaves, for different use first formed. Those hurl huge clods, these branches torn from trees, and others stones. Lest to their fury arms were wanting, lo, a yoke of oxen with the ploughshare broke the ground not distant far. With sinews there of nervous strength the husbandmen upturned the stubborn soil, with sweat producing fruit. These, when the troop they saw, affrighted fled, quitting their instruments of toil. Their rakes, their ponderous harrows, and their huge long spades were scattered left on the deserted field. These, when their furious hands had seized and tore from the strong oxen's heads the threatening horns, back they returned to end the poet's fate. And sacrilegious as he stretched his hands, they slaughtered him. Then first in vain his words were uttered, naught could then his speech avail. Then heavenly powers, his spirit was expelled and breathed in air, even through that mouth whose sound hard rocks had heard, and wildest beasts had owned. For thee, O Orpheus, mourned the feathered tribe, and crowds of savage monsters. Flinty rocks bewailed thee. Forests, which thy tempting song so oft had caused to follow, wept. The trees, shorn of their pride, bewailed with falling leaves. Each stream, 'tis said, with flowing tears increased its current. Naiad nymphs and dryads wore garments of sable tinge with streaming hair. Wide scattered lie his limbs. His head and lyre thou, Hebrus, dost receive, and while they glide, wondrous occurrence, down the floating stream the lyre a mournful moan sends forth. The lips, now lifeless, murmur plaintive, and the bank echoes the lamentations. Borne along to ocean, now his native stream they leave, and reach Methymna on the Lesbian shore. The head exposed thus on the foreign sand, and locks still dropping with the watery wave, a snake approached, but Phoebus gave his aid, and checked the greedy bite. With open jaws the serpent rears in stone congealed, as then widely he gaped. The ghost from earth descends, and views the regions he had viewed before. Exploring through the Elysian fields he meets his dear Eurydice, with longing arms he clasps her. Here they walk, now side by side, with equal pace. Now follows he, and now a little space precedes her. Orpheus there back on Eurydice in safety looks. But Bacchus suffered not the heinous deed unpunished to remain. Grieved that the bard who sung his praises thus was snatched away, he bound the Thracian matrons who the crime had perpetrated fast by twisted roots to earth as trees. He stretched their feet and toes, which followed him so swift, and struck their points deep in the solid earth. A bird ensnared thus finds his leg imprisoned by the wires hid by the crafty fowler, and his wings beats while his fluttering draws more tight the noose. So each, as firmly fixed to earth she stood, affrighted strove to fly, but strove in vain. The flexile roots detained them, and fast tied, spite of their struggling bounds, while they explore for toes and nails, and while they seek for feet, they see the wood their taper legs conceal. Their grieving hands to beat their thighs are raised, their hands strike solid wood, their shoulders, breasts are also wood become. Their outstretched arms extended boughs appeared, and boughs they were. Nor sated yet was Bacchus. All their fields he quits, attended by a worthier troop. To Tmolus' vineyards and Pactolus' stream he hies. The stream not yet for gold was famed, not yet so precious were its envied sands. Satyrs and bacchant nymphs his customed choir attend him, but Silenus was not found. Him drunken had the rustic Phrygians seized, reeling with wine, and tottering 'neath his years. with ivy crowned and fettered to their king, the royal Midas brought him. Midas once the Thracian Orpheus Bacchus's orgies taught, with sage Eumolpus, and at once he knew his old associate in the sacred rites. And joyful feasted with voluptuous fare, for twice 5 days and twice 5 nights his guest. The 11th time Phosphor now the lofty host of stars had chased from heaven. The jovial king went forth to Lydia's fields, and there restored Silenus to the youth his foster child. He, joyed again his nursing sire to see, on him bestowed his anxious sought desire, though useless was the gift. Greedy he craved, what only harmed him, saying, Grant, O power, whate'er I touch may straight to gold be changed. Bacchus consents to what he wishes, gives the hurtful gift, but grieves to see his mind no better wish demand. Joyful departs the Berecynthian monarch, with ill fate delighted, and each object touching tries the promised faith. Scarcely himself believed, when from a growing ilex down he tore a sprouting bough, straight gold the bough became. A stone from earth he lifted, pale the stone in gold appeared. He touched a turfy clod, the clod quick hardened with the potent touch. He plucked the ripened hoary ears of wheat, and golden shone the grain. He from the tree an apple snatched, the famed Hesperian fruit he seemed to hold. Where'er his fingers touched the lofty pillars, all the pillars shone. Nay, where his hands he in the waters laved, the waters flowing from his hands seemed such as Danae might deceive. Scarce can his breast his towering projects hold, all fancied gold. The attendant slaves before their master, joyed at this great fortune, heaped the table high with dainties. Nor was bread deficient there. But when his hands the cerealian boon had touched, the cerealian boon grew hard. And when the dainty food with greedy tooth he strove to eat, the dainty food grew bright in glittering plates, where'er his teeth had touched. He mixed pure water with his patron's wine, and fluid gold adown his cheeks straight flowed. With panic seized the new-found plague to view, rich, yet most wretched, from his wealthy hoard fain would he fly, and from his soul detests what late he anxious prayed. The plenteous gold abates his hunger naught, and parching thirst burns in his throat. He well deserves the curse caused by now hated gold. Lifting his hands and splendid arms to heaven, he cries, O sire, Linnaean, pardon my offence, my fault is evident, but pity me, I pray, and from me move this fair deceitful curse. Bacchus, the gentlest of celestial powers, relieved him, as he thus his error owned. The compact first agreed dissolved, and void the grant became. Lest still thou shouldst remain with gold, he said, so madly wished, imbued, haste to the stream by mighty Sardis' town which flows. Thy path along the mountain's ridge explore, opposing still the gliding waves, till thou the spring espiced. Then deeply plunge beneath the foaming gush thy head, where full it spouts its waters, and thy error cleanse, as clean thy limbs thou washest. To the stream the king is bidden hastes, the golden charm tinges the river, from the monarch's limbs it passes to the stream, and now the banks harden in veins of gold to sight disclosed, and the pale sands in glittering splendour shine. Detesting riches, now in woods he lives, and rural dales, with Pan, who still resorts to mountain caverns. Still his soul remains stupidly dull, the folly of his breast was doomed to harm its owner as before. High Tmolus rears with steep ascent his head, o'erlooking distant ocean. Wide he spreads his bounds abrupt, confined by Sardis here, by small Hypipi there. Upon his top, while Pan in boastful strain the tender nymphs pleased with his notes, and on his wax-joined reeds a paltry ditty played. Boldly he dared to place his own above Apollo's song. The god to try th' unequal strife descends, Tmolus the umpire. On his mountain placed, the ancient judge from his attentive ears the branches cleared, save that his azure head with oak was crowned, and acorns dangling down his hollow temples graced. The shepherd's god beholding, no delay, your judge, he said, shall cause. And straight Pan sounds the rural reeds. His barbarous music much the judgment pleased of Midas, who amidst the crowd approached. Now venerable Tmolus on the face of Phoebus turned his eyes, and with him turned the attentive woods. Parnassian laurel bound his golden locks, deep dipped in Tyrian dye his garment swept the ground. His left hand held the instrument with gems and ivory rich, the other grasped the bow. His posture showed the skilful master's art. Lightly he touched the chords with thumb experienced. Justly charmed with melody so sweet, Tmolus decreed the pipe of Pan to Phoebus' lute should yield. Much did the judgment of the sacred hill, and much his sentence all delight, save one. For Midas blames him, and unjust declares the arbitration. Human shape no more the god permits his foolish ears to wear, but long extends them, and with hoary hairs fills them within, and grants them power to move from their foundation flexile. All beside was man, one part felt his revenge alone. A slowly pacing ass's ears he bears. His head weighed heavy with his load of shame, he strove in purple turban to enfold, thus his disgrace to hide. But when as wont his slave his hairs, unseemly lengthened, cropped, he saw the change, the tale he feared to tell of what he witnessed, though he anxious wished in public to proclaim it, yet to hold sacred the trust surpassed his power. He went forth and digged up the earth, with whispering voice there he imparted of his master's ears what he had seen, and murmured to the sod, but buried close the confidential words beneath the turf again. Then all filled up, silently he departed. From the spot began a thick-grown tuft of trembling reeds to spring, which ripening with the year's full round betrayed their planter. By the light south wind when agitated, they the buried words disclosed, betraying what the monarch's ears. Laturnus' son, avenged, height Molus leaves, and cleaving liquid air lights in the realm Laomedon commands. On the straight sea Nephelian Helle names, an altar stands sacred to Panomphian Jove, where seen lofty Retium rises to the left, Sigeum to the right. From thence he saw Laomedon, as first he toiled to build the walls of infant Troy. With toil immense the undertaking in progression grew, and mighty sums he saw the work would ask. A mortal shape he takes, a mortal shape clothes too the trident-bearing sire, who rules the swelling deep. The Phrygian monarch's walls they raise, a certain treasure for their toil agreed on first. The work is finished. Base, the king disowns the compact, and his lies perfidious backs with perjury. Boast not this treatment calmly borne, the ocean's god exclaimed, and o'er the sordid Trojan shores poured all his flood of billows, and transformed the land to sheets of water, swept away the tiller's treasure, buried all the meads. Nor sated with this ruin, he demands the monarch's daughter should be given a prey to an huge monster of the main, whom, chained to the hard rock, Alcides' arm set free, and claimed the boon his due, the promised steeds. Refused the prize his valorous deed deserved, he sacked the walls of doubly perjured Troy, nor thence did Telamon, whose powerful arm the hero aided, unrewarded go. Hesione was by Alcides given. Peleus was famous for his goddess spouse, proud not more justly of his grandsire's fame than of his consort's father. Numbers more might boast them grandsons of imperial Jove. To him alone a goddess bride belonged. For aged Proteus had to Thetis said, O goddess of the waves, a child conceive. Thou shalt be mother of a youth, whose deeds will far the bravest of his sires transcend, and mightier than his sires shall be his name. Hence, lest the world than Jove a mightier god should know, though Jove with amorous flames fierce burned, he shunned the embraces of the watery dame, and bade his grandson Peleus to his hopes succeed, and clasp the virgin in his arms. Haemonia's coast a bay possesses, curved like a bent bow, whose arms enclosing stretch far in the sea, where if more deep the waves an haven would be formed. The waters spread just o'er the sand, firm is the level shore, such as would ne'er the race retard, nor hold the print of feet. No seaweed there was spread. Nigh sprung a grove of myrtle, covered thick with double-tainted berries. In the midst a cave appeared, by art or nature formed, but art most plain was seen. Here Thetis oft, placed unattired on thy reined dolphin's back, thou didst delight to come. There, as thou laidst in slumbers bound, did Peleus on thee seize. And when his most endearing prayers were spurned, force he prepared, both arms around thy neck close clasped. And then to thy accustomed arts of often varied form, hadst thou not fled, he might have prospered in his daring hope. But now a bird thou wert, the bird he held, now an huge tree, Peleus the tree grasped firm, a spotted tiger then thy third changed shape. Frighted at that, Aeacides his hold quit from her body. Then the ocean powers he worshipped, pouring wine upon the waves, and bleating victims slew, and incense burned. Till from the gulf profound the prophet spoke of Carpathus. O Peleus, gain thou shalt the wished-for nuptials, only when she rests in the cool cavern sleeping, thou with cords and fetters strong her, unsuspecting, bind. nor let 100 shapes thy soul deceive. Still hold her fast, whatever form she wears, till in her pristine looks she shines again." This Proteus said, and plunged his head beneath the waves, while scarce his final words were heard. Prone down the west was Titan speeding now, and to the Hesperian waves his car inclined, when the fair Nereid from the wide deep came, and sought her customed couch. Scarce Peleus seized her virgin limbs, when straight 1,000 forms she tried, till fast she saw her members tied, and her arms fettered close in every part, then sighed and said, "Thou conquerest by some god," and the fair form of Thetis was displayed. The hero clasped her, and his wishes gained, and great Achilles straight the nymph conceived. Now blessed was Peleus in his son and bride, and blessed in all which can to man belong, save in the crime of murdered Phocus. From his paternal home, of brother's blood guilty, Trachinia's soil received him first. Here Ceyx, Phosphor's offspring, who retained his father's splendour on his forehead, ruled the land, which knew not bloodshed, knew not force. At that time gloomy, sad, himself unlike, he mourned a brother's loss. To him, fatigued with travel and with care worn out, the son of Aeacus arrived, and in the town entered with followers few. The flocks and herds that journeyed with him just without the walls in a dark vale were left. When the first grant to approach the monarch was obtained, he raised the olive in his suppliant hand, then told his name and lineage, but his crime concealed. His cause of flight dissembling, next he begged, for him and his, some pastures and a town. Then thus Trachinius king with friendly brow: "To all, the very meanest of mankind, are our possessions free. Nor do I rule a realm inhospitable. Add to these inducements strong thine own illustrious name, and grandsire Jove. In praying lose not time. Whate'er thou wouldst thou shalt receive, and all, such as it is, with me most freely share. Would it were better." Speaking thus he wept, his cause of grief to Peleus and his friends anxious inquiring. Then the monarch told: "Perchance this bird, which by fierce rapine lives, dread of the feathered tribe, you think still wings possessed. Once man he bore a noble soul, though stern and rough in war and fond of blood. His name Daedalian, from the sire produced, who calls Aurora forth, and last of stars relinquishes the sky. Peace my delight, peace to preserve was still my care, my joys I shared in Hymen's bonds. Fierce wars alone my brother pleased. His valour then o'erthrew monarchs and nations, who in altered form drives now Thisbian pigeons through the air. His daughter Chione, in beauty rich, for marriage ripe, now 14 years had seen, and numerous suitors with her charms were fired. It chanced that Phoebus once, and Maia's son, returning from his favourite Delphos, this, that from Selene's top together saw the nymph, together felt the amorous flame. Apollo his warm hopes till night defers, but Hermes brooks delay not. With his rod, compelling sleep, he strokes the virgin's face. Beneath the potent touch she sinks, and yields without resistance to his amorous force. Night spread o'er heaven the stars, when Phoebus took a matron's form, and seized foretasted joys. When its full time the womb matured had seen, Autolycus was born, the crafty seed of the winged-footed god, acute of thought to every shade of theft, from his sire's arts degenerate naught. White he was wont to make appear as black, and black from white produce. Philammon, famous with the lyre and song, was born to Phoebus, twins the nymph brought forth. But where the benefit that two she bears? Where that the favourite of two gods she boasts? What that a valiant sire she claims, and claims as ancestor the mighty thundering god? Is it that glory such as this still harms? Certain it hurtful proved to her, who dared herself prefer to Dian, and despise the goddess's beauty. Fierce in ire she cried, "At least I'll try to make my actions please." Nor stayed, the bow she bent, and from the cord impelled the dart. Through her deserving tongue the reed was sent. Mute straight that tongue became, nor sound nor what she tried to utter heard. Striving to speak, life flowed with flowing blood. What woe, O hapless piety, oppressed my heart! What solace to her tender sire I spoke! My solace just the same he heard as rocks hear murmuring waves. But still he moaned for his lost child. But when the flames he saw ascending, 4 times mid the funeral fires he strove to plunge, 4 times from thence repulsed, His rapid limbs are dressed for flight, and rushed like a young bullock, when the hornet's sting deep in his neck he bears, in pathless ways. Even now more swift than man he seemed to run, his feet seemed wings to wear, for all behind he left far distant. Through desire of death, rapid he gained Parnassus' loftiest ridge. Apollo, pitying, when Daedalian flung from the high rock his body, to a bird transformed him, and on sudden pinions bore him floating. Bended hooks he gave his claws, and gave a crooked beak, valour as wont, and strength more great than such a body shows. Now as an hawk, to every bird a foe, he wages war on all, and grieved himself he constant cause for others grief affords. While these miraculous deeds bright Phosphorsob tells of his brother, Peleus' herdsman comes, Phocian Anator, flying, and with speed breathless. "O Peleus, Peleus," he exclaims, "of horrid slaughter messenger I come." Him Peleus bids, whate'er he brings, to speak. Trachinia's monarch even with friendly dread trembles the news to hear. When thus the man: "The weary cattle to the curving shore I'd driven, when Sol from loftiest heaven might view his journey half performed, while half remained. Part of the oxen on the yellow sand, on their knees bending, viewed the spacious plain of widespread waters, part with loitering pace strayed here and thither, others swam and reared their lofty necks above the waves. There stood close to the sea a temple, where nor gold nor polished marble shone, but reared with trees thick piled, it gloomed within an ancient grove. This Nereus and the Nereid nymphs possess. A fisherman, as on the shore he dried his nets, informed us these the temple owned. A marsh joins near the fane, with willows thick beset, which waves o'erflowing first has formed. A wolf from thence, a beast of monstrous bulk, thundering with mighty clash, with terror struck the neighbouring spots. Then from the marshy woods sprung out, his jaws terrific, smeared with foam and clotted gore. His eyes with red flames glared. Mad though he raged with ire and famine both, famine less strong appeared. For his dire maw and craving hunger he not cared to fill with the slain oxen, wounding all the herd, all hostile overthrowing. Some of us, ranched by his deadly tooth, to death were sent, defence attempting. The shore and marsh with bellowings echoing, and the ocean's edge redden with blood. But ruinous delay, for hesitation leisure is not now. While aught remains, let all together join. Arm, arm, and on him hurl united spears. The herdsman ceased, Peleus the loss not moved, but conscious of his fault, infers the plague sent by the childless Nereid to avenge her slaughtered Phocus's loss. Yet Ceyx bids his warriors arm and take their forceful darts, with them prepared to issue. But his spouse Alcyone, roused by the tumult, sprung forth from her chamber. Unadorned her locks, which scattered hung around her. Ceyx's neck clasping, she begged with moving words and tears. Aid he would send, but go not, thus preserve two lives in one. Then Peleus to the queen: "Banish your laudable and duteous fears. For what the king intended, thanks are due. Arms against this novel plague I will not take. Prayers must the goddess of the deep appease." A lofty tower there stood, whose summit bore a beacon, grateful object to the sight of weary mariners. Thither they mount, and see with sighs the herd strewed o'er the beach, the monster ravaging with gory jaw, and his long shaggy hairs in blood bedyed. Thence Peleus, stretching to the wide sea-shore his arms, to Samathe Cerulean prayed, to finish there her rage and grant relief. Unmoved she heard Aeacides implore, but Thetis suppliant from the goddess gained the favour for her spouse. Unchecked, the wolf the furious slaughter quits not, fierce the maw from the sweet taste of blood, till to a stone transformed, as on a bull's torn neck he hung, his form remains, and save his colour, all. The colour only shows him wolf no more, and shows no terror he shall now inspire. End of section 21. Section 22 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso, Ovid. Translated by J. Howard. The 11th book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid, Part 2. Still in this realm the angry fates denied Peleus to stay. Exiled he wandered on, and reached Magnesia. From Acastus there Thessalian expiation he received. Ceyx meantime with anxious doubts disturbed, first with the prodigy, his brother's change, then those which followed, to the clarion god prepared to go, the oracles to seek, which sweetly solace men's uneasy minds. Delphos was inaccessible, the road Phorbas profane with all his Phlegians barred. Yet first Alcyone, most faithful spouse, he tells thee of his purpose, instant seized a death-like coldness on her inmost heart, a boxen paleness o'er her features spread, and down her cheeks the tears in torrents rolled. Thrice she attempted words, but thrice her tears her words prevented. Then her pious plaints, broken by interrupted sobs, she spoke. My dearest lord, what hapless fault of mine thy soul has altered? Where that love for me thou wernst to show? Canst thou now unconcerned depart, and leave Alcyone behind? Glads thee this tedious journey? Am I loved most dearly farthest absent? Yet by land was all thy journey, then I should but grieve, not tremble. Sighs would then of fears take place. The sea, the dread appearance of the main, me terrifies. But lately I beheld torn planks bestrew the shore, and oft I've read on empty tombs the names of dead inscribed. Let not fallacious confidence thy mind mislead that Aeolus I call my sire, who binds the furious winds in caves, and smooths at will the ocean. No, when issued once, they sweep the main, no power of his can rule, and uncontrolled they ravage all the land, nor checks them aught on ocean. Clouds of heaven they clash, and ruddy lightnings hurl along in fierce encounter. More their force I know, for well I knew, and oft have marked their power, while yet an infant at my sire's abode. The more I deem them such as should be feared. Yet, dearest spouse, if thy firm fixed resolve no prayers can change, and obstinate thou standst for sailing, let me also with thee go. Together then the buffeting we'll bear. Then shall I fear but what I suffer. Then whate'er we suffer we'll together feel, together sailing o'er the boundless main. Her words and tears the star-born husband moved, for less of love he felt not, yet his scheme to voyage o'er the deep he could not change, nor yet consent Alcyone should share his peril, and with soothing soft replies he tried to calm her timid breast. Nor yet himself approved the arguments he tried, his consort to persuade consent to yield to his departure. This at length he adds as solace, which alone her bosom moved. All absence tedious seems, but by the fires my father bears, I swear, if fates permit, returning, thou shalt see me, ere the moon shall twice have filled her orb. Hope in her breast, thus raised by promise of a quick return, instant the vessel from the dock drawn forth, he bids them launch in ocean, and complete in all her stores and tackling. This beheld Alcyone, and presaging again woes of the future, trembled, and a flood of tears again gushed forth. Again she clasped his neck. At length, as wretched wife, she cried, farewell, she, swooning lifeless, sunk to earth. The rowers now, while Ceyx sought delays, to their strong breasts the double-ranking oars drew back, and cleft with equal stroke the surge. Her humid eyes she raised, and first beheld her husband standing on the crooked poop, waving his hand as signal. She his sign returned. When farther from the land they shot, her straining eyes no more indulged to know his features. Still, while yet they could, her eyes pursued the flying vessel. This at length increasing distance her forbade to see. Still she perceived the floating sails, which spread from the mast's loftiest summit. Sails at length were also lost in distance. Then she sought anxious her widowed chamber, and her limbs threw on the couch. The bed, the vacant space, renewed her tears, reminding of her loss. Now far from port they sailed, when the strong ropes the breeze began to strain. The rowers turned their oars, and lashed them to the vessel's side. Hoist to the mast's extremest height their yards, and loose their sails to catch the coming breeze. Scarce half, not more than half, the sea's extent the vessel now had ploughed, and either land was distant far, when, as dim night approached, the sea seemed foaming white with rising waves, and the strong east more furious 'gan to blow. Long had the master cried, "Lower down your yards, and close furl every sail," he bids. The storm adverse impedes the sound, the roaring waves drown every voice in noise. Yet some, untold, haste to secure the oars, part bind the sails, part fortify the sides. This water laves, ejecting seas on seas, that lowers the yards. While thus they toil unguided, rough the storm increases. From each quarter furious winds wage warfare, and with mounting billows join. Trembles the ruler of the bark, and owns his state. He knows not what he should command, nor what forbid. So swift the sudden storm. So much more strong the tempest than his skill. Men clamorous shout, cords rattle, mighty waves roar on waves rushing, thunders roll through air. In billows mounts the ocean, and appears to meet the sky, and o'er the hanging clouds sprinkles its foam. Now from the lowest depths, as yellow sands they turn, the billows shine. Now blacker seem they than the Stygian waves. Now flattened, all with spumy froth is spread. The ship Trachinian too each rapid change in agitation heaves. Now raised sublime, the deepened veil she views as from a ridge so lofty. Down to Acheron's low depths, now in the hollow of the wave she falls, and views the hanging heaven from hell's deep gulf. Oft bursting on her side with loud report the billows sound, nor with less fury beat than the ballista, or huge battering ram, driven on the tottering fort, or lions fierce, whose strength and rage increasing with their speed, rush on the armoured breast and outstretched spear. So rushed the waves with wind-propelling power high o'er the decks, and above the rigging rose. Now shook the wedges, open rents appeared, the pitchy covering gone, and wide displayed a passage opens to the deadly flood. Then from the breaking clouds fell torrent showers. All heaven seemed sweeping down to swell the main, and the swollen main, ascending to invade celestial regions, soaked with floods each sail, and ocean's briny waters mixed with rain. No light the firmament possessed, and night frowned blacker through the tempest. Lightning oft reft the thick gloom, and gave a brilliant blaze, and while the lightnings flame, the waters burn. Now o'er the vessel's covered deck the waves high tower, and as a soldier, braver far than all his fellows, urged by thirst of fame, the well-defended walls to scale oft tried, at length his hope obtains, and singly keeps his post, by foes on every side assailed. So when the furious billows raging beat the lofty side, the 10th impetuous rears above the rest, and forceful rushes on. The battery ceasing not on the spent bark, till o'er the wall, as of a captured town, downward it rushes. Part without invade, and part are lodged within. In terror all in trembling panic stand. Not more the crowd which fill a city's walls, when foes without mine their foundations, while an entrance gained within part rage already. Art no more can aid, all courage droops, as many deaths seem rapid rushing as the billows break. This wails in tears his fate, that stupid stands, this calls those blessed whom funeral rites await. One to his deity rich offerings vows, and vainly stretching forth to heaven his arms, the heaven he sees not, begs for aid. His friends, brethren and parents, fill of this the mind, of that his children, or whate'er he leaves. Alcyone alone in Ceyx's soul found place, and but Alcyone his lips naught uttered. Her alone he wished to see, yet joyed she far was absent. Much he longed to view once more his dear paternal shores, and turn his last looks toward his regal dome. But where to turn he knows not, in a whirl so boils the sea, and all the heaven is hid in shade, by more than pitchy clouds produced. Night doubly darkened, now the whirlwind's force shivers the mast, and tears the helm away, and like a victor proud to view his spoils, mounts an high wave, and scornfully beholds the lower billows. Thundering down it sweeps, impelled by force that Athos might o'erturn, or Pindus, from their roots, and plunge in sea. Down in the lowest depths the weight and blow buried the vessel, with her most the crew sunk in the raging gulf. Some met their fate, ne'er to return to air, some floated still, to splintered fragments of the bark they clung. Ceyx himself grasped only in that hand a shattered plank, which once a sceptre held. And Aeolus and Phosphor called in vain, but chiefly from his lips was, as he swam, Alcyone resounded, that loved name, remembered constant and repeated most. He prays the billows may his body bear to meet her eyes, and prays her friendly hands his burial may perform. While thus he swims, Alcyone he names, whene'er the waves to gasp for breath permit him, and beneath the billows tries Alcyone to sound. Lo, a black towering arch of waters broke midst of the surges. In the boiling foam involved, o'erwhelmed, he sunk. That mournful night was phosphor dark, impalpable to view, and since stern fate to heaven his post fast bound, he veiled in densest clouds his grieving face. Meantime Alcyone, her height of woe unknown, counts each sad night, and now with haste the garments he should wear prepares, and now those to adorn herself when him she meets, cherishing emptiest hopes of his return. Devoutest offerings to the heavenly powers she bore, but incense far before the rest on Juno's altar burned, and oft she prayed for him who was not, for his safety prayed, for his return, and that his love might still without a rival hers remain. The last of all her ardent prayers indulgence found. But longer bore the goddess not to hear such vain petitions for the dead. These hands polluted from her altars to remove, to Iris thus she spoke: O faithful maid, most trusty messenger, with speed repair to Somnus' drowsy hall. Him bid to send a vision formed in lifeless Ceyx's shape, to tell Alcyone her woes' extent. She ended, in her various tainted robe attired, and spreading o'er the spacious heaven her sweeping arch, Iris the dwelling sought, the goddess ordered. Hid beneath a steep near the Cimmerians, in a deep-dug cave, formed in a hollow mountain, stands the hall and secret dwelling of inactive sleep, where Phoebus rising, or in midday height, or setting radiance, ne'er can dart his beams. Clouds with dim darkness mingled, from the ground exhale, and twilight makes a doubtful day. The watchful bird with crested head ne'er calls Aurora with his song, no wakeful dog, nor goose more wakeful, ere the silence breaks. No savage beasts, no pastured flocks, no boughs shook by the breeze, no brawl of human voice there sounds, but death-like silence reigns around. Yet from the rock's foundation gently flows a stream of Lethe's water, whose dull waves in gentle murmuring o'er the pebbles purl, tempting to slumber. At the cavern door the fruitful poppy, and 10,000 plants, from which moist night the drowsy juices drains, then scatters o'er the shady earth, grew thick. Round all the house no gate was seen, which, turned on the dry hinge, should creak, no sentry strict the threshold to protect, but in the midst the lofty bed of ebon formed was placed. Black were the feathers, all the coverings black, and stretched at length the god was seen, his limbs with lassitude relaxed. Around him thronged in every part vain dreams, in various forms, in number more than what the harvest bears of bearded grains, the woods of verdant leaves, or shore of yellow sands. Here came the nymph, the posing dreams pushed sideways with her hands, and through the sacred mansion from her robe scattered refulgent light. With pain the god, his eyelids weighed with slothful torpor, raised, but at each effort down they sunk again, and on his breast his nodding chin still smote. At length he roused him from his drowsy state, and on his elbow resting asked the nymph, for well he knew her, why she thither came. Then she, O Somnus, peaceful rest of all, Somnus, most placid of immortal powers, calm of the soul, whom care for ever flies, who soothest bosoms with diurnal toil fatigued, and renovatest for toil again, dispatch a vision to Trachinia's town, by great Alcides founded, in the form its hapless monarch bore. Let it display the lively image of her husband's wreck to sad Alcyone. This Juno bids. Iris, her message thus delivered, turned, for more the soporific mist which rose around she bore not. Soon as sleep she felt stealing upon her limbs, abrupt she fled, mounting the bow by which she glided down. The drowsy sire, from midst 1,000 suns, calls Morpheus forth, an artful god, who well all shapes can feign. None copies else so close the bidden gait, the features, and the mode of converse. Vesture too the same he wears, and language such as most they wont to speak. Mankind alone he imitates, to seem fierce beasts and birds and long-extended snakes and other claims. This Icelus the gods have named, by mortals as for Tibor known. A third is Phantasus of different skill. His change is happiest when he earth becomes, or rocks, or waves, or trees, or substance aught that animation lacks. These show their forms by night to mighty heroes and to kings. The rest before the ignobler crowd perform. All these the ancient Somnus passed, and chose Morpheus alone from all his brethren crowd, the deed Thaumantian Iris bade to do. Then weighed with slumber dropped again his head, and shrunk once more within the sable couch. He flies through darkness on unrustling wings, and short the space ere in Trachinia's town he lights, and from his shoulders lays aside his pinions, when he Ceyx's form assumes. In Ceyx's ghastly shape pallid he stood, despoiled of garments, at the widowed bed of the sad queen. Soaked was his beard, and streams seemed from his heavy dripping locks to flow. Then leaning o'er the couch, while gushing tears o'erspread his cheeks, he thus his wife bespoke: Know'st thou thy Ceyx, wretched, wretched wife? Or are my features changed by death? Again view me, and here behold thy husband's shade, instead of husband. All thy pious prayers for me, Alcyone, were vain. I'm lost. No more false hopes encourage me to see. The showery south wind on the Aegean main seized on our vessel, and with mighty blast shivered it wide in fragments, and the waves rushed in my throat as loud thy name I called, but called in vain. No doubtful author brings to thee these tidings, no vague rumour this, in person I relate it. Shipwrecked I, my fate to thee detail. Rise and assist, pour forth thy tears, in sable garments clothe, nor send my ghost to wander undeplored in shady Tartarus. Thus Morpheus spoke, and in such accents that the queen, deceived, believed her husband spoke. Adown his cheeks seemed real tears to flow, and even his hand with Ceyx's motion moved. Deeply she groaned, even in her sleep, and raised her longing arms to clasp his body. Empty air she clasped, exclaiming, "Stay, oh, whither dost thou fly? Together let us hence." Roused with the noise and spectre of her spouse, sleep fled her eyes, and round she cast her gaze for that to seek which she but now beheld. Waked by her voice, her slaves approached with lights, but when in vain she searched for what she lacked, her face she struck, rent from her breasts her garments, beat her breasts themselves, nor stayed her twisted hair to loose, but tore the bands away. Then to her nurse, anxious the subject of her grief to learn, "Alcyone," she cries, "is now no more. She with her Ceyx in one moment fell. Hence with your soothing words. Shipwrecked he died. I saw, I knew him, as he fled me, stretched my arms to hold the fugitive. Ah, no, the shadow fled, 'twas but his ghost, but shade my husband mere resembling ne'er was formed. Yet had he not his wonted looks, nor shone in former brightness his beloved face. I saw him, hapless, stand with pallid cheek, naked, with tresses dropping still. Lo, here wretched he stood, just on the spot I point." Then anxious tried his footmarks there to trace. "This did my mind foreboding fear. I prayed, when me thou fledst, the winds thou wouldst not trust. But since to sure destruction forth thou wentst, would that by me companioned thou hadst gone. With thee my bliss had been, with thee to go. Unwasted then one moment of the space for life allowed, not even in death disjoined. But now I perish, and upon the waves, though absent, float. The main me overwhelms, though from the main far distant. Mental storms to me more cruel were than ocean's waves. Should I but longer seek to spin out life, and combat such deep grief, I will not strive, nor wretched thee desert. But now, though late, now will I join thee, and the funeral verse shall us unite. Not in the selfsame urn, yet in the selfsame tomb, bones joined with bones, allowed not, yet shall name with name be seen." The rest by grief was choked, and sounding blows each sentence interrupted, while deep groans burst from her raving bosom. Morning shone, and forth she issued to the shore, and sought in grief the spot where last his face she viewed departing. "Here," she said, "as slow he went, as slow he loosed his cables, on this beach the parting kiss he gave." While her mind's eye retraces every circumstance, she looks, and something sees far floating on the waves, not much unlike a man. Dubious at first what it may be, she views it. Nearer now the billows drive it, and though distant still, plain to the eye a body was descried, whose body, witless, still a shipwrecked wretch, with boding omen moved her, and in tears she wailed him as a stranger in these plaints. "Unhappy wretch, whoe'er thou art, and she thy wife, if wife thou hadst." But now the surge more near the body bore. The more she views nearer the corpse, the more her senses fly. And now close driven to shore it floats, and now well she discerned it was her spouse. "'Tis he!" she loudly shrieked, and tore her face, her hair, her garments. Then her trembling arms to Ceyx stretching, "Dearest husband," cried, "art thou restored thus to my wretched breast?" High raised by art, adjoining to the beach, a mole was formed, which broke the primal strength of ocean's fury, and the fierce waves tired. Hither she sprung, and wondrous that she could. She flew, the light air winnowing with her wings new sprung. A mournful bird she skimmed along the water's surface. As she flies, her beak, slender and small, a creaking noise sends forth, of mournful sound, and full of sad complaint. Soon as the silent, bloodless course she reached, around his dear-loved limbs her wings she clasped, and gave cold kisses with her horny bill. If Ceyx felt them, or his head was raised to meet her by the waves, th' unlearned doubt. But sure he felt them. Both at length, the gods commiserating, changed to feathered birds. The same their love remains, and subject still to the same fates, and in the plumaged pair the nuptial bond is sacred. Joined in one, parents they soon become, and Halcyon sits 7 peaceful days mid winter's keenest rule upon her floating nest. Safe then the main, for Aeolus with watchful care the winds guards, and prevents their egress, and the seas smooths for the offspring, with a grandsire's care. These, as they skimmed the surface of the main, an ancient sire beheld, and praised their love. Constant in death, his neighbour or himself also repeats, the bird which there you see, brushing the ocean with his slender legs, and shows a cormorant with his spacious maw, a monarch's offspring was. Would you descend through the long series, till to him you reach? Ilus, Assaracus, and Ganymede, borne up to heaven by Jove, supplied the stock from whence he sprung. Laomedon the old, and Priam doomed to end his days with Troy. Hector his brother, but in spring of youth he felt this strange adventure, he perchance as Hector's might have left a towering name. Though from old Dymas' daughter Hector sprung, fair Elixiroe, so fame reports, daughter of 2-horned Granicus, brought forth by stealth Isacus 'neath thick Ida's shade. Walled cities he detested, and remote from glittering palaces, secluded hills inhabited, and unambitious plains. And scarce at Troy's assemblies e'er was seen. Yet had he not a clownish heart, nor breast to love impregnable. By chance he saw Sebrenus' daughter, fair Hesperie, oft by him through every shady wood pursued, as on her father's banks her tresses spread adown her back, in Phoebus' rays she dried. The nymph discovered fled, so rapid flies the frighted stag to scape the tawny wolf, or duck, stream-loving, from the hawk when caught far from her wonted lakes. The Trojan youth quick follows, swift through hope, she swift through fear. Lo, in the herbage hid, her flying foot with crooked fang a serpent bit, and poured o'er all her limbs the poison. With her flight her life was stopped. Frantic, he clasps her form, now lifeless, and exclaims, "How grieve I now, that ere I thee pursued, not this I feared! How mean my conquest, bought at such a price! Both, hapless nymph, in thy destruction joined. I gave the cause, the serpent but the wound. I guiltier far than he, unless my death shall thine avenge." He said, and in the main from an high rock, by hoarsely roaring waves deep worn beneath, prepared to plunge. Received by pitying tethers softly in his fall, she clothes him, as he swims the main, with wings, and death, so much desired, denies him still. The lover, furious at the unwelcome gift of life upon him forced, and his pent soul bent on escaping from its hated seat confined, soon as the new-shot plumes he felt spring from his shoulders, up he flew, and plunged again his body in the depths below. His feathers broke his fall. Isacus raved, and deeply dived. With headlong fury still and endless perseverance death he sought. Love keeps him meagre still. From joint to joint his legs still longer grow, his outstretched neck is long, and distant far his head is placed. He loves the ocean, and the name he bears from constant diving seems correctly given. End of section 22. Section 23 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso. Ovid, translated by J.J. Howard. The 12th book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid, Part 1. Priam the sire much mourned, to him unknown that still his son on pinions borne survived. While Hector and his brethren round the tomb, a name alone possessing, empty rites performed. Save Paris from the solemn scene none absent were. He with the ravished wife brought to his shores a long protracted war. Quick was he followed by confederate ships 1000, and the whole Pelasgian race. Nor had their vengeance borne so long delay, but adverse raging tempests made the main impassable, and on Boeotia's shores in Aulus's port the impatient vessels bound. Here, while the Greeks the rites of Jove prepare, their country's custom, as the altar blazed, they saw an azure serpent writhe around a plain, which near the altar reared its boughs. Its lofty summit held a nest, within 8 callow birds were lodged. On these he seized, and seized the mother, who with trembling wings hovered around her loss, all burying deep within his greedy maw. All stare with dread, but Thestor's son, prophetic truths who still beheld, exclaimed, "Rejoice, O Greeks, rejoice! Conquest is ours, and lofty Troy must fall. But great our toil, and tedious our delay." Then showed the birds a 9 years' war foretold. The snake, entwining mid the virid boughs, hard stone becomes, but keeps his serpent's form. But still the Ionian waves in violent swell were lashed by Neptune, nor their vessels bore. And many deemed that Troy he wished to spare, whose walls his labour raised. Not so the son of Thestor thought, neither he knew not so, nor what he knew concealed. A victim dire the virgin goddess claimed, a virgin's blood. When o'er affection public weal prevailed, the king o'ercame the father, and before the altar Iphigenia stood, prepared her spotless blood to shed, as tears gushed forth even from the sacrificial tendons. Then was Dian moved, and threw before their sight a cloud opaque, and, so tradition tells, the maid Thycenian to an hind was changed, amid the priests, the pious crowd, and all who deprecating heard her doom. This done, Dian by such a sacrifice appeased as Dian best became, and soothed her ire, the angry aspect of the seas was smoothed. And all the 1,000 vessels felt the breeze abaft, and bore the long impatient crowd to Phrygia's shores. A spot there lies whose seat midst of created space, twixt earth and sea and heavenly regions, on the confines rests of the 3-severed world, whence are beheld all objects and all actions though remote, and every sound by tending ears is heard. Here Fame resides, and in the loftiest towers her dwelling chooses, and some 1,000 ways and 1,000 portals to the dwelling makes, no portal closed with gates. By day, by night, open they stand, of sounding brass all formed, all echoing sound, all back the voice rebound, and all reiterate every word they hear. No rest within, no silence there is found, yet clamour is not, but a murmur low, such as the billows wont to make when heard from far, or such as distant thunder sends, when Jove the dark clouds rends and drives aloof. Crowds fill the halls, the trifling vulgar come and issue forth, 10,000 rumours vague with truth commingled to and fro are heard. Words in confusion fly. Amid the throng these preach their words to vacant air, and those to others tales narrate. The measure still of every fiction in narration grows, and every author adds to what he hears. Here lives credulity, and here abides rash error, transports vain, astonied fear, sedition sudden, and uncertain whence dark whisperings. Fame herself sits high aloft, and views what deeds in heaven and earth and sea are done, and searches all creation round. The news she spreads that now the Grecian barks approach with valiant force, nor did the foe unlooked for threat the realm. All Troy impedes their landing, and the shores defends. Thou first, Protesilaus, by great Hector's spear unluckily wast slain. The war begun, their valiant souls ere yet they Hector knew, dear cost the Greeks. Nor small the blood which flowed from Phrygia's sons, by Grecia's valour spilled. Now blushed Sigeum's shores with spouting blood, where Cygnus, Neptune's offspring, gave to death whole crowds. Achilles in his chariot stood, and with his forceful Pelian spear o'erthrew thick ranks of Trojans. And as through the fights Cygnus or Hector to engage he sought, Cygnus he met. Delayed was Hector's fate to the 10th year. Then to his white-necked steeds, pressed by the yoke, with cheering shouts he spoke, and full against the foe his chariot drove. His quivering lance well poised he shook, and called, "Whoe'er thou art, O youth, this comfort learn in death, that by Achilles' arm thou diest." Thus far Pelides, and his massive spear close followed on his words. With truth it fled, yet did the steely point, unerring hurled, fall harmless. With a deadened point his breast was struck. Then he, "O goddess born, for fame thy race to me has long before made known, why wonderest thou that I unwounded stand?" For wondering stood Pelides. "Not this helm, which thou behold'st, gay with the courser's mane, nor the curved buckler by my arm sustained, for aid are worn. For comely grace alone they deck me. Thus is Mars himself adorned. Thrown every guard far from my limbs unwounded would remain. Sure I may boast, sprung not from Nereus' daughter, but from him who rules o'er Nereus, or his daughter rules, and all the extent of ocean." Cygnus spoke, and at Pelides launched his spear to pierce his orbed shield. Its brazen front it pierced, and 9 bull hides beneath. Stayed at the 10th, the warrior shook it forth. With strenuous arm the quivering weapon hostile back returned. Cygnus again unwounded felt the blow, nor felt his naked bosom to the force of the 3rd weapon vauntingly exposed, aught harmed. Less fiercely in the circus wide rages the bull not, when the scarlet vests to urge his fury fixed, with furious horn to gore attempting, finds illusion still, the unhurt limbs invading. Seeks he now if fallen the metal from his weapon's point? Fast to the wood the metal still appears, and cries he, Weak is then my hand, and spent on one is all the strength I once could boast. For surely strength that arm could boast, which erst Lyrnessus' wall o'erthrew, and when with gore it Tenedos and Thebes made stream, or when Caicus purple flowed, stained with their blood, who on its banks had dwelt, and when twice proved by Telephus the virtue of my spear. This nervous arm has here too shown its force, in hills of slain by me upheaped. These shores attest it. Speaking so, his spear he sent against Mnetes midst the Lycian crowd, as doubting faintly deeds performed before, and pierced at once his corslet and his breast. From the hot smoking wound as forth he drew the dart, as with his dying head was struck the solid ground, he spoke, This is the hand, and this the spear which conquest knew before. This will I 'gainst him use, may it, when sent, the same success attend. Ere ceased his words, Cygnus again with aim he sought, nor swerved his ashen weapon whence he aimed, but wrung unshrunk from on the shoulder. Thence repelled, as from a wall or rugged rock it fell. Yet where the blow was felt did Cygnus seem with blood distained. Achilles' joy was vain, for wound was not. Mnetes' blood was there. Then furious from his lofty car he sprung, and close at hand his braving foe assailed, with glittering falchion. By the falchion broke the helm and shield he saw, but the keen edge his stubborn body blunted. More the son of Peleus bore not, but the warrior's face with furious buffets from his shield unclasped first from his arm he smote, and with his hilt heavy his temples, and with headstrong rage bore on him, nor to his astounded soul respite allowed. Dread through his bosom spread. Before his eyes swam darkness, when amidst the plain a stone his retrogressive feet opposed. Pelides with his mightiest strength struck Cygnus against it, and to earth hard forced him, thrown supine. Pent with his shield and nervous knees upon his bosom pressed tight, he the lacing of the helmet drew, which 'neath his chin was tied. Close pressed his throat, his breathing passage and his life at once destroyed he. When his conquered foe to spoil of all his arms he went, the arms he found vacant. The ocean god had to a bird of snowy plumage changed his offspring's form, a bird which still the name of Cygnus bears. Here stayed the toil, here did the battle gain of numerous days a respite, either power resting on arms unhostile. Then, while guards watchful the Trojan walls protective kept, and sentries equal, wakeful o'er the trench formed by the Argives watched, a feast was held, where Cygnus' victor, stout Achilles, gave an heifer ribbon-bound to Athens' maid. The severed flesh was on the altar placed, whose smoking fragrance, grateful to the gods, high to the ethereal regions mounted. Part, their due, the official sacrifices took. To swell the feast the rest was given. Outstretched on couches laid the noble guests, and filled with the dressed meat their hunger, and with wine at once their thirst and all their cares assuaged. No lyre them soothed, no sound of vocal song, nor long extended box and pipe with holes multifarious pierced, but all night long discourse protracted, valiant deeds alone the theme. Alike the valiant acts their foes performed, and those their own they speak. Much they enjoy to tell by turns what hazards they o'ercame, and what they oft successless tried. What else could e'er Achilles' speech employ? What else by great Achilles could with joy be heard? Chief in the converse was the conquest late o'er Cygnus gained, the topic. Strange to all seemed it, the youth from every weapon safe by wound unconquerable, and with skin blunting the keenest steel. Wonder the Greeks, and wonders even Pelides, when in words like these old Nestor hailed them, Cygnus, proof 'gainst steel, unpierceable by furious blows, your age alone has known. These eyes have seen Peribian Caeneus bear 10,000 strokes unhurt. He, famed for warlike actions, dwelt on Othrys, and more strange those warlike deeds, since female was he born. The wondering crowd, moved with the novel prodigy, beseech, their spokesman was Achilles, that the tale Nestor would give them. Eloquent old man, of all our age most prudent, tell, for all the same desire prevails o'er, who was he, this Caeneus? Why was changed his sex? What wars of fierce encounter made him known to thee? And if by any conquered, tell the name. Then thus the senior, though decrepit age weighs heavy on me, and the deeds beheld in prime of youth in numbers scape my mind, yet than those facts, mid all of peace and war, naught on my bosom made a deeper print. Yet may extended age of all beheld part of the numerous acts and objects seen relate. I twice 100 years have passed. Now in the third I breathe. Cenis, a nymph sprung from Elateus, famed was all around for brightest beauty, fairest of the maids who Thessaly adorn, theme of vain hopes to crowds of wooers through the neighbouring towns, and even through thine, Achilles, for the land thou claim'st produced her. Nay, her nuptial couch Peleus perchance had sought, save that the rites already with thy mother were complete, or were in promise ready. Nuptial couch she never pressed, for on the lonely shore strolling, so fame declares, the vigorous clasp of ocean's god she felt. The charms possessed of his new object, Neptune said, whate'er thou wishest, choose, secure of no repulse. This too does fame report, that Cenis cried, wrongs such as mine no trivial gift deserve, that ne'er such shame again I suffer, grant I woman be no longer. That will all favours comprise. Her closing words betrayed a graver sound, manly appeared her voice, and masculine it was. Deep ocean's god acceded to her wish, and granted, more, that wounds should never harm her, nor by steel should she e'er fall. Joyed at the gift, the god Atracia's hero leaves, employs his age in studies warlike, and among the fields where fertilizing Peneus wanders roams. Now bold Ixion's son had gained the hand of Hippodamia, and the fierce-souled crowd cloud-born had bidden to attend the boards, in order ranged within a cavern's mouth, by trees thick shaded. All the princes round of Thessaly attended. I myself amongst them went. Loud rung the regal feast with the mixed concourse. All most joyful sung, O Hymen, Io Hymen, and each hall blazed bright with fires. The Virgin then approached, pre-excellent in fairness, with a band of matrons and unwedded nymphs begirt. Most blessed, we all exclaimed, in such a spouse must be Pirithous, but such boding hopes well nigh deceived us. For when drunken lust o'er thee, Eurytus, governed of the blood of savage centaurs, far most savage, fired, whether by wine or by the Virgin's charms thou saw'st, thy breast. Instant the board o'erturned, routed the guests convivial, and the bride, caught by her locks, was forceful dragged away. Eurytus Hippodamia seized, the rest grasped such as pleased them, or whoe'er they met. It showed the image of a captured town. With female shrieks the place resounded. Swift we start, and Theseus foremost thus exclaims, what frenzy, O Eurytus, thee impels Pirithous thus to wrong me still in life? Ignorant that two thou wound'st in one, nor vain the chief magnanimous his threatening spoke. The aggressor's back repelled, and while they raged, the ravished bride recovered. Naught he said, nor could such acts defence by words allow, but with rude inconsiderate hands he pressed full on her champion's face, his valiant breast assaulting. Near by chance a cup there stood, of mould antique, and rough with rising forms. Mighty it was, but Theseus, mightier still, seized it, and full against his hostile face it dashed. He vomits forth with clots of gore his brains and wine, these issuing from the wound, that from his mouth, and on the soaking sand supine he sprawls. With rage the two-formed race burn for their brother's slaughter. All with voice united, eager call, to arms, to arms. Wine gave them courage, and the primal fight was goblets, fragile casks, and hollow jars, dashed on, once instruments to feasts alone pertaining, now for slaughter used and blood. First Amycus, of Ophion's son, not feared to rob the sacred chambers of their spoils, and from its cord suspensive tore away, as from the roof it hung, a glittering lamp, and hurled it, lofty poised, full in the front of Lapithaean Celadon. So falls, on the white neck the victim bull presents, the sacrificial axe, and all his bones were shattered left, one all-confounded wound. His eyes sprang forth, his palate bones displaced, his nose driven back within his palate falls. Him Belates Pelean with a foot torn from a maple table, on the ground stretched prone, his chin forced downward on his breast, and sputtering teeth with blackest gore commixed, sent by a second blow to Stygia's shades. As next he stood, and with tremendous brow the flaming altar viewed, Grinius exclaimed, why use we this not? And the ponderous load with all its fires he seized, and mid the crowd of Lapithaeans flung, too low it pressed, Proteus and bold Orion. From her sphere Orion's mother Mycale, by charms the moon to drag to earth, has oft been known. Loud cried Exodius, were but weapons found that death impunity would boast not. Horns an ancient stag once brandished, on a pine hung lofty, served for arms. The forky branch hurled in his face deep dug out either eye. Part to the horns adhere, part flowing down his beard, thence hang in ropes of clotted gore. Lo, Rhoetus snatches from the altar's height a burning torch of size immense, and through Charax's dexter temple, with bright hair shaded, he drives it. Like the arid corn caught by the rapid flame, the tresses burn, and the scorched blood the wound sent forth a sound of horrid crackling gave. Oft whizzes steel, so, drawn forth glowing from the fire, with tongs bent, and in cooling waters frequent plunged, and crackling sounds immersed in tepid waves. The wounded hero from his tresses shook the greedy flames, and in his arms upheaved, torn from the earth, a mighty threshold stone, a waggon's burthen, but the ponderous load forbade his strength to hurl it on the foe, and on Cometes, who beside him stood, dropped the huge bulk. Nor Rhoetus then his joy disguised, exclaiming, "Such may be the aid that all your friends receive." Then with his brand half burnt, his blows redoubling, burst the skull with the strong force, and on the pulpy brain by frequent strokes the bones beat down. From thence Victor, Evagris, Corythus he met, and Dryas. Corythus o'erthrown, whose cheeks the first down shaded. Loud Evagris cried, "What glory thine, thus a weak boy to slay!" No more to utter Rhoetus gave, but fierce plunged the red flaming weapon in his mouth, thus speaking, and deep forced it down his throat. Thee also, furious Dryas, with the brand whirled round and round his head, he next assails. But thee the same sad fortune not befell. Him, proud triumphing from increased success in blood, thou piercest with an hardened stake, where the neck meets the shoulder. Rhoetus groaned, and from the hard bone scarce the wood could draw. As drenched in blood his own, by flight escaped. With him fled Lycabas, and Orneus fled, Taumas, Pisenor, Medon, who was struck neath the right shoulder, Mimerus, who late in rapid race all else surpassed, but now moved halting with his wound, Abas of Bors the spoiler, Pholus and Melaneus too, with Astylus the seer, who from the war dissuaded, but in vain his brethren crowd. Nay more, to Nessus fearing wounds he cried, "Fly not, thou'lt for Alcides' bow be saved." Euronymous nor Lycidas their fate Arios nor Imbrios fled, whom face to face confronting Dryas' hand smote down. Thou too, Cranaeus, felt thy death in front, though turned for flight thy feet, for looking back thou caught'st betwixt thine eyes the massy steel, where joins the nose's basement to the forehead bones. End of section 23. Section 24 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso, Ovid, translated by J. Howard. The 12th book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid, Part 2. With endless draughts of stupefactive wine Aphidus lay, mid all the raging noise, unroused, and grasping in his languid hand a ready mingled bowl. Stretched was he seen on a rough bear skin, brought from Ossa's hill. Him from afar, as Phoebus saw, no arms dreading, he fixed his fingers in the thongs, and said, with Stygian waters mixed, "Thy wine now drink." And instant round his javelin twined the youth, for as supinely stretched he lay, the ash-formed javelin through his throat was driven. No sense of death he felt, his dark brown gore flowed in full stream upon the couch, and flowed in his grasped goblet. Ay, Petreius saw, an acorn-loaded oak from earth to rend endeavouring, which while compassed with both arms he strains, now this way, now the other, shook appeared the tottering tree. Pirithous' dart, driven through the ribs, Petreius' straining breast nailed to the rigid wood. Pirithous' arm Lycus o'erthrew, and neath Pirithous' force fell Chromis, so they tell. But less of fame the conqueror gained from these than from the death of Helops and of Dictys. Helops felt the dart through both his temples, swift it whizzed, his right ear entered, showing at his left. But Dictys from a dangerous mountain's brow as flying, trembling from Ixion's son close following, he descended, headlong down he tumbled. With his ponderous fall he broke a mighty ash, within his riven side the stumps his bowels tore. Aphareus fierce came on for vengeance, and a massive rock, torn from the hill, upheaved to throw. To throw attempted. Theseus with an oaken club prevented, and his mighty elbow broke. Nor now his leisure suits, nor cares he now a foe disabled to dispatch to hell. But on Biama's lofty back he springs, unwont to bear, except himself before. Pressed with his knees his ribs, and grasping firm with his left hand his locks, he bruised his face, his frowning forehead and his hardened skull with the rough club. With the same club he lays Nidymnus prostrate, and Lycotus skilled to fling the javelin. Hippasus, whose beard immense his breast o'ershaded, Ripheus sprung from lofty woods, and Tereus wont to drag home furious bears still living on the hills Thessalian caught. Nor longer in the fight, raging with such success, Demoleon bore Theseus to sea, but from a crowded wood with giant efforts strove a pine to rend, of ancient growth, up by the roots, but foiled he flung the broken fragment mid the foe. Warned by Minerva from the flying wood Theseus withdrew, so would we believe, yet harmless fell the tree not. From the breast and shoulder of great Crantor was the neck severed. The faithful follower of thy sire was he, Achilles. Him Amintor, king of all Dolopia, in the warlike strife o'ercome, as pledge of peace and faithful words gave to Aeacides. Him mangled so with cruel wound Peleus far distant saw, and thus exclaimed, O Crantor, dearest youth, thy funeral obsequies behold, he said, and hurled his ashen spear with vigorous arm, and with a spirit not less vigorous, forth full on Demoleon. Tearing through the fence of his strong chest, it quivered in the bones. The pointless wood his hand dragged out, the wood with difficulty dragged he. In his lungs deep was the steel retained. To his fierce soul fresh vigour gave the smart. Hurt as he was, he reared against the foe, and with his hoofs trampled thy sire. He with his helm and shield wards off the sounding blows, his shoulders guards, holds his pretended steel, and his foe's chest full twixt the shoulders, one strong blow transpierced. Yet had he slain by distant darts before both Hylas and Phlegraeus, and in fight more close had Clenus and Hipponus fallen. To these must Doryllus be added. He a wolf's skin round his forehead wore, and, bent, a double wound presenting, o'er his brows he bore the weapons of a savage bull. With streaming gore deep blushing, loud I cried, while courage gave me strength, See how my steel thy horns surpasses, and my dart I flung. My dart to scape unable, o'er his brow to ward the blow, his hand he held, his hand was to his forehead nailed. Loud shouts were heard, and Peleus at him, wounded thus, rushed on. He nearer stood, and with a furious blow, mid-belly placed, dispatched him. High he sprung, on earth his entrails dragging. As they dragged, madly he trampled. What he trampled tore. These round his legs entwining, down he falls, and with an emptied body sinks to death. Nor could thy beauty, Cilaris, avail aught in the contest, if to forms like thine beauty we grant. His beard to sprout began, his beard of golden hue, golden the locks that down his neck and o'er his shoulders flowed. Cheerful his face, his shoulders, neck, and arms approached the models which the artists praise. Thus all that man resembled, nor fell short the horse's portion, beauteous for a beast. A neck and head supplied, a steed were formed, of Castor worthy, so was for the seat fitted his back, so full outstood his chest, his coat all blacker than the darkest pitch, save his white legs and ample flowing tail. Crowds of his race him loved, but one alone, Hylonomy, could charm him, fairest nymph of all the two-formed race that roamed the groves. She sole enraptured Cilaris with words of blandishment, beloved, and her love for him confessing. Grace in all her limbs and dress for him was studied, smooth her hair for him was combed, with rosemary now bound, now with the violet, with fresh roses now, and oft the snow-white lily wore she. Twice daily she bathed her features in the stream, that from Pegasus' woody summit falls. Twice daily in the current laved her limbs, nor clothed she e'er her shoulders, or her sides, save with the chosen spoils of beasts which best her form became. Most equal was their love, as one they o'er the mountains strayed, as one the caves they sought, and both together then the Lapithaean roof had entered. Both now waged the furious war. By whom unknown from the left side a javelin came and pierced thee deep, O Cilaris, neath where thy chest joins to thy neck. Drawn from the small-formed wound the weapon, with the mangled heart the limbs grew rigid all. Hylonomy supports his dying body, and her aiding hand presses against the wound, leans face to face, and tries his fleeting life a while to stay. When fled she saw it, with laments which noise drowned ere my ears they reached, full on the dart which through him stuck she fell, and clasped in death her dear-loved husband's form. Before my eyes still stands Phaeocomes, whom, closely joined, 6 lions' hides protected. Man and horse equal the covering shared, Phonoleus' son, fierce on the skull he smote, with stump immense, huge as 4 oxen might with labour move. Crushed was the rounding broadness of the head, and the soft brain gushed forth at both his ears, his mouth, his hollow nostrils, and his eyes. So through the straining oaken twigs appears coagulated milk, so liquid flows through the fine sieve, by supercumbent weights pressed down, the thick curd at the small formed holes. Deep in his lowest flank the foe I pierced, as from our fallen friend the arms to strip prepared, he stooped. Thy father saw the deed. Chthonius too fell beneath my sword, and fell Telebous. Chthonius bore a forky bow, a javelin armed the other. With its steel he pierced me. Lo, the mark the wound has left. Still the old scar appears. Then was the time they should have sent me to the siege of Troy. Then had I power great Hector's arm to stay, to check if not to conquer. Hector then was born not, or a boy. Now age me robs of all my force. Why should I say how fell two-formed Pyretus, by the strength o'erthrown of Periphantes? Why of Amphix tell, who in Oeclus' hostile front deep sunk, Oeclus centaur-born, a pointless spear? Machareus, Erigdupus, near the hill of Pelithronus born, against his chest full bearing, prostrate laid. Nor should I pass how I the spear beheld by Nessus' hands launched forth, and buried in Similus' groin. Nor think you Mopsus, Amphix's son, excelled alone to teach the future. By the dart of Mopsus fell Odites double-formed. To speak in vain he strove, for tongue to chin and chin to throat were by the javelin nailed. Cineas ere this had 5 to death dispatched, Bromius, Antimachus with hatchet armed, Pyracmon, Stipholus, and Helymus. What wounds them slew I know not, well their names and numbers I remember. Atreus big, in body and in limbs, sprung forth adorned in the gay arms Halesus once had owned, Halesus of Thessalia by him slain. Twixt strong virility and age his years, still strong virility his arm could boast. Grey hairs his temples sprinkled, lofty seen in helm and shield and Macedonian spear, proudly between the adverse ranks he rode, and clashed his arms, and circling scoured along, these boasting words to the resounding air brave issuing: Caenus, shall I bear thee so? Still will I think thee Caenus. Female still by me thou'lt be considered. Bates it naught thy valour, when thy origin thy soul reflects on? When thy mind allows to own what deed the grant obtained? What price was paid to gain the false resemblance of a man? What thou was born, remember, mark as well who has embraced thee. Go the distaff take, and carding basket, with thy fingers twirl the flax, and martial contests leave to men. The spear which Cineas hurled, deep in his side, bare as he coursed, exposed the blow to meet, pierced him when boasting thus, just where the man joined the 4-footed form. With smart he raged, and to the Philian warrior's face his spear presented. Back the spear rebounded, so bound the hard hailstones from the roof, so leap the paltry pebbles on the hollow drum. Now hand to hand he rushes to engage, and in his hardened sides attempts to plunge his weapon deep. Pervious his weapon finds no spot. Then cried he, Still thou shalt not scape. Though blunted is my point, my edge shall slay. And aimed a blow oblique to ope his side, while round his flank was grasped his forceful arm. Sounded the stroke as marble struck would sound, the shivered steel rebounding from his neck. His limbs unwounded, to the wondering foe thus long exposed, loud Cineas called, Now try our arms thy limbs to pierce. Up to the hilt his deadly weapon twixt his shoulders plunged, then thrust and dug with blows unseeing mid his entrails deep, thus forming wounds on wounds. Now all the furious crowd of double forms rush raging round him, all their weapons hurl, and all assail with blows this single foe. Blunted their weapons fall, and Cineas stands unpierced, unbleeding from 10,000 strokes. Astonished at the miracle they gaze, but Manichus exclaims, What blasting shame a race o'erthrown by one, that one a man but dubious. Grant him man, our coward deeds prove us but what he has been. What avail our giant limbs, what boots our double strength, strength of created forms the mightiest too, in us conjoined? A goddess mother we assuredly should not boast, nor boast for sire Ixion, whose great daring soul him moved to clasp the lofty Juno in his arms, now vanquished by a foe half male. Him whelm with trees, with rocks, whole mountains heaped on high, whole falling forests, let that stubborn soul crush out. The woods upon his throat shall press, and weight for wounds shall serve. The centaur spoke, seizing a tree which lay by chance uptorn by raging Auster. On his valiant foe the bulk he hurled. All in like efforts joined, and quickly Othrys of his woods was stripped, nor Pelion shade retained. Cineas oppressed beneath the pile immense, the woody load, hot pants, and with his forceful shoulders bears to heave the unwieldy weight. But soon the heap reaches his face, and then o'ertops his head, nor breath is left his spirit can inhale. Now faint he sinks, and struggles now in vain to lift his head to air, and from him heave the heaped-up forests. Then the pile but shakes, as shakes the lofty Ida you behold, when by an earthquake stirred, doubtful his end. His body, by the sylvan load down-pressed, some thought that shadowy Tartarus received. But Mopsus this denied, who spied a bird from mid the pile ascend, and mount the skies on yellow pinions. I the bird beheld, then first, then last. As wide on buoyant wing our force surveying, Mopsus saw him fly, and rustling round with mighty noise, his eyes and soul close marked him, and he loud exclaimed, Hail Cineas, of the Lapithian race the glory, once of men the first, and now bird of thy kind unique. The seer's belief made credible the fact. Grief spurred our rage, nor bore we calmly that a single youth by hosts of foes should fall. Nor ceased our swords in gore to rage till most to death were given. The rest by favouring darkness stayed in flight. While thus the Pylian sage the wars narrates waged by the Lapithian race, and foe centaurs half human, his splenetic ire Tlepolemus could hide not, when he found Alcides' deeds passed o'er, but angry spoke. Old sire, astonished I perceive the praise the deeds of Hercules demand has scaped your mind. My father has been wont to tell whom he of cloud-begotten race o'erthrew. Oft have I heard him. Nestor sad replied, Why force me thus my miseries to recall to recollection, freshening up the woes long years have blunted, and confess the hate I bear thy sire for injuries received? He, O ye gods, has deeds achieved which far all faith surpass, and has the wide world filled with his high fame. Would I could this deny! For praise we e'er Deiphobus, or praise give we Polydamas, or Hector's self? Who can a foe applaud? This sire of thine Messenia's walls laid prostrate, and destroyed Elis and Pylos, unoffending towns, rushing with fire and sword in our abode, to pass the rest who 'neath his fury fell. Twice 6 of Neleus' sons were we beheld, twice 6 save me beneath Alcides' arm, there died. With ease were conquered all but one. Strange was of Periclymenus the death, whom Neptune, founder of our line, had given what form he willed to take, that form thrown off, his own again resume, when vainly changed to multifarious shapes, he to the bird most dear to heaven's high sovereign, whose curved claws the thunders bear, himself transformed, the strength that bird possesses, using with bowed wings, his crooked beak and talons pounced his face. 'Gainst him Tyrintheus his unerring bow bent, and as high amid the clouds he towered, and poising hung, pierced where his side and wing just met, nor deep the hurt, the sinew torn still him disabled, and denied the power to move his wing, or strength to urge his flight. To earth he fell, his pinions unendowed with power to gather air, and the light dart fixed superficial in the wing, his fall deep in his body pierced. Out his left side, close by his throat, the pointed mischief stood. Now, valiant leader of the Rhodian fleet, judge what from me the great Alcides' deeds of blazonry can claim. Yet the revenge I give my brethren is on his brave acts silent to rest, to thee still firm allied in friendship. Thus his eloquent discourse the son of Neleus ended, and the gift of Bacchus, oft repeated, circled round to the old senior's words. Then from the board they rose, and night's remainder gave to sleep. But now the deity whose trident rules the ocean waters, with a father's grief mourns for his offspring to a bird transformed. Savage against fierce Achilles, he pursues his well-remembered ire with hostile rage. And now the war near twice 10 years had seen, when long-haired Phoebus thus the god addressed: O power, to me most dear, of all the sons my brother boasts, whose hands with mine upreared in vain the walls of Troy, grievest thou not now those towers beholding as they ruined fall? Grievest thou not now such thousands to behold slain, those high towers attempting to defend? Grievest thou not, more I need not speak, to think of Hector's body round his own Troy dragged, when still the fierce Achilles, even than war more ruthless, of our works destroyer, lives. Would it to me were given, my trident's power well know I he should prove, but since denied to rush, and hand to hand this foe engage, slay him with unsuspected secret dart. The Delian god consented, and at once his uncle's vengeance and his own indulged. Veiled in a cloud, amid the Ilian host he darts, and mid a slaughtered crowd beholds where Paris on plebeian foes his shafts unerring hurls. To him confessed, the god exclaims, "Why wastest thou in ignoble blood thy weapons? If thy friends employ thy care, turn on Pelides every dart, revenge thy murdered brothers." Phoebus spoke, and showed where with his steel Achilles ranks on ranks of Troy o'erthrew. On him the bow he turns, to him he guides the sure, the deadly dart. Now may old Priam joy for Hector slain, for thou, Achilles, victor o'er such hosts, fall'st by the coward's hand, who stole from Greece the ravished wife. O if foredoomed thy lot by woman warrior to be slain, to fall by Amazonian weapon hadst thou chosen. Now burns Aeacides, the Phrygians' dread, the pride, the guardian of the Grecian name, the chief in war unconquered, and the god who armed him once consumes him. Ashes now, naught of the great Pelides can be found, save what with ease a little urn contains. But still his glory lives, and fills all earth. Such bounds alone the hero suit. His fame equals himself, nor sinks he to the shades. His shield itself, as conscious whose the shield, fomented wars, and quarrels for his arms arose. Tydides feared to urge his claim, Ajax, Oileus' son, Atrides each, him youngest, and the monarch who surpassed in age and warlike skill, and all the crowd. Laertes' son, and Telamon's alone tried the bold glorious contest. From himself all blame invidious Agamemnon moved. The Grecian chiefs amid the camp he placed, and bade the host around the cause decide. End of section 24. Section 25 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso, Ovid. Translated by J. Howard. The 13th book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid. Part 1. The princes sat, the common troops in crowds circled them round, when Ajax in the midst, lord of the sevenfold shield, arose, with rage uncurbed. Sigeum's shores he fiercely viewed, and ship-clad beach, while with extended arms, "O Jupiter," he cried, "before this fleet must then our cause be tried? With me contends Ulysses, he who yielded all a prey to Hector's fires, whom I alone repelled. Fires from which I that fleet drove far? More safe, 'tis sure, with artful language to contend, than battle hand to hand. Hard 'tis for me to speak, for him 'tis no less hard to fight. And much as I in keen-urged blows excel, and arduous contest, such in words is he. My deeds, O Grecians, to rehearse what need? Have you not seen them? Let Ulysses tell his actions, feats without a witness done. Night only privy. Mighty is the prize, I own, but Ajax's glory suffers much, striving with such a rival. Granted great its value, where the boast to have obtained what this Ulysses hoped for. He even now enjoys the advantage of the contest. Foiled, his pride will be to boast with me he strove. But I, if doubtful is my valour deemed, have claims most potent in my noble race. Sprung from great Telamon, who Troy's proud town 'neath brave Alcides captured, and explored the shores of Colchis in the Haemonian bark. His sire was Aeacus, who equal lore dispenses mid the silent shades, where toils Aeolian Sisyphus beneath his stone. Well mighty Jove knows Aeacus, and owns him son. Thus Ajax ranks but third from Jove. Nor yet, O Greeks, should this descent my cause assist, save that Achilles claimed the same. Of brothers born, a kinsman's right I ask. Why should one sprung of Sisyphean blood, like his progenitor in theft and fraud, engraft an alien name upon the stock of Aeacus? Am I the arms refused that first I joined the warriors? Joined your host, betrayed not by informers? Worthier he, that last his arms he took? With madness feigned shunning the warfare, till more crafty came Nopleiades, though luckless for himself, who showed his coward soul's devices plain, and hither dragged him to the hated wars. Now let him arms most glorious take, who arms to wear refused. Let me unhonoured go, robbed of my kindred right, who first arrived to face the perils. Would, ye gods, that true, or thought so, his insanity had been. Then, counsellor of cruel deeds, he ne'er had joined our camp before the Phrygian walls. Then thou, O Paean's son, had Lemnos ne'er known, to our shame abandoned on the shore. Thou now, so fame reports, in woody caves sheltered, even rocks moved with thy rending groans, prayest that Laertes' son his justest meeds may gain. Ye gods, grant ye his prayers a favouring ear, now he, by oath combined with us in war. O heavens, a leader too, ere to employ Alcides' faithful darts, sinks both by famine and disease oppressed. By birds sustained, and clothed by birds, he spends upon his feathered prey the darts designed to end the fate of Troy. Yet still he lives, for here he never with Ulysses came. Content had hapless Palamedes been, deserted so. Life might he have enjoyed, perchance, and blameless sure to death had sunk. He whom this wretch, too mindful of the time his counterfeited madness was exposed, feigned had betrayed the Greeks, and proved the crime by forged assistance, showing forth the gold first buried by himself. Thus he destroys the strength of Greece by exile or by death. Thus fights Ulysses, thus must he be feared, who though old faithful Nestor he surpassed in eloquence, not all would e'er avail, to prove deserting Nestor was no shame. Who pressed with age, and with a wounded horse delayed, Ulysses' aid besought, behind his coward comrade left him. Well, this deed Tydides can declare, by me not feigned, who oft him reprimanded by his name, and cursed the flying of his trembling friend. Gods with just eyes all mortal actions view. Lo, he who aid would give not, aid requires. Who Nestor left, deserted was himself. Himself prescribed the treatment which he found. Loud called he to his friends, I come, I see, pale trembling where he lies, with dread to view impending death. My mighty shield I fling, beneath it shade him, and his coward breast, my smallest claim to glory, I protect. If still persisting thou the strife wilt urge, thither again return. Recall the foe, thy wound, thy wonted terror, and lie hid beneath my shield, 'neath that with me contend. Lo, him I snatched from death, whose wounds refused even power to stand, retarded not by wounds, in agile flight sped on. Now Hector comes, whom in the fight the deities attend. Where'er he swept, not thou Ulysses' soul wast struck with dread. The bravest of our host shrunk, such the terror which then filled the field. When hand to hand engaged, him prone I laid, proud of his slaughter, on the ensanguined plain, with a huge stone. I singly him opposed, all single challenged. All the Greeks to me prayed for the lot, nor vain your prayers were found. Inquire ye what the fortune of the fight. I stood, by him unconquered, when all Troy rushed on the fleet of Greece with fire, with sword, and aiding Jove. Where was Ulysses then? The eloquent Ulysses. I alone 1,000 ships, the hopes of your return, defended with my breast. This crowd of ships deserves those arms. Nay, if with truth to speak you grant, those arms more glory gain from me than I from them. Our honour is conjoined. Ajax the arms demand, not Ajax arms. Let Ithacus compare his Rhesus slain, and slain unwarlike Dolon, and trepanned Helenus, Priam's son, and Pallas' form. In open day naught done, and naught performed, save Diomed assisted. Grant for once such paltry service could the armour claim. Divide the prize, and lo, the largest share Tydides must demand. But why this prize seeks Ithacus, who all his deeds performs in private, traversing unarmed, the foe, while unsuspecting, conquering by deceit? This helmet's radiance from the glittering gold darting would show his plots, and open lay the latent spy. But his Dulichian head, cased in Achilles' casque, the weight would whelm, and for his languid arms the Pylian spear too weighty would be found. That shield engraved with all earth's various scenes, but ill would grace his arm, for stealthy deeds alone designed. Presumptuous fool, to seek a prize which gained would only mar thy power. By erring votes of Grecians given to thee, cause would it be the foe would strip thee, not thy prowess fear. And flight, in which, O trembler, erst alone thou all surpassed, slow wouldst thou then pursue, such ponderous armour dragging. Those thy shields which bears so rare the brunt of battle, shines yet whole, a new successor mine demands, which gashed by weapons shows 1,000 rents. To end, what need of words? let actions show each one's deserts. Amid the foe be thrown the valiant warrior's arms. Thence bid us bring the prize. Who brings it, let him wear the spoil. So spake the Telamonian warrior. Round a murmur followed from the circling crowd, till up the chief of Ithaca arose, his eyes, a while cast down, raised from the earth. The chiefs with anxious looked-for sounds addressed, nor grace was wanting to persuasive words. O Grecians, had your prayers and mine been heard, owner of what such cause of strife affords were now not dubious. Thou, Pelides, still these arms possessing, we possessing thee. But since unpitying fate to you, to me, denies him, here as weeping o'er his eyes his hand he draws, who with so just a right can great Achilles now succeed, as he who great Achilles brought the Greeks to join? Let it not aid his cause that fool he seems, or stupid is indeed, nor aught let harm the ingenuity I claim to mine, which, O ye Argives, still has aided you. Let not my eloquence, if such I boast, and words whose vantage often you have proved, now for their author move invidious thoughts, nor what each claims his proper gift refuse. Scarce can we call our ancestry, our race, or deeds by them performed, merits our own. Yet since of grandsire Jove this Ajax boasts, I too can boast him author of my line, nor more degrees removed. My sire was named Laertes, his Archesius, and from Jove Archesius came direct, nor in this line e'er any exiled or condemned appeared. Selenius too his noble lineage adds through my maternal stock. Each parent boasts a god-descended race. Yet claim I not the arms contested, merely that I spring maternally more noble, nor them claim that from a brother's blood my sire is free. By merit solely you the cause adjudge. These only none to Ajax, that his sire and Peleus' brethren were ere grant. The prize desert, and not propinquity of blood, should gain. If kindred, then the hero's heir demands it. Peleus still survives, his sire, and Pyrrhus is his son. Where Ajax is right, to Thea or to Scaurus be it borne. Nor less is Teucer cousin than himself. Yet does he ask, or does he hope the arms? But since the obvious contest is by deeds performed, though mine outnumber far what words can easy compass, yet will I relate in order some. The Nereid mother knew his future fate, her offspring's dress disguised, and all, even Ajax, the fallacious robes deceived. With female wares I mingled arms, which stir the martial soul. Nor had the youth disrobed him of his virgin dress, when grasped as in his hand the shield and lance he held. I cried, O goddess born, reserved for thee is Ilium's fate. The mighty Trojan walls, why to o'erthrow demurst thou? Him I seized, sent the brave youth brave actions to achieve, and all his actions as my own I claim. My spear then conquered Telephus in fight, and after healed the suppliant vanquished foe. Thebes low by me was laid. I, you must own, Lesbos and Tenedos and Scaros took. Crissa and Scylla, bright Apollo's towns, my arm Lyrnessus' walls shook and laid low. But other deeds I well may pass, since I gave to the host what dreadful Hector slew. By me renowned Hector fell. Those arms I claim, who gave those arms, which to the Greeks Achilles found. Living those arms I gave. Him dead those arms I gave, again demand. The wrongs of one through every Grecian breast spread wide. 1,000 ships the Euboean port of Aulis filled. The long-expected gales or came not, or blew adverse to the fleet. The rigid oracle Atrides bade his guiltless daughter sacrifice to calm ruthless Diana. Stern the sire denied, and raged against the gods. The sovereign all lost in the father. I with soothing words the parent's bosom mollified, and turned to thoughts of public good. Still I confess, and such confession will the king excuse, an arduous cause I pleaded, where my judge was by affection warped. The people's weal, his brother, and the lofty rank he held, moved him at length, and glory with his blood he bought. Then to the mother was I sent, where reasoning had no force, but subtle craft. There had you sent the son of Telamon, still had your sails the needful breezes lacked. Sent was I also to the Ilian towers, a daring envoy. Troy's famed court I saw. Troy's court I entered, then with heroes filled. There, undismayed, I pleaded all that Greece bade for their common cause. Paris accused, Helen demanded, and the stolen spoil, and Priam and Antenor both convinced. But Paris's brethren, and the crowd who aided in the rape, their impious hands could scarce withhold. Thou, Menelaus, know'st, who then with me the dawning of the war didst prove in danger. Long the tale, to speak of all my deeds have done, the public cause to aid, since first the lengthened war began, by counsel or by valour. Waged the first, rough skirmish, long our foes within their walls protected lay. No scope for open war. But in the 10th year now we fight again. In all that period, what hast thou, who know'st but fighting, done? Where was thy service then? Ay, if my deeds thou seek'st, the foe betrayed by subtlety, girt us with trenches round, inspirited our soldiers, made them bear with mind unmurmuring all the tedious war, taught where to find the means to gain supplies of food and arms. Wherever need me called, there always was I sent. Lo, when the king from Jove's deceptive dream gave word to quit th' unfinished war, he might the deed defend through him who bade. But Ajax disapproves the flight, insists Troy shall in ruins lie, asserts our power may do it. No, our troops embarking, he not stayed. Why seized he not his arms? Why somewhat to the wavering crowd said not, to fix? No weighty task to him who ne'er harangues except on mighty themes. Why? But that Ajax fled himself. I saw, but blushed to see thee, when thy back thou turn'st, hasting, thy coward sails to hoist. I spoke instant, O fellow soldiers, whither now? What voice insane now urges you to leave already captured Troy? What will you bear homeward, a lengthened 10 years' shame besides? With words like these back from the flying fleet I brought them. Eloquence had sorrow's aid. Atrides called the council. All with dread trembling were dumb, nor there dared Ajax gape. But there Thersites durst with galling words the king provoke. Vengeance he met from me. I rose, our panic-stricken friends once more roused 'gainst the foe. I by my words recalled departed valour. Hence, whoever boasts since then of valiant deeds, those deeds are mine, who back recalled him as he turned for flight. Last, tell me which of all the Greeks applauds, or as a comrade seeks thee. All his acts with me Tydides shares, allows me praise. Ulysses still his confidential friend. Sure from such thousands of the Argive ranks, by Diomed selected, I may boast. Nor lot me bad to go, when void of fear, through double danger of the foe and night, I went, and Phrygian Dolon slew, who dared on our adventure come, but slew him not till made to utter all, the whiles betray perfidious Troy intended. All I learnt, nor aught for further search remained. Now I the camp with fame sufficient might have gained, but not content, for Rhesus's tents I push. Him and his guard surrounding in his camp I slay, victorious so possessed of all my hopes designed, the car I mount, and proud a glad triumpher ride. Now me deny the arms of him whose steeds the spy had hoped meed of his bold excursion. Ajax say more worthy. Why Sarpedon's Lycian troop vanquished, should I with boastful tongue relate. I vanquished Serranus, Iphitus's son, Alastor, Chromius, and Alcander's stout, Halius, Noemon, Prytanis, with crowds slaughtered beside. Thorn to hell I sent, Chersidamus and Charops, and to fate's unpitying Ennomus dispatched. With these, beneath yon walls whole heaps of meaner rank this hand has slain. And fellow soldiers, lo! My wounds are honourable, all in place. Believe not empty words, yourselves behold. Then stripped his robe, exclaiming, Here the breast still for your good employed. No drop of blood has Ajax shed since first our host he joined. In all these years his body still remains unwounded. Yet on this why should I dwell, if he must boast that for the Argive fleet he fought alone 'gainst Jupiter and Troy? He fought, I grant it. No malignant spite shall move detraction from his valiant deeds. But let him not the common rights of more monopolize. Let him to each allow the honour which they claim. Patroclus, feared in great Pelides' semblance, backward drove all Troy and Troy's protector from the ships, then burning. Next his vanity would boast he only in the field of Mars durst strive with Hector. Of the king, the chiefs, and me forgetful. In the list the 9th alone, solely by lot preferred. Yet, warrior brave, what was the issue of this daring fight? Hector unwounded left you, mournful theme. With what deep sorrow I the time recall, when, bulwark of the Greeks, Achilles fell. Nor tears, vain lamentations, nor pale fear me checked. The prostrate body from the ground I raised. Upon those shoulders, yes, I swear, these very shoulders, I Pelides bore, with all his arms. The arms I now require. Strength I must have to bear with such a load. as sure your votes will meet a grateful mind. Was it because the bright celestial gift might clothe the limbs of one without a soul, stupidly dull, that all her anxious care the green-haired mother on her son employed? Arms wrought with art so great, knows he the least the shield's engravings? Ocean or the land, the lofty sky, the planets, Pleiads bright, Hyades, the bear ne'er plunged beneath the main, Orion's glittering sword, or various towns. Arms he demands he cannot understand, but how asserts he aye the toils of war evaded, joining late the fighting host, nor sees he scandalizes too the fame of great Pelides, if indeed a crime dissembling must be called, dissembled both. If faulty all delay, the first I came, a tender wife me kept, a tender tie, a mother kept Achilles. Our life's spring to them was given, the rest reserved for you. Nor should I fear, even were this crime I share with such a man, of all defence denied. Yet his disguise Ulysses' is cunning found. Ajax ne'er found Ulysses, needs surprised to hear the abusing of his booby tongue, when with like guilt he stigmatizes you. Shames most that I this Palamedes brought, falsely accused your sentence to receive, or that you doomed him so accused to die. But Nauplius' son not even defence could urge, so plain his crime appeared, nor did you trust the accusation heard, obvious you saw the bribe for which you doomed him. Nor of blame deserve I aught, that Philoctetes stays in Vulcan's Lemnos. You the deed excuse, all to the deed assented, yet my voice persuasive will I not deny I used, that spared from travel, and from war's fatigue, in rest he might his cruel pains assuage. He liked my words, and lives. My counsel here not merely faithful, though our faith the whole our promise can ensure, but happy proved. His presence since the seers prophetic asked achieve the fall of Troy, dispatch not me. Ajax will better go, will better soothe with eloquence of tongue a man who burns with raging choler and with smarting pains, or with some stratagem him thence allure. But Simois' stream shall sooner backward flow, Ida unwooded stand, Achaia aid the Trojan power, than Ajax' stupid soul shall help the Greeks, when first my anxious mind striving to aid you has been found to fail. O stubborn Philoctetes, though enraged against thy comrades, against the king and me, though thou mayest curse me and my head devote through endless days, though in thy grief thou ask'st to meet me, and to glut thee with my blood, still will I try thee, and if fortune smiles, so will I gain thy arrows, as I gained the Trojan prophet, whom I captive made, as I the oracles of heaven laid ope, and all the fate of Troy, as from its room close hidden I the form of Pallas brought, the charm of Troy, through ranks of hostile foes. Mates Ajax here with me? Fate had denied of Troy the capture till that prize obtained. Where then the mighty Ajax? Where the boasts of this brave hero? Why this risk evade? Why dared Ulysses through the watchful guards steal mid the darkling night, and find his way not merely past the Trojan walls, but high through raging swords their loftiest turrets scale, bear off the goddess from her sacred fane, and with the prize again repass the foe? This deed not done, Ajax had bore in vain on his huge arm the sevenfold oxen hide. From that night's deeds I Ilium's conquest share. Then Troy I conquered, when the fact was done, which made Troy vincible. Cease thou to mark with looks and mutterings Diomed my friend. His share in all was glorious. Nor wast thou single when with thy buckler thou didst guard the general fleet. Crowds aided, I was one. He, but he knows too well that less esteem valour demands than wisdom, that the prize a mere unconquered arm not justly claims, had also sought. Thy milder namesake too, or fierce Eurypylus, or Thoas, son of bold Andremon, equal right to hope, Idomeneus, Meriones, might boast each Cretan born, and who the sovereign king his brother claims, but all their valorous breasts, nor does their martial prowess stoop to thine, yield to my wisdom. In the fight thy arm is mighty, prudence boast I, which that arm directs. To thee a force immense is given, without a brain, foresight is given to me. Well, thou canst wage the war. The time that war to wage, Atrides oft with me resolves. Thou aidest with thy body, I with mind. And as the guider of the ship transcends him who but plies the oar, as soars above the soldier he who leads him, so must I thee far surpass. For far the mental powers in me surpass the merits of my arm. In mind my vigour lies. Ye nobles, speak, give to your watchful guardian this reward, for the long annual care with anxious mind he gave you. This reward at length bestow, to his deserts but due, his labour done. The obstructing destinies by me removed, high Troy by me is captured, since by me the means high Troy to overthrow are given. Now beg I by our hopes conjoined, the walls of Troy already tottering, by the gods gained from the foe so lately, by what more through wisdom may be done, if aught remains, or aught of boldness, which through peril sought, wanting, you still may deem to fill Troy's fate. If mindful of my merits you would rest, the arms award to this, if not to me," and pointed to Minerva's fateful form. Moved were the band of nobles, plainly shown what eloquence could do. Persuasion gained the valiant warrior's arms. Then he who stood 'gainst steel and fire and the whole force of Jove, so oft his own vexation now o'ercame. Grief conquered his unconquerable soul. He seized his sword. "And surely this," he cried, "still is my own, or claims Ulysses this? Against myself this steel must now be used. This stained so oft with Phrygian blood be stained with his who owns it, lest another hand than Ajax's own should Ajax overcome. No more, but where his breast unguarded lay, pervious at length to wounds, his deadly blade he plunged, nor could his hand the blade withdraw, the gushing blood expelled it. Straight there sprung through the green turf formed by the blood-soaked earth a purple flower, like that which sprung before from Hyacinthus' wound. Amid the leaves of each the self-same letters are inscribed, the boy's complainings and the hero's name. Victorious Ithacus his sails unfurls, to seek the land Hypsipyle once ruled, and Thoas famed, an isle of old disgraced by slaughter of its males, to bring the darts, the weapons of Tyrintheus. These obtained to Greece, and with their owner brought, at length the furious war was finished. Priam falls with Troy, and Priam's more unhappy spouse, to crown her losses, loses human shape, with new-heard barkings shaking foreign climes. Where the long Hellespont's contracted bounds are seen, Troy blazed, nor yet the fires were quenched. The scanty drops of blood Jove's altar soaked, which flowed from aged Priam. By her locks dragged on, Apollo's priestess vainly stretched to lofty heaven her arms. The victor Greeks tear off the Trojan mothers as they clasp their country's imaged gods, and as they cling to flaming temples, an invidious prey. Astyanax is from those turrets flung, whence erst he wont to view his sire, whose arm him guarding, and his ancestorial realm in fight his mother showed, and Boreas now departure urged. Swoln by a favouring breeze, the rattling canvas warns the sailor crew. "O Troy, farewell," the Trojan matrons cry, "hence are we borne." They kiss their natal soil, and leave the smoking ruins of their domes. Last, mournful object, Hecuba, descried amid her children's graves, the bark ascends. Ulysses' hand her dragged, as close she grasped their tombs, and kissed their bones which still remained. Yet snatched she hastily, and bore away of Hector's ashes some, and in her breast hugged them, and on the top of Hector's tomb left her grey hairs, and flowing tears, oblation fruitless to his last remains. End of section 25. Section 26 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso, Ovid. Translated by J. Howard. The 13th book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid. Part 2. Opposed to Phrygia, where Troy once was seen, a country stands where live Bistonia's race, where Polymnestor, wealthy monarch, ruled, to whom, O Polydore, thy cautious sire thee sent, from Ilium's battles far removed, for safe protection. Wisdom swayed the king, save that he sent him store of treasure too, reward of wickedness, and tempting much his greedy soul. Soon as Troy's fortune sank, impious the Thracian monarch plunged his sword in his young charger's throat. As if his crime and body from his sight at once 'twere given to move, he flung him in the dashing main. Now on the Thracian coast Atrides moored his fleet, till placid were the waves again, and favouring more the winds. Achilles here, out from the earth, by sudden rupture rent, appeared in semblance of his living form. Threatening his brow appeared, as when so fierce he Agamemnon with rebellious sword sought to assail. "Depart ye then, O Greeks," he cried, "of me unmindful? Is the fame of all my valiant acts with me interred? Treat me not thus, that honours due my tomb may want not, let Polyxena be given in sacrifice to soothe Achilles' ghost. He said. His fellows with the ruthless shade complying, from the mother's bosom tore her whom she sole had left to cherish. Brave than female more, the hapless maid was led to the dire tomb in sacrificial pomp. She of her state still mindful, when before the cruel altar brought, when all prepared the savage urged oblation of herself she saw, and Neoptolemus beheld there stand, the steel there grasping, on his face her eyes firm fixing, spoke. My noble blood this instant spill, delay not, plunge thy blade or in my throat or bosom. And her throat and bosom as she spoke she bared, for ne'er Polyxena a slavish life had borne. Yet grateful is this victim to no god. My only wish, that from my mother dear may be my death concealed. My mother clogs my final passage, damps the joys of death. Yet should she wail my death not, but my life. But distant stand ye all, that to the shades inviolate I sink. If what I ask be just, let every hand of man avoid a virgin's touch. Whoe'er your steel prepares to move propitiatory with my blood, a victim quite untainted best must please. And should the final accents that I speak, King Priam's daughter, not a captive suse, my corse unransomed to my mother give, let her not buy the sad sepulchral rites with gold, but tears. Yet time has been, with gold I might have been redeemed. The princess ceased, and save her own no cheek unwet was seen. And even the priest reluctant and in tears oped by a sudden plunge the offered breast. She, to earth sinking, 'neath her tottering limbs, wore to the last a face unmoved. Even then her final care was in her fall to veil limbs that a veil demanded as she sank, and decent pride of modesty preserve. The Trojan dames receive her, and recount the woes of Priam's house, the streams of blood that single stock has spent. Thee too, O maid, they weep, and thee, a royal spouse so late, and royal parent styled, pride of the realm of glorious Asia, now a mournful lot amid the spoil, whom Ithacus would scorn to own, great Hector hadst thou not brought forth. The name of Hector scarce a master finds to claim his mother. She, the lifeless trunk embracing, which had held a soul so brave, tears poured. Tears often had she poured before, for country, husband, children. Now for her those tears gushed in the wound, lips pressed to lips, and beat that breast which oft with grievous blows was punished, sweeping mid the clotted blood her silvered tresses. All these plaints, and more, she uttered, as she still her bosom rent. My child, thy mother's last afflicting grief, for who is spared me? Lo, my child, thou liest, and in thy wound I all my wounds behold. Yes, lest a single remnant of my race unslaughtered should expire, thou too must bleed. A female, thee safe from the sword I thought, a female, thee the sword has stretched in death. The same Achilles, ruiner of Troy, bereaver of my offspring, all destroyed. Yes, all thy brethren he now murders thee. Yet when by Paris' and Apollo's darts he fell, now surely, said I, now no more Pelides need be dreaded. Yet even now dreadful to me he proves. Inurned rage his ashes 'gainst our hapless race. We feel even in his grave the anger of this foe. I fruitful only for Pelides proved. Low lies proud Ilium, and the public woe, the heavy ruin ends, if ended yet. For Troy to me still stands, my sufferings still roll endless on. I, late in power so high, great in my children, in my husband great, am now dragged forth in poverty, exiled from all my children's tombs, a gift to please Penelope, who, while my daily task she gives to Ithaca's proud dames, will taunt and cry, Of Hector the famed mother see, lo, Priam's spouse, and thou whose soul wast spared to soothe maternal pangs, so many lost, now bleedst atonement to an hostile shade. And funeral victims has my womb produced to appease a foe. Why holds this stubborn heart? Why still delay I? What to me avails this loathed, this long protracted life? Why spin, O cruel deities, the lengthened thread of an old wretch, save that she yet may see more deaths? Who e'er could Priam happy deem, Ilium o'erthrown? Yet happy was his death, thy sacrifice, my daughter, not to see. At once of life and realm bereft, yet sure, O royal maid, funereal rites await thy last remains. Thy corse will be inhumed in ancestorial sepulchres. Ah, no, such fortune smiles not on our house. The tears a mother can bestow are all thy gifts, sprinkled with foreign dust. All have I lost. Of the whole stock I could as parent boast, To tempt me now still longer to sustain this life, my Polydore alone is left. Once least of all my manly sons, erst given to Thracia's monarch's care upon these shores. But why delay to cleanse that ghastly wound with water, and that face with spouting blood besmeared? She ceased, and bent her tottering steps, with torn and scattered locks, down to the shore. And as the hapless wretch, "O Trojans," cried, "an urn supply to draw the liquid waves," the corse of Polydore, flung on the beach, she saw, pierced deep with wounds of Thracian steel. Loud shrieked the Trojan matrons; she by grief dumb-stricken stood. Affliction keen suppressed her rising moans, and ready springing tears. Stupid, and like a rigid stone she stood. Now on the earth her eyes are fixed, and now to heaven her furious countenance she lifts. Now dwells she on his face, now on the wounds her son received, and on the wounds the most. And now her bosom with collected rage furiously burning, all on vengeance fierce her soul is bent, as still in power a queen. As storms a lioness robbed of her cub, the track pursuing of her flying foe, whom yet she sees not, rage and grief were mixed just so in Hecuba, of her old years regardless, mindful of her ire alone. She Polymnestor seeks, of the dire deed the perpetrator, and his ear demands. That more of gold, intended for her boy, her wish was to disclose. The Thracian king heard credulous, lured by his wonted love of gain, with her withdrew, and wily thus, with coaxing words, "Quick, Hecuba," exclaimed, "give for thy son the treasure. By the gods, I swear all shall be his, what more thou giv'st and what thou gav'st before." Him speaking so, and falsely swearing, savagely she viewed, and her fierce bosom swelled with double rage. Then instant on him by the captive dames fast held, she flies. In his perfidious face digs deep, her fingers, rage all strength supplied, tear from their orbs his eyes, buried her hands, streaming with blood, where once the eyes had been, widening the wounds, for eyes no more remained. Fired at their monarch's fate, the Thracian crowd with stones and darts to attack the queen began. The queen with harsher voice, as they pursue, bites at the sailing stones, and trying words, barkings her jaws produce. The place remains named from the change. She of her ancient woes long mindful, grieving still, Sithonius' fields with howlings filled. Her fate with pity moved her fellow Trojans, and the hostile Greeks, nay, all the gods above, and all deny, even she, the sister wife of mighty Jove, that Hecuba so harsh a lot deserved. Nor leisure now Aurora had to mourn, though strong their cause she favoured, the sad fall and mournful fate of Hecuba and Troy. A nearer case, a more domestic woe, the loss of Memnon, wrung the goddess's breast, whom on the Phrygian plains the mother saw beneath the weapon of Achilles sink. She saw that colour which the blushing morn displays, grew pale, and heaven with clouds was hid. Still could the parent not support the sight, placed on the funeral pyre his limbs, but straight with locks dishevelled, not disdained to sue prostrate before the knees of mighty Jove. These words her tears assisting, "Meanest I, of those the golden heaven supports, to me the fewest temples through earth's space are raised, yet still a goddess sues, not to demand temples, nor festal days, nor altars warmed with blazing fires. Yet if you but behold what I, a female, for you all achieve, bounding night's confines with new springing light, such boons you might consider but my due. But these are not my care. Aurora's mind not now e'en honour's merited demands. I come, my Memnon lost, who bravely fought, but vainly, in his uncle Priam's cause, and in his prime of youth, so willed your fates, fell by the stout Achilles. Lord supreme, of all the deities, grant, I beseech, to him some honour, solace of his death, allay the smarting of a mother's wounds." Jove nodded. Round the lofty funeral pile of Memnon rose the spiring flames. Black clouds of smoke the day obscured. So streams exhale the rising mists which Phoebus' rays conceal. Mount the black ashes, and conglobed in one they thicken in a body, and a shape that body takes, and heat and light receives from the bright flames. Its lightness gave it wings, much like a bird at first, and soon indeed a bird, its pinions sounded. And a crowd of sister birds, their pinions sounded too, their origin the same. Thrice they surround the pile, and thrice with noisy clang the air resounds. The fourth time all the troop divide. Then two and two they furious wage the war on either side. Fierce with their crooked claws and beaks they pounce their adversary's breast, and tire his wings. Each kindred body falls an offering to the ashes of the dead, and prove their offspring from a valiant man. These birds of sudden origin receive their name Memnonides from him whose limbs produced them. Oft as soul through all his signs has run, the battle they renew again, to perish at their parent warrior's tomb. Thus, while all others Dymas' daughter weep in howling shape, Aurora still on griefs her own sad brooding, her maternal tears sprinkles in dew o'er all the extent of earth. Yet fate doomed not with Ilium's towers the fall of Ilium's hopes. The Cytherean prince bore off his gods, and on his shoulders bore a no less sacred venerable load, his sire, of all his riches these preferred. The pious hero, with his youthful son Ascanius from Antandros, o'er the main borne in the flying fleet, leaves far the shore of savage Thrace, still moistened with the blood of Polydore, and enters Phoebus' port. Aided by currents and by gentle gales, with all his social crew, Aeneas receives the exile in his temple, in his dome, where o'er the land he monarch ruled, and where as Phoebus' priest he tendered due his rites. The city and the votive temples showed, and showed 2 trees, once by Latona grasped in bearing throes. The incense in the flames distributed, wine o'er the incense thrown, the entrails of the offered bulls consumed as wont. The regal roof approach they all, and high on tapestry reclined, partake of Ceres' gift, and Bacchus' flowing boon. Then good Anchises thus, O chosen priest of Phoebus, was I then deceived? Methought, as far as memory aids me to recall, when first mine eyes these lofty walls beheld, that twice 2 daughters and a son were thine. Old Aeneas shook his head, begirt around with snowy fillets, as in grief he said, No, mighty hero, not deceived art thou. Me hast thou seen of 5 the parent, now thou well nigh childless seest me, such to man the varying change of sublunary things. For what can an absent son bestow to aid me, who in Andros' isle now dwells, where for his sire the realm and state he holds? Delius on him prophetic art bestowed, and Bacchus to my female offspring gave a boon beyond all credit, and their hopes. For all whate'er which felt my daughter's touch to corn and wine and olives was transformed. A mighty treasure in themselves they held. But Agamemnon, Troy's destroyer, learned this gift. Think not but that your overthrow in some respect we shared, by ruthless force, tore them unwilling from their parents' arms, and stern commanded that the heavenly gift should feed the Grecian fleet. Each as she can escapes, Euboea to attain, and to fraternal Andros seek. The troops pursue, and threaten warfare if withheld the maids. Fraternal love was vanquished in his breast by fear, that thou this terror mayst excuse, reflect Aeneas was not there, nor there was Hector, Andros to defend, whose arms to the 10th year made Ilium stand. And now chains were prepared their captive arms to bind. While yet unchained, those arms to heaven they raised, O Father Bacchus, crying, Grant thy aid, and aid the author of the gift bestowed. If them to lose by an unheard-of mode be aid bestowing, then could I not know, nor now relate the order of the change which lost their shapes. The summit of my grief I know, with plumage were they clothed, transformed to snowy doves, thy spouse's favoured bird. With these and tales like these the feast was closed, the board removed, all sought repose, with day arising all Apollo's shrine attend, who bids that they their ancient mother seek, and kindred shores. The king attends them, gives his presents as they go. Anchises holds a sceptre, while a quiver and a robe Ascanius boasts. Aeneas holds a cup, erst from Boeotia's shores to Aeneas sent, by Theban Therses. Therses sent the gift, Sicilian Alcon formed it, and engraved a copious tale around. A town was there, and 7 wide gates appeared. For name were these, what town it was displaying. All without its walls were funeral trains, and tombs beheld, and fires, and piles, and matrons whose bare breasts and locks dishevelled showed their mournful woe. Weeping the nymphs appeared, and seemed to wail their arid streams. The leafless trees were hard, the goats were browsing on the naked rocks, and lo, amid the Theban town was seen Orion's daughters, this her naked throat offering, with more than female courage, that, on the sharp weapon's point forth leaning, died to save the people. Round the town are borne their pompous funerals, they in splendour burn. Then, lest the race should perish, spring 2 youths from out their virgin ashes, which by fame are called Coronae. and the pomp attend when their maternal ashes are interred. Thus far the images on ancient brass were graven. The bordering summit of the cup in gold acanthus rough appeared, nor gave the Trojans gifts less worthy than they took. To hold his incense they a vase present the royal priest, a goblet and a crown, shining with gold and bright with sparkling gems. Thence, mindful that the Trojan race first sprung from Teucer's blood, toward Crete their course they bend. But long Jove's native clime they could not bear. The 100-citied isle now left behind, Ausonia's port they hope to gain. Rough swell the wintry storms, and toss them on the main, and in the port of faithless Strophades received, the winged Aello scares them far. Now had they sailed beyond Dulichium's bay, Samos and Ithaca, Neritus' soil. The realms Ulysses so perfidious swayed, and saw Ambracia for the strife of gods renowned, and stone to which the judge was changed. Now as Apollo's Actium far more famed, and saw Dodona's land with vocal groves, and deep Chaonia's bay, where vain-urged flames Molossus' sons on new-sprung pinions scaped. Phaeacia's neighbouring country, planted thick with grateful apples, now they reach. From thence Epirus and Buthrotus, by the seer of Ilium governed, image true of Troy. Thence of the future certain, full of faith in all that Helenus of fate them told, Sicilia's isle they enter, which extends midst of the waves its promontories three. Pachymos toward the showery south is placed, and Zephyr soft on Lilybaeum blows. But 'gainst the Arctic bear that shuns the sea and Boreas' rugged storms, Pelorus looks. By this the Trojans steer, urged by their oars, and favouring tide, by night on Zancle's beach the fleet is moored. Here Scylla on the right, Charybdis restless on the left alarms. This sucks the destined ships beneath the waves, and whirls them up again. Fierce dogs surround the other's sable belly, while she bears a virgin's face, and if what poets tell be feigned not all, she had a virgin been. Her many wooers sought, these all repulsed, she joined the ocean nymphs. By ocean's nymphs much favoured was the maid, and told the loves of all the baffled youths. Her, while she gave her locks to comb, thus Galatea fair bespoke, but first suppressed a rising sigh. "'Tis true, O maid, a gentle race thee seeks, whom safely as thou dost thou mayst deny. But I, whose sire is Nereus, who was born of blue-haired Doris, who am potent too in crowds of sisters, refuge only found from the fierce Cyclops' love in my own waves." Tears choked her utterance here, which when the maid had wiped with marble fingers, and had soothed the goddess, "Dearest Galatea, speak, nor from thy friend this cause of grief conceal. Faithful am I to thee." The goddess yields, and to Crataeus' daughter thus replies: "From Faunus and the nymph Cymethus sprung Acis, his sire's delight, his mother's pride, but far to me more dear, for me the youth, and me alone loved warmly. Twice 8 years had o'er him passed, when on his tender cheek a doubtful down appeared. Him I desired, as ceaseless as the Cyclops sought for me. Nor should you ask if in my bosom dwelt for him most hate, or most for Acis love. Could I inform you, equal both in force. O gentle Venus, with what mighty power thou sway'st! Lo, he, the merciless, the dread of his own woods, whom hapless guest ne'er saw with safety, spurner of the power of Jove, and all the host of heaven, what love is, feels. Seized with desire of me he flames, forgets his flocks and caverns, all thy anxious care, thy beauty, Polyphemus, to improve, and all thy anxious care is now to please. And now with rakes thou comb'st thy rugged hair, now with a scythe thou mow'st thy bushy beard. Thy features to behold in the clear brook, and calm their fire employs thee. All his love of slaughter, all his fierceness, all his thirst, cruel of blood, him leaves, and on the coast ships safely moor, and safe again depart. Meantime at Aetna Telemus arrived, of Eurymus the son, whom never bird deceived. He to dread Polyphemus came, and spoke: "Thee of the single light thou bearest mid-front Ulysses will deprive." Loud laughed the monster, saying, "Stupidest of seers, how much thou erst! Already is it gone." So spurns the truth the prophet told in vain. Then moving on along the shore, he sinks the sand with heavy steps, or tired returns to his dark caves. Far stretching in the main, a wedge-like promontory rears its ridge aloft. On either side the surging waves foam on it. To its loftiest height ascends the Cyclops fierce, his station in the midst assumes, his woolly flocks his steps pursue unshepherded. He, when the pine immense, which served him for a staff, though fit to serve for Saliard, low beneath his feet had thrown, and grasped the pipe, 100 pacted reeds composed, the pastoral whistling all around the hills confessed, and all the waters nigh. I, hid beneath a rock, my head reclined on my dear Acis' bosom, heard these words, and still the words are noted in my breast. O Galatea, brighter than the leaves of snow-white lilies, fresher than the meads, more lofty far than towering alder trees, than crystal clearer, than the wanton kid more gay, than shells by ocean's constant waves smooth polished, smoother, dearer than the shade in summer's heat, than winter's sun more dear, more than the apple bright, and fairer far than lofty plane trees, clearer than the frost, more beauteous than the ripened grape, more soft than the swan's plumage, or the new-pressed milk, and, but thou fliest, more than the garden fine with watered streamlets. Yet the same art thou, wild Galatea, than the untamed steer more fierce, more stubborn than the ancient oak, than water more deceitful, slippery more than bending willows or the greenest vines, more stubborn than these rocks, than seas more rough, than the praised peacock prouder, sharper far than fire, and piercing more than thistles keen, more savage than a nursing bear, more deaf than raging billows, than the trodden snake more pitiless, and what I more than all would wish thou wast not, fleeter than the deer, chased by shrill hunters, fleeter than winged air or winds. If well thou knewst me, much thou'dst grieve that ere thou fledst, thou'dst blame thy dull delay, and sue and labour to retain my love. Caverns I have, scooped in the living rock, beneath the mountain's side, where never sun in midday heat, nor winter's cold can come. My apples bend the branches, grapes are mine on the long vine trees clustering, some like gold, some of a purple tint, and these and those will I preserve for thee. Thy own fair hands shall gather strawberries soft beneath the shade, autumnal cornels, and the purple plum, dark with its juice, and that still nobler kind, like new-made wax in hue. Nor shalt thou lack the chestnut, nor the red arbutus' fruit. Be but my spouse, all trees shall thee supply. Mine are these flocks, and thousands more besides which roam the valleys, thousands like the woods, and thousands shelter in the shady caves. Nor could I, shouldst thou ask, their numbers tell. Poor he who counts his store, believe not me when these I praise, before thine eyes behold how scarce their legs the swelling udder bear. Mine are the tender lambs in the warm folds secure, and mine are kids of equal age in folds apart. The whitest milk have I, but still for drink shall serve, and thickened part shall harden into cheese. Nor wilt thou find but cheap delights, and common vulgar gifts, for deer and hares and goats thou shalt possess, pigeons in pairs, and nests from mountains gained. Upon the hills a shaggy bear's twin cubs I found, so like no difference could be seen, with thee to play I found them. These, I said, these will I force my mistress to obey. O Galatea, raise thy lovely head above the azure deep. Come, only come, nor scorn my gifts. Right well myself I know. I viewed me lately in the liquid stream, and much my image satisfied my view. Behold how vast my bulk! Jove in his heaven, for of some Jove ye oft are wont to tell who rules there, towers not in a mightier size. Thick bushy locks o'er my stern forehead hang, and like a forest down my shoulders spread. Nor deem my body with hard bristles rough unseemly. Most unsightly is the tree without a leaf, unsightly is the steed, save on his neck the flowing mane is spread. Plumes clothe the feathered race, and their own wool becomes the sheep. So beards become mankind, and bushy bristles o'er their limbs bespread. True, in my forehead but one light is placed, but huge that light, and like a mighty shield in size. Yet does not Sol from heaven's high round all view, and Sol possesses lights no more. Remember too, my father o'er your realm rules sovereign. I in him a sire-in-law would give thee. Only pity me, I pray, and hear my suppliant vows. To thee alone I bend, and while I scorn your mighty Jove, his heaven, and piercing thunder, thee, O nymph, I fear, than fiercest lightnings dreading more thy anger. Far more patient should I rest with this contempt, all didst thou thus contemn. But how, the Cyclops first repulsed, darest thou this Acis love? This Acis dare prefer to my embraces? Yet may he himself delight. Nay, let him Galatea please, if so it must be, though what most I'd spurn. Let but the scope be given, soon should he prove my strength is equal to my mighty bulk. Living his entrails would I tear, and spread his mangled members o'er the fields, and o'er thy waters. Let him mingle with thee so. For oh, I burn, more fierce my injured love now rages. In my breast I seem to bear all Aetna and its fires, but all my pains can naught, O Galatea, thee affect. Thus with vain plainings, for the whole I saw, he rises, raging like a furious bull robbed of his heifer, paces restless round, and bounds along the forests and the coasts. When me and Acis, heedless of such fate and unsuspecting, he beheld, and roared, I see ye, but the period of your love will I accomplish. Loud his threats were heard, as all the Cyclops' power of voice could raise. All Aetna trembled at the sound. In fright I plunged for safety in the neighbouring waves, while fair Simethus' son for flight prepared. And, help me, Galatea, he exclaimed, help me, O help! And ye, my parents, aid, and perishing receive me in your realm. Close at his heels the Cyclops comes, and hurls a mighty fragment from a mountain rent. A corner only of the mighty rock him reached, that corner Acis all o'erwhelmed. But I, what fate alone would grant, performed, that Acis still his ancestorial race should join. His purple gore flowed from the rock, and soon the redness paled. It seemed a stream disturbed by drenching showers, and soon this stream was cleared to limpid purity. The rock gaped wide, and living reeds sprung up erect, on either brink. Loud roars the pressing flood in the rock's hollow womb, and, wondrous sight, a youth, his new-formed horns with reeds begirt, sudden appeared, mid-waist above the waves, who but in stature larger, and his skin of azure taint, might Acis well be deemed. Acis indeed it was, Acis transformed to a clear stream which still his name retains. Here Galatea ceased, the listening choir dividing, all depart. The Nereid train swim o'er the placid waves. Scylla returns, fearful to venture mid the boundless main, and vestless roams along the soaking sand, or wearied, finding some sequestered pool, cools in the sheltered waters her fair limbs. Lo, Glaucus, lately of the mighty deep, an inhabitant received, his shape transformed upon Boeotia's shores, cleaves through the waves, and feels desire as he the nymph beholds. All he can urge to stay her flight he tries, yet still she flies him, swifter from her fear. She gains a mountain's summit, which the shore o'erhung. High to the main the lofty ridge an undivided shrubless top presents, down shelving to the sea. In safety here she stood, and dubious monster he, or god, admired his colour, and the locks which spread adown his shoulders, and his back below, and that a wreathing fish's form should end his figure from his groin. He saw her gaze, and on a neighbouring rock his elbow leaned, and thus he spoke. No monstrous thing am I, fair virgin, nor a savage of the sea, a watery god I am, nor on the main has Proteus, Triton, or Palaemon, son of Athamos, more power. Yet time has been when I was mortal, yet even then attached to the deep water, on the ocean I still joyed to labour. Now the following shoal of fishes in my net I dragged, and now, placed on a rock, I with my flexile rod guided the line. Bordering a verdant mead a bank there lies, the waves its circuit bound in part. In part the virid grass surrounds, a mead which ne'er the horned herd had cropped, where ne'er the placid flock nor hairy goats had browsed, nor bees industrious culled the flowers for sweets. No genial chaplets there were plucked to grace the head, nor had the mower's arm e'er spoiled the crop. The first of mortals I on the turf rested, as my nets I dried, and as my captured scaly prey to count, upon the grass I spread. Whatever the net escape prevented, and the hook had snared through their own folly. Like a fiction sounds the fact, but what avails to me to feign? Soon as the grass they touch, my captived prey begin to move, and on their sides to turn, and ply their fins on earth as in the main. Then, while with wonder struck I pause, all fly the shore in heaps, and their new master quit, their native waves regaining. I, surprised, long doubtful stand to guess the wondrous cause, whether some god, or but the grass's juice accomplished this. What herb, at last I said, can power like this possess? And with my hand plucked up, and with my teeth the herbage chewed. Scarce had my throat th' untasted juice first tried, when all my entrails sudden trembling shook, and with the love of something yet unknown my breast was moved, nor could I longer keep my place. O earth, where I shall ne'er return, farewell, I cried, and plunged below the waves. Worthy the ocean deities me deemed to join their social troop, and anxious prayed to Tethys and old Ocean, Tethys' spouse, to purge what air of mortal I retained. By them lustrated, and the potent song 9 times repeated, earthly taints to cleanse, they bade me 'neath 100 gushing streams to place my bosom. No delay I seek. The floods from numerous fountains poured, the main o'erwhelmed my head. Thus far what deeds were done my memory helps me to relate. Thus far alone can I remember. All the rest dark to my memory seems. My sense restored, I found my body changed in every part. Nor was my mind the same. Then first I saw this beard of dingy green, and these long locks which through the seas I sweep, these shoulders huge, those azure arms and thighs in fish-like form furnished with fins. But what avails this shape? What that by all the deities marine I dear am held? A deity myself, if all these honours cannot touch thy breast. These words he spoke, and more to speak prepared, when Scylla left the god. Repulsed, he grieved, and sought Titanian Circe's monstrous court. End of section 26. Section 27 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso, Ovid, translated by J. Howard. The 14th book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid, Part 1. Now had Euboean Glaucus, who could cleave the surging sea, left Aetna, o'er the breasts of giants thrown, and left the Cyclops' fields, unconscious of the ploughs or harrows' use, and unindebted to the oxen yoked. Zanclae he left, and its opposing shore, where Rhegium's turrets tower, and the strait sea for shipwreck famed, which by encroaching shores pressed narrow, forms the separating bound betwixt Ausonia's and Sicilia's land. Thence glides he swift along the Tyrrhene coast, by powerful arms impelled, and gains the dome and herbaged hills of Circe, Phoebus sprung, the dome with forms of wildest beasts full crammed, whom, soon as greeting salutations passed, he thus addressed: O powerful goddess, grant thy pity to a god, and thou alone, if worth that aid thou deemst me, canst afford aid to my love. For, O Titanian maid, to none the power of plants is better known than me, who by the power of plants was changed. But lest the object of my law, to thee unknown, be hid, I Scylla late beheld upon the Italian shore, Messenia's walls opposing. Shame me hinders to relate what promises, what prayers, what coaxing words I used, my words all heard with proud contempt. Do thou with magic lips thy charms repeat, if power in charms abides, or if in herbs more force is found, then use the well-tried strength of herbs of power. I wish thee not to soothe my heart, I wish thee not these wounds to cure. Still may they last, let her such flames but feel. Then Circe spoke, and she a mind possessed, most apt to flame with love, or in her frame the stimulus was placed, or Venus, irked at what her sire discovered, caused the heat. O better far the willing nymph pursue, who would in wishes meet thee, who is seized with equal love, well worthy of the maid thou wast, nay, shouldst have been the first besought. And if but hope thou wilt afford, believe my words, thou shalt spontaneously be loved. Fear not, but on thy beauteous form depend. Lo, I a goddess, of the splendid sun a daughter, who with powerful spells so much and herbs can do, to be thy consort sue. Spurn her who spurns thee, her who thee desires, desiring meet, and both at once avenge. But to her tempting speeches Glaucus thus replied: The trees shall sooner in the waves spring up, and seaweed on the mountain's top, than I, while Scylla lives, my love transfer. The goddess, swoln with anger, since his form to harm was given her not, and love denied, turned on her happier rival all her rage. Irked at her slighted passion, straight she grinds herbs infamous, to gain their horrid juice, and mixes all with Hecatean spells. Then clothes her in a sable robe, and forth through crowds of fawning savage beasts she goes, from her gay palace. Rhegium's coasts she seeks, overlooking Zanclae's rocks, and on the waves with fury boiling steps. O'er them she walks as on a solid shore, and skims along the ridgy billows with unwetted feet. A little pool, bent in a gentle curve, with peaceful surface oft did Scylla tempt, and often thither she herself betook, to scape from oceans and from Phoebus' heat, when high in noontide fierceness short the shade was from the head described. Before she came, the goddess poisoned all the pool. She poured her potent juice of monster-breeding power, pressed from pernicious roots, within the waves, and muttered thrice 9 times with magic lips in sounds scarce audible her well-known spells. Here Scylla came and waded to the waist, and straight with barking monsters she espies her womb deformed. At first, of her own limbs not dreaming they're apart, she from them flies, and chides them thence, and fears their savage mouths. But what she flies she with her drags, she looks to find her thighs, and find her legs and feet, but for those limbs Cerberean jaws are found. Furious the dogs still howl, on their fierce backs her shortened groin and swelling belly rest. The amorous Glaucus grieved and spurned the love of Circe, who so rancorously had used the power of plants. Her station Scylla kept, and soon as scope for vengeance she perceived, in hate to Circe, of his comrade crew deprived Ulysses. Next the Trojan fleet had she o'erwhelmed, but ere they passed, transformed to stone, she towered aloft a flinty rock, and still do mariners that rock avoid. The Phrygian ships that danger scaped, and scaped Charybdis fell, by oars propelled, but now Ausonia's shore well nigh attained, were driven by adverse tempests to the Libyan coast. Aeneas then the queen Sidonian took most welcome to her bosom, and her dome, nor bore her Phrygian spouse's sudden flight with calm indifference. On a lofty pile reared for pretended sacred rites, she stood, and on the sword's point fell. Herself deceived, she all around outwitted. Flying far the new-raised city of the sandy plains, to Eryx's country was he borne, where lived Acestes faithful. Here he sacrificed, and gave due honours to his father's tomb. Then loosed his ships for sea, well nigh in flames by Juno's Iris, all the Aeolian realm, the islands blazing with sulphuric fire, and rocks of Achelous' siren nymphs he left, the vessel now of him who ruled the helm bereft, along in Area's shore. And Procytas and Pithecusa, placed upon a sterile hill, its name derived from those who dwelt there, coasted. Erst the sire of gods, detesting perjuries and fraud, which that deceitful race so much employed, changed to an animal deformed their shapes, where still a likeness and unlikeness seems to man, their every limb contracted small, their turned-up noses flattened from the brow, and ancient furrows ploughed adown their cheeks. Then sent them, all their bodies covered o'er with yellow hairs, this district to possess. Yet sent them not till of the power of speech deprived, and tongue for direst falsehoods used, but left their chattering jaws the power to plain. These passed, and left Parthenope's high towers to right, and musical Maecenas' tomb, and Cuma's shores to left. Spots covered thick with marshy reeds, he enters in the cave where dwelt the ancient Sibyl, and entreats that through Avernus' darkness he may pass, his father's shade to seek. Then she, her eyes long firmly fixed on earth, upraised, and next, filled with the god, in furious raving spoke. Much dost thou ask, O man of mighty deeds, whose valour by the sword is amply proved, and piety through flames. Yet, Trojan chief, fear not, thou shalt what thou desirest attain. By me conducted, thou the Elysian field, the lowest portion of the triform realm, and thy beloved parents' shade shalt see. No path to genuine virtue e'er is closed. She spoke, and pointed to the Vernian grove, sacred to Proserpine, and showed a bough with gold refulgent. This she bade him tear from off its trunk. Aeneas her obeys, and sees the treasures of hell's awful king, his ancestors and great Anchises' shades, is taught the laws and customs of the dead, and what deep perils he in future wars must face. As then the backward path he trod with wearied step, the labour he beguiled by grateful speech with his Cumaean guide. And while through darkling twilight he pursued his fearful way, he thus: O goddess, thou, or of the gods high favoured, unto me still shalt thou as a deity appear. My life I own thy gift, who hast me given to view the realms of death, who hast me brought, the realms of death beheld, to life again. For these high favours, when to air restored, statues to thee I'll raise, and incense burn. Backward the prophetess to him her eyes directs, and heaves a sigh, as thus she speaks: No goddess I, deem not my mortal frame the sacred incense's honours can deserve. Err not through ignorance. Eternal youth had I possessed, if on Apollo's love my virgin purity had been bestowed. This while he hoped, and while he strove to tempt with gifts. O choose, he said, Cumaean maid, whate'er thou wouldst is thine. I, pointing to an heap of gathered dust, with thoughtless mind besought so many years I might exist, as grains of sand were there, mindless to ask for years of constant youth. The years he granted, and had granted too eternal youth, had I his passion quenched. A virgin I remain, Apollo's gift despised, but now the age of joy is fled. Decrepitude with trembling steps has come, which long I must endure. 7 ages now I have existed. Ere the numbered grains are equalled, thrice 100 harvests I, and thrice 100 vintages must see. The time will come, my body shrunk with age, and withered limbs shall to small substance waste. Nor shall it seem that e'er an amorous god with me was smitten. Phoebus then himself or me will know not, or deny that e'er he sought my love. Till quite complete my change, to all invisible, by words alone I shall be known. Fate still my voice will leave. On the steep journey thus the Sibyl spoke, and from the Stygian shades Aeneas rose, at Cummus town. There sacrificed as wont, and to the shores proceeded, which as yet his nurse's name not bore. Here rested too, after long toil, Macarius, the constant friend of wise Ulysses. Achimenides, erst left amid Aetnaean rocks, he knows. Astonished there his former friend to find, in life unhoped, he cried, "What chance, what god, O Achimenides, hast thee preserved? How does a Greek a foreign vessel bear? And to what shores is now this vessel bound?" Then Achimenides, not ragged now, in robes with thorns united, but all free, thus answered his inquiries. "May I view once more that Polyphemus, and those jaws with human gore o'erflowing, if I deem this ship to me than Ithaca less dear, and less Aeneas than my sire esteem? For how too grateful can I be to him, though all to him I give? Can I e'er be unthankful or forgetful? That I speak, and breathe, and view the heavens and glorious sun he gave, that in the Cyclops' jaws my life was closed not, that when now the vital spark me quits, I may be properly entombed, not in the monster's entrails. Heavens! what thoughts possessed my mind, unless by pallid dread of sense and thought bereft, when, left behind, I saw you push to sea. Loud had I called, but feared my cries would guide to me the foe. Ulysses' clamour near your ship destroyed. I saw the monster when a mighty rock, torn from a mountain's summit, in the waves he flung. I saw him when with giant arm huge stones he hurled, with such impetuous force as though an engine sent them. Feared I long, lest o'er the stones or waves the bark would sink. Forgetful then that not on board was I. But when you 'scaped from cruel death by flight, then did he madly rave indeed, and roamed all Aetna o'er, and groped amid the woods. Deprived of sight he stumbles on the rocks, and stretching to the sea his horrid arms, blackened with gore, he execrates the Greeks, and thus exclaims, "O would some lucky chance restore Ulysses to me, or restore one of his comrades who might glut my rage, whose entrails I might gorge, whose living limbs my hand might rend, whose blood might sluice my throat, and mangled members tremble in my teeth. O then how light, and next to none the curse of sight bereft." Raging he this and more fierce uttered. I, with pallid dread o'ercome, beheld his face still flowing down with blood, the orb of light deprived, his ruthless hands, his giant members, and his shaggy beard clotted with human gore. Death to my eyes was obvious, yet was death my smallest dread. Now seized I thought him now prepared to enclose my mangled bowels in his own. And to my mind recurred the time I saw 2 of my comrades' bodies furious dashed repeated on the earth. He o'er them stretched prone like a shaggy lion, in his maw their flesh, their entrails, their yet quivering limbs, their marrow and crunched bones, greedy engulfed. Horror me seized. Bloodless and sad I stood, to see him champ, and from his mouth disgorge the bloody banquet, morsels mixed with wine, forth vomiting. And such a fate appeared for wretched me prepared. Some tedious days skulked I, and shuddered at the smallest sound, fearful of death, yet praying much to die, repelling hunger by green herbs, and leaves with acorns mixed, a solitary wretch, poor, and to sufferings and to death decreed. Long was the time ere I, not distant far, a ship beheld. I by my gestures showed my wish for flight, and hastened to the shore. Their hearts were moved, and thus a Trojan bark received a Greek. And now, my friend most dear, tell thy adventures, and the chiefs and crews, who with thee launched upon the extended main. He tells how Aeolus his kingdom holds on the deep Tuscan main, who curbs the winds in caverned prisons, which, a noble boon, close pent within an ox's stubborn hide, Dulichium's chief from Aeolus received. How for 9 days with prosperous breeze they sailed, and saw the long-sought land. How on the 10th, Aurora rising bright, his comrades, urged by envy and by thirst of glittering spoil, gold deeming there enclosed, the winds unloosed. How, driven by them, the ship was backward sped through the same waves she had so lately ploughed. and reached the port of Aeolus again. Thence, he continued, to the ancient town of Laestrygonian Lamus we arrive, where rules Antiphates. To him dispatched I go, by two attended. I with one scarce find in flight our safety. With his gore the hapless third the Laestrygonians' jaws besmears. Our flying footsteps they pursue, while fierce Antiphates speeds on the crowd. Around they press, and unremitting hurl huge rocks and trunks of trees. Our men o'erwhelm and sink our fleet. One ship alone escapes, which great Ulysses and myself contains. Most of our band thus lost, and angry much, lamenting more, we floated to these isles, which hence, though distant far, you may descry. Those isles, by me too near beheld, do thou at distance only view. O goddess born, most righteous of all Troy, for now no more, Aeneas, must thou enemy be styled to us, war ended. Fly, I warn thee, fly the shore of Circe. We our vessel moored fast to that beach, not mindless of the deeds Antiphates performed, nor Cyclops, wretch inhuman, now to tempt this unknown land refuse. The choice by lot is fixed. The lot me sends, and with me sends Polites true. Eurylochus, and poor Elphenor, fond too much of wine, with twice 9 comrades more, to seek the dome Circean. Thither come, we at the entrance stand, 1,000 wolves, and bears and lionesses with wolves mixed, meet us, and terror in our bosoms strike. But ground for terror none. Of all the crew none try our limbs to wound, but friendly wave their arching tails, and fawningly attend our steps. Till by the menial train received, through marbled halls to where their mistress sat, our troop is led. She in a bright recess upon a lofty throne of state was placed, clothed in a splendid robe, a golden veil around her head, and o'er her shoulders thrown. Nereids and nymphs around, whose fingers quick the wool ne'er drew, nor formed the following thread, were plants arranging, and selecting flowers, and various tainted herbs, confusedly mixed in baskets. She completes the work they do, and well she knows the latent power each leaf possesses. Well their force combined she knows, and all the nice weighed herbs inspects with care. When us she spied, and salutations passed mutual, her forehead brightened, and she gave our every wish, nor waited more, but bade the beverage of the roasted grain be mixed, and added honey, all the strength of wine, and curdy milk, and juices, which beneath such powerful sweetness undetected lay. The cup from her accursed hand I take, and soon as thirsty I with parched mouth drink, and the dire goddess with her wand had stroked my head. I blush while I the rest relate. Roughened with bristles I begin to grow, nor now can speak, hoarse grunting comes for words, and all my face bends downwards to the ground. Callous I feel my mouth become, in form a crooked snout, and feel my brawny neck swell o'er my chest. And what but now the cup had grasped, that part does marks of feet imprint. With all my fellows treated thus, so great the medicine's potency, close was I shut within a sty. There I, Eurylochus, alone unaltered to a hog, beheld. He only had the offered cup refused, which had he not avoided, he as one the bristly herd had joined. Nor had our chief, the great Ulysses, by his tale informed to Circe come, avenger of our woe. To him Selenius, messenger of peace, a milk-white flower presented, by the gods called Moly, from a sable root it springs. Safe in the gift, and in the advice of heaven, he enters Circe's dome, and her repels, coaxing to taste the invidious cup, his head to stroke attempting with her potent wand, and awes her trembling with his unsheathed steel. Then, faith exchanged, hands joined, he to her bed received, he makes the dowry of himself that all his comrades' bodies be restored. Now were we sprinkled with innocuous juice of better herbs. With the inverted wand our heads are touched. The charms already spoke, strong charms of import opposite destroy. The more she sings her incantations, we rise more from earth erect, the bristles fall, and the wide fissure leaves our cloven feet. Our shoulders form again, and arms beneath are shaped. Him weeping too, weeping we clasp, and round our leader's neck embracing hang. No words at first to utter have we power, but such as testify our grateful joy. A year's delay there kept us. There mine eyes in that long period much beheld, mine ears much heard. This with the rest in private told to me, by one of 4 most favoured nymphs who aided in her spells. While Circe toyed in private with our leader, she me showed a youthful statue carved in whitest stone, bearing a feathered pecker upon his head. placed in a sacred shrine, with numerous wreaths encircled, unto my inquiring words, and wished to know who this could be, and why there worshipped in the shrine, and why that bird he bore. Then, Macareus, she said, receive thy wish, and also learn what mighty power my mistress boasts. Attentive hear my words. Saturnian Picus in Ausonia's climes was king. Delighted still was he to train steeds for the fight. The beauty you behold as man was his. So strong the semblance strikes, his real form in the feigned stone appears. His mind his beauty equalled, nor as yet the game's quinquennial Grecian Elis gives. 4 times could he have seen. He, by his face, the dryad nymphs who on the Latian hills were born attracted. Naiads, river nymphs, him sought, whom Albula and Arnio bear. Almo's short course, the rapid stream of Nar, and Numicus, and Farfar's lovely shades, with all that Scythian Dian's woody realm traverse, and all who haunt the sedgy lakes. But he, all these despised, loved one fair nymph, whom erst Venilia, fame reports, brought forth to Janus on Palituria's mount. When reached the nuptial age, preferred before the rest, Laurentian Picus gained the lovely maid. Wondrous was she for beauty, wondrous more her art in song, and hence was Canaan's named. Wont was her voice forests and rocks to move, soothe savage beasts, arrest the course of streams, and stay the flying birds. While warbling thus with voice mature her song, Picus went forth to pierce amid Laurentium's fields the boars, their native dwelling. On a fiery steed he rode, 2 quivering spears his left hand bore. His purple vestment golden clasps confined. In the same woods Apollo's daughter came, and from the fertile hills as herbs she culled, she left the fields, from her Circean named. When, veiled by twigs herself, the youth she saw, amazed she stood. Down from her bosom dropped the gathered plants, and quickly through her frame the fire was felt to shoot. Soon as her mind collected strength to curb the furious flame, she would have told him instant what she wished, but his impetuous steed and circling crowd of followers kept her far. Yet shalt thou not, if I but know my power, me fly, not should the winds bear thee away, else is the force of plants all vanished, and my spells deceive, she said, and formed an incorporeal shape like to a boar, and bade it glance across the monarch's sight, and seem itself to hide in the dense thicket, where the trees grew thick, a spot impervious to the courser's foot. 'Tis done. Unwitting Picus eager seeks his shadowy prey, leaps from his smoking steed, and vain-hoped spoil pursuing wanders deep in the thick woods. She baneful words repeats, and cursing charms collects. With new-framed verse invokes strange deities, verse which erstwhile has dulled the splendid circle of the moon, and hid with rain-charged clouds her father's face. This verse repeated, instant heaven grew dark, and mists from earth arose. His comrades roam through the dark paths, the king without a guard is left. This spot and time so suiting gained, thus Circe cried, O fairest thou of forms, by those bright eyes which me enslaved, by all thy beauteous charms which make a goddess sue, indulge my flame, accept th' all-seeing sun, my sire, for thine, nor rigidly austere Titanian Circe spurn. She ceased. He stern repulsed the goddess, and her praying suit, exclaiming, Be thou whom thou mayest, yet thine I am not, captive me another holds, and fervently I pray to lengthened years she still may hold me. Never will I wrong the nuptial bond with strangers' lawless love, while Janus' daughter, my loved Canaan's, lives. Sol's daughter then, reiterated prayers in vain oft tried, exclaimed, Nor shalt thou boast impunity, nor e'er returning see thy Canaans, but learn well what may be done by slighted loving woman. Circe loves, is woman, and is slighted. To the west she turned her twice, and turned her twice to east. Thrice with her wand she struck the youth, and thrice her charm-fraught song repeated. Swift he fled, and wondering that more swift he ran than wont, plumes on his limbs beheld. Constrained to add a new-formed habitant to Latium's groves, angry he wounds the spreading boughs, and digs the stubborn oak-tree with his rigid beak. A purple tinge his feathers take, the hue his garment showed, the gold, a buckle once, which clasped his robe, to feathers too is changed. The shining gold circles his neck around, nor aught remains of Picus, save the name. Meantime his comrades vainly Picus call, through all the groves, but Picus nowhere find. Circe they meet, for now the air was cleared, the clouds dispersed, or by the winds or sun. charge her with crimes committed, and demand their king, force threaten, and prepare to lift their savage spears. The goddess sprinkles round her noxious poisons and envenomed juice, invokes old night and the nocturnal gods, Chaos and Erebus and Hecate's help, with magic howlings, praise. Woods, wondrous sight, leap from their seats, earth groans, the neighbouring trees grow pale, the grass with sprinkled blood is wet. Stones hoarsely seem to roar, and dogs to howl. Earth with black serpents swarms, unmattered forms of bodies long defunct flit through the air. Tremble the crowd, struck with the appalling scene. Appalled and trembling on their heads she strikes th' envenomed rod. From the rod's potent touch, for men a various crowd of furious beasts appeared. His form no single youth retained. Descending Phoebus had Hesperia's shores now touched, and Canaan's with her heart and looks sought for her spouse in vain. Her servants all, and all the people roam through every wood, bearing bright torches. Not content the nymph to weep, to tear her tresses, and to beat her bosom, though not one of these was spared. She sallied forth herself, and frantic strayed through Latium's plains. 6 times the night beheld, and 6 returning suns, her wandering o'er the mountain tops, or through the valleys deep, as chance directed, foodless, sleepless, still. Tiber at length beheld her, with her toil and woe worn out, upon his chilling banks her limbs extending. There her very griefs, poured with her tears, still musically sound. Mourning, her words in a soft dying tone are heard, as when of old the expiring swan sung his own elegy. Wasted at length her finest marrow, fast she pined away, and vanished quite to unsubstantial air. Yet still tradition marks the spot, the muse of ancient days, still Canaan's called the place, in honour of the nymph, and justly too. Many the tales like these I heard, and much like this I saw in that long tedious year. Sluggish and indolent for lack of toil, thence are we bid to plough the deep again to hoist the sail. But Circe told so much of doubtful ways, of voyage vast, and all the perils of the raging deep we must encounter, that my soul, I own, trembled. I gained this shore, and here remained. End of section 27. Section 28 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso, Ovid. Translated by J. Howard. The 14th book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid. Part 2. Here Machareus finished. To Aeneas's nurse, inurned in marble, this short verse was given. Cageta here, saved from the flames of Greece, her foster son, for piety renowned, with fires more fitting burned. Loosed are the ropes that bound them to the grassy beach, and far they leave the dwelling of the guile for power, and seek the groves, beneath whose cloudy shade the yellow-sanded Tiber in the main fierce rushes. Here Aeneas gains the realm, and daughter of Latinus, Faunus' son. But not without a war. Battles ensue with the fierce people. For his promised bride Turnus loud rages. All the Tuscans join with Latium, and with doubtful warfare long is sought the conquest. Either side augment with foreign aid their strength. Rutilians crowds defend, and crowds the Trojan trenches guard. Not bootless, suppliant to Evander's roof Aeneas went, though Venulus in vain to exiled Diomed's great town was sent. A mighty city Diomed had reared beneath Apulian Daunus, and possessed his lands by marriage dower. But when made known by Venulus, the message Turnus sent, beseeching aid, the Aetolian hero aid denied. For neither was his wish to send his father's troops to fight, nor of his own had he, which might the strenuous warfare wage. Lest this but feigned you think, he said, though grief the sad relation will once more renew, yet will I now the afflicting tale repeat. When lofty Ilium was consumed, the towers of Pergamus a prey to Grecian flames, the Locrian Ajax, for the ravished maid, drew vengeance on us all, which he alone deserved from angry Pallas. Scattered wide, and swept by tempests through the foaming deep, the Grecians thunders, rains, and darkness bore, all heavens and oceans rage, and all to crown, on the Capharean rocks the fleet was dashed. But not to tie you with each mournful scene in order, Greece might then the tears have drawn even from old Priam. Yet Minerva's care snatched me in safety from the surge. Again from Argos, my paternal land, I'm driven. Bright Venus bearing still in mind the wound of former days, Upon the expanded deep such toils I bore excessive. On the land so in stern combat drove, that oft those seemed to me most blessed, who in the common wreck Caphareus sunk beneath the boisterous waves. A fate I anxious wished I'd with them shared. Now all my comrades, of the toilsome main and constant warfare weary, respite craved from their long wanderings. Not was Agmon so. Fierce still his bosom burned, and now he raged from his misfortunes fiercer, as he cried, "What, fellows, can remain which now to bear your patience should refuse? What, though she would, possesses Cytherea to inflict? When worse is to be dreaded is the time for prayers, but when our state the worst has seen, fear should be spurned at, in our depth of woe secure. Let she herself hear all my words, and let her hate, as hate she does, each man who follows Diomed. Yet will we all her hatred mock, and stand against her power so mighty, with a no less mighty breast." With words like these Aetolian Agmon goads the already raging goddess, and revives her ancient hate. Few with his boldness pleased. Far most my friends his daring speech condemn. Aiming at words respondent, straight his voice and throat are narrowed, into plumes his hair is altered, plumes o'er his new neck are spread, and o'er his chest and back. His arms receive long pinions, bending into light-formed wings. Most of his feet is cleft in claws, his mouth hardens to horn, and in a sharp beak ends. Lycus, Retinor, Nyctius, Abus stare with wonder, and while wondering there they stand, the same appearance take. And farthermost of all my troop on wings upfly, and round the ship the air resounds with clapping wings. If what new shape those birds so sudden formed distinguished, you would know, swans not to be, naught could the snowy swan resemble more. Sun now to dawn us, my diminished host scarce guards this kingdom and those barren fields. Thus far Diomedes, and Venulus th' Apulian kingdom left, Calabria's gulf passed, and Messapia's plains, where he beheld caverns with woods deep shaded, with light rills cool watered. Here the goatish Pan now dwelt, once tenanted by wood nymphs. From the spot them Apulus a shepherd drove to flight. Alarmed at first by sudden dread, but soon resumed their courage, his pursuit despised. They to the measured notes their agile feet moved in the dance. The clown insults them more, mimics their motions in his boorish steps, to coarse abusing added speech obscene, nor ceased his tongue till buried in a tree. Well may his manner from the fruit be known, for the wild olive marks his tongue's reproach, in berries most austere, to them transferred the rough ungrateful sharpness of his words. Returned the legates, and the message told, the Aetolians' aid denied. Without their help wage the Rutilians now the ready war, and streams of blood from either army flow. Lo, Turnus comes, and greedy torches brings to fire the covered ships, the flames they fear, whom tempests spared, and now the fire consumed the pitch, the wax, with all that flame could feed. Then, mounting up the lofty mast, assailed the canvas, and the rowers' benches smoked. This saw the sacred mother of the gods, and mindful that from Ida's lofty top the pines were hewed, with clash of tinkling brass, and sounds of hollow box, filled all the air. Then, borne through ether by her lions tamed, she said, "Those flames with sacrilegious hand thou hurlst in vain. I will them snatch away. Ne'er will I calmly view the greedy fire aught of the forests, which are mine, consume." Loud thunders rattled as the goddess spoke, and showery floods with hard rebounding hail the thunder followed. In the troubled air the blustering brethren raged, and swelled the main. The billows furious clashed. The mother used one blast's exerted force. The cables burst, which bound the Phrygian vessels to the shore. Them swiftly swept along, and in the deep low plunged them. Straight the rigid wood grows soft, the timber turns to flesh, the crooked prows to heads are changed, the oars to floating legs and toes, while what were ribs as ribs remain. The keels deep in the vessels sunk become the spinal bones, in soft long tresses flows the cordage. Into arms the Saliads change, the hue of all cerulean as before. And now the naiads of the ocean sport with girlish play amid those very waves erewhile so dreaded. Sprung from rugged hills, they love the gentle main, nor aught their birth their bosoms irks. Yet mindful still what risks themselves encountered on the raging main, oft with assisting hand the high-tossed bark they aid. Save Greeks the hapless bark contains. Mindful of Ilium's fall, they still detest the Argives, and with joyful looks behold the shattered fragments of Ulysses' ship. With joy behold the bark Alcinous gave hardened to rock, stone growing from the wood. 'Twas hoped the fleet transformed to nymphs marine the fierce Rutilians, struck with awe, might cease the war. But stubborn either side persists. Each have their gods, and each have godlike souls. Nor seek they now so much the kingdom dower, Latinus' sceptre, or Lavinia, thee as conquest, waging war through shame to cease. Venus at last beholds brave Turnus slain, her son's victorious arms, and Ardea falls, a mighty town when Turnus yet was safe. It cruel flames destroyed, and every roof the smoking embers hid. Up from the heap of ruins sprung a bird unknown before, and beat the ashes with its sounding wings. Its voice, its leanness, pallid hue, and all suit well a captured city, and the name retaining still with beating wings it wails. Now had Aeneas' virtues all the gods, even Juno, forced to cease their ancient hate. The young Iülus' growing empire fixed on firm foundations, ripe was then for heaven the Cytherean prince. Venus besought that favour of the gods. Round her sire's neck her arms she clasped. "O father," she exclaimed, "indulgent still, be more than ever kind. Grant that a deity, though e'er so low, Aeneas may become, who through my blood claims thee as grandsire. Something let him gain. Let it suffice that he has once beheld the dreary realm, and once already passed the Stygian stream." The deities consent, nor does the heavenly queen her forehead stern retain, consenting with a cheerful mien. Then spoke the sire, "Both, daughter, merit well the boon celestial. What thou ask'st receive, since thou desirest it, and since he deserves." He ceased. O'erjoyed, she grateful thanks returns, and by yoked turtles, borne through yielding air, she seeks Laurentum's shore, where gently creep Numicis' waters midst a reedy shade into the neighbouring main. She bids him cleanse all of Aeneas that to death was given, and bear him silent floating to the sea. The horned god, what Venus bade, performed. All that Aeneas had of mortal mould he purged away, and washed him with his waves. His better part remained. Odours divine o'er his lustrated limbs the mother poured, and with ambrosia and sweet nectar touched his lips, and perfect is the new-made god, whom indiges the Roman people call, worship with altars, and in temples place. Alba and Latium then beneath the rule of young Iülus, called Ascanius, came. Him Silvius followed. Then Latinus held the ancient sceptre with his grandsire's name. Alba to famed Latinus was the next. Then Ippitus, Capetus, Capys reigned, Capys before Capetus. After these the realm was swayed by Tiberinus. Sunk beneath the billows of the Tuscan stream, the waters took his name. His sons were two, fierce Remulus and Acrota. The first, preeminent in years, the thunder mocked, and by the thunder died. Of meeker mind his brother to brave Aventinus left the throne, who buried 'neath the self-same hill where once he reigned, gave to the hill a name, and Procas now the Latian people ruled. Beneath this monarch fair Pomona lived, than whom amongst the Hamadryad train none tended closer to her garden's care. None o'er the trees' young fruit more anxious watched, and thence her name. In rivers she and woods delighted not, for fields were all her joy, and branches bending with delicious loads. Nor grasps her hand a javelin, but a hook, with which she now luxurious boughs restrains, and prunes the stragglers, when too wide they spread. Now she divides the rind, and in the cleft inserts a scion, and supporting juice affords the adopted stranger. Ne'er she bears that drought they feel, but oft with flowing streams waters the crooked fibres of their roots. This all her love, this all her care, for man she heeded not, yet of the lawless force of rustics fearful, she her orchard round well fenced, and every part from access barred, and fled from all mankind. What was there left untried by satyrs, by the wanton fauns, or pine-crowned Pan, Silvanus ever youth, or him whose sickle frights nocturnal thieves to gain her. These Vertumnus all excelled in passion, but not happier he than they. How oft a basket of ripe grain he bore, clad like a hardy reaper, and in form a real reaper seemed. Oft with new hay his temples bound, who turns the fresh-cut grass, he might be thought. Oft in his horny hand he bears a goad. Then might you swear that now the weary oxen he had just unyoked. Armed with a pruning hook he one appears who lops the vines. When he the ladder lifts, apples about to pluck he seems. His sword shows him a soldier, and his trembling reed an angler. Thus 1,000 shapes he tries, to enjoy the pleasure of her beauteous sight. Now leaning on a staff, his temples clad in painted bonnet, he an ancient dame, with silver locks thin scattered o'er her head, would seem, and in the well-trimmed orchard walks, admires the fruit, but oh, how far beyond are these, he said, and kissed the lips he praised. No ancient dame such kisses e'er bestowed, then rested on the swelling turf, and viewed the branches bending with autumnal load. An elm there stood right opposite, full spread with swelling grapes, which, with its social vine, he praised. Yet should that trunk there single stand, said he, without its vine, naught but the leaves desirable would seem. As well the vine which rests now safe upon its wedded elm, if not so joined, were prostrate on the ground. Yet does the tree's example move not thee. Thou fliest from marriage, fliest from nuptial joys. Would they could charm thy soul! Not Helen e'er such crowds of wooers sought, not her who moved the Lapithaean war, nor the bright queen of Ithacus, still 'gainst the coward brave, as would pursue thee. Now, though all thou fliest, thy suitors scorning, thousands seek thy hand, both demigods and gods, who ever dwell of deities on Alba's lofty hills. Yet wisely wouldst thou act, and happy wed, attend my aged counsel. Thee I love more than all these, and more than thou'dst believe. Reject such vulgar offers, and select Vertumnus for the consort of thy bed. And for his worth accept of me as pledge. For to himself not better is he known than me. No truant through the earth he roves, these spots he dwells in, and in these alone, nor loves he, like thy wooer's greatest share, instant whate'er he sees. Thou his first flame shalt be, and be his last. He will devote his every year to thee, and thee alone. Add too his youth, and nature's bounteous gifts which decorate him, and that changed with ease he every form can take, and those the best that thou mayst like, for all thou mayst command. Are not your pleasures both the same? The fruits thou gatherest first, are they not given to him, who takes thy offerings with a grateful hand? But now he seeks not fruits plucked from thy trees, nor herbs thy garden feeds with mellow juice, nor aught save thee. Have pity on his flame. Think 'tis himself that sues. Think that he prays through me. O fear the vengeance of the gods, affronted Venus' unrelenting rage, and fear Rhamnusia's still vindictive mind. That these you more may dread, I will relate, for age has much to me made known, a fact notorious through all Cyprus, which may urge your soul more quickly to relent and love. Iphis, of humble origin, beheld the noble Anaxarete, the blood of ancient Teucer. He beheld, and felt love burn through all his frame. He struggled long, by reason to o'ercome the flame, in vain. He came a humble suppliant to her gate. To her old nurse he now his hapless love confessed, and prayed her by her nursling's hopes she would not be severe. Now he assails all her attendants with his flattering speech, and anxious begs of each to intercede. Oft graven on tablets were his amorous words borne to her. Oft against her door he hung garlands, wet dropping with the dew of tears. Placed on the threshold hard his tender side, venting reproaches on the cruel bar. But she more deaf than surges which arise with setting stars, and harder than the steel Numician fires have tempered, or the rock still living in its bed, spurned him, and laughed, and cruel added lofty words to deeds unmerciful, and robbed him even of hope. Impatient Iphis now no longer bore the pangs of endless grief, but at her gate thus uttered his last plaints. Thou hast o'ercome, O Anaxarete, for never more will I molest thy quiet. Now prepare glad triumphs, paean call, and bind thy brows with laurel bright, for thou victorious art, and joyfully I die. O heart of steel, enjoy thy bliss. Now will I force thy praise in something, somehow find a way to please, and thee constrain to grant I have desert. Yet still remember that my love for thee leaves me not but with life. At once I lose a double light. But fame shall not announce to thee my death, for I myself will come. Lest thou shouldst doubt, thou shalt thyself behold my death, and on my lifeless body glut thy cruel eyes. But, O ye gods above, if mortal deeds ye view, remember me. No more my tongue can dare to ask than this, that distant ages may my fortune know. Grant fame to him whom ye of life deprive. He spoke, and to the porch so oft adorned with flowing chaplets raised his humid eyes, and stretched his pallid arms. Then to the post, the cord with noose well fitted, fastening, cried, Nymph, pitiless and cruel, pleased the best with garlands such as these. Then in the cord his head inserted, toward the maid still turned as hapless load, with strangled throat he hung. Struck by his dangling feet, the portal seemed a sound to give, which mighty seemed to mourn. And open thrown the horrid deed displayed. Loudly the servants shriek, and vainly bear his breathless body to his mother's dome. Defunct his sire, she clasped him to her breast, embraced his clay-cold limbs, and all she said that wretched parents say, and all she did that hapless mothers do. Then through the town the melancholy funeral pomp she led, the lurid members following on a bier for burning. In the road the dwelling stood through which the sad procession took its way, and sound of lamentation struck the ears of Anaxarete, whom now the power of vengeance followed. Moved, she now exclaimed, I will this melancholy prospect view, and to the open casement mounted high. Scarce had she Iphis on the bier beheld, when hardened grew her eyes. A pallid hue o'erspread her body as the warm blood fled. Her feet to move for flight she tried, her feet stuck fast, her face she tried to turn away. She could not turn it, and by small degrees the stony hardness of her breast was spread o'er all her limbs. Believe not that I feign, for Salamis the figure of the nymph still keeps, and there a temple is high reared, where Venus the beholder they adore. Mindful of this, O dearest nymph, lay by that cold disdain, and join thee to a spouse. So may no vernal frosts thy budding fruits destroy, nor sweeping storms despoil thy flowers. When this the god, to various shapes in vain transformed, had uttered, he assumed again the youth, and flung the garb of age aside, and so appeared, as seems the radiant sun, freed from opposing clouds, and darting bright his glory round. Force he prepared, but force he needed not. The nymph his beauty moved, and straight her bosom felt a mutual flame. Th' Ausonian realm Amulius' force unjust commanded next, and ancient Numitor by his young grandsons the lost realm regained. The city's walls on Peleus' feast were laid. Now Tatius and the Sabine sires wage war against it, and the fortress's gate unclosed, Tarpeia, well deserving of her fate, breathes out her soul beneath a pile of shields. Thence Cures' sons, each sound of voice repressed, silent as wolves, steal on them drowned in sleep, and gain the gates which Alia's son had closed with massive bars. But Juno one threw ope, nor creaked the portal on its turning hinge. Venus alone the fastening of the gate withdrawn perceived, and had it closed again. Save that the acts a deity performs, no deity can e'er undo. A spot near Janus' temple, cool with flowing streams, Ausonia's naiads owned, and aid from these she sought. Nor could the nymphs deny a boon so just, and instant all their rills and floods burst forth. But still to Janus' open gate the way was passable, nor could the waves oppose their way. They to the fruitful springs apply blue sulphur, and the hollow caves fire with bitumen. To the lowest depth they forceful penetrate, both this and that. And streams that late might vie with Alpine cold, to flames themselves, not now in heat would yield. The porches of the deity two-faced smoked with the fiery sprinkling, and the gate, oped to the hardy Sabine troops in vain, was by the new-sprung fountain guarded, till the sons of Mars had girt them in their arms. Soon Romulus attacked them, and Rome's soil was strewed with Sabine bodies and her own, and impious weapons mingled blood of sires with blood of sons-in-law. Yet so it pleased, war settled into peace, nor raged the steel to ultimate destruction. In the realm Tatius as equal sovereign was received. Tatius deceased, thou, Romulus, dispensed to the joint nations equitable laws, when Mars, his helmet thrown aside, the sire of gods and men, in words like these addressed: O parent, since the Roman realm has gained a strong and wide foundation, nor should look to one protector only, lo, the time to grant the favour, promised me so long, to thy deserving grandson. Snatched from earth, let him in heaven be placed. Time was, long since, in a full council of the gods thou saidst, well I remember, well my mindful breast the tender words remarked, a son of mine by thee should in the azure sky be placed. Now be the fulness of thy words complete. The Omnipotent consented, with black clouds darkened the air, and frightened all the town with flaming thunders. When the martial god perceived this fiat of the promised change, propped on his spear he fearless mounts the steeds, pressed by the bloody yoke. Loud sounds the lash, and prone the air he cleaves, lights on the top of shady Palatine. There Aelius' son, delivering regal laws to Romans round, he saw, and swept him thence, his mortal limbs waste in the empty air, as balls of lead hurled from a sling melt in the midmost sky. More fair his face appears, and worthy more of the high shrines. Such now appears the form of great Quirinus, clad in purple robe. His spouse him wept as lost, when heaven's high queen bade Iris on her sweeping bow descend, and thus her orders to Hersilia speak. O matron, glory of the Latian land, pride of the Sabine race, most worthy spouse of such an hero once, spouse worthy now of god Quirinus, cease thy tears, if wish to see thy husband warms thee, led by me to yonder grove upon Quirinus' hill, which flourishes, and overshades the fane of Rome's great monarch. Haste! Iris obeys. Upon her painted bow to earth slides down, and hails Hersilia in the bidden words. Her eyes scarce lifting, she with blushing face replies, O goddess, whom thou art to me unknown, that thou a goddess art is plain. Lead me, O lead, show me my spouse's face, which if fate grant I may once more behold, heaven I'll allow I've seen. Nor waits she more, but with Thomantian Iris to the hill of Romulus proceeds. There, shot from heaven, a star toward earth descended. From its rays bright flamed Hersilia's hair, and with the star mounted aloft, Rome's founder's well-known arms receive her. Now her former name is changed, as changed her body. Known as Ora now, a goddess, with her great Quirinus joined. End of section 28. Section 29 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso, Ovid, translated by J. Howard. The 15th book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid, Part 1. Meantime they seek who may the mighty load sustain, who may succeed so great a king. Fame, harbinger of truth, the realm decreed to noble Numa. Not content to know the laws and customs of the Sabine race, his mind capacious grasped a larger field. He sought for nature's laws. Fired by this wish, his country left, he journeyed to the town of him who erst was great Alcides' host. And as he sought to learn what founder first these Grecian walls reared on Italia's shore, thus an old habitant, well versed in tales of yore, replied, Jove's son, rich in the herds Iberia bred, his prosperous journey bent by ocean unto fair Lasinia's shores, entered himself the hospitable roof of mighty Croto, while his cattle strayed amid the tender grass, and his long toil relieved by rest. Departing, thus he spoke, Here in thy grandson's age a town shall rise, and true the promised words, for Miscelos, Argive Alamon's son, dear to the gods, beyond all mortals of that time, now lived. The club-armed god, as pressed with heavy sleep, he lay, hung o'er him, and directed thus, Haste leave thy native land, where distant flows the rocky stream of Isaris, go seek, and threatened much if disobedient found. Then disappeared the god, and sleep at once. Alamon's son arose, with silent care revolved the new-seen vision in his soul, and undetermined wavered long his mind. The god commands, the laws forbid to go. Death is the punishment to him decreed who would his country quit. Now glorious Sol had in the ocean hid his glittering face, and densest night showed her star-studded head. Again the god was seen to come, again admonish, and with threats more stern demand obedience. Terror-struck, he now prepared his property and household gods to move to this new seat. Quick through the city flies the rumour. As a slighter of the laws is he denounced. The trial ends at once, the acknowledged crime without a witness proved. The wretched culprit lifts his eyes and hands to heaven, exclaiming, Thou whose toils twice 6 have given thee claim to glory, lend thy aid. Thou art the cause that I offence have given. Sentence in old, by stones of white and black was shown. By these the accused was cleared, by those condemned. Thus is the heavy doom now past, and in the fatal urn each flings a stone of sable hue. Inverted then to count the pebbles, lo, their colour all is changed from black to white, and thus the doom reversed. Alamon's son by Hercules is freed. Thanks to Alcmena's son, his kinsman, given, he o'er the Ionian sea with favouring winds sailed, and Tarentum, Sparta's city, passed, and Sybaris, Neaethus Salentine, the Gulf of Thurium and Japigia's fields, with Temeses, which shores at distance seen by him was scarcely past, when he beheld the mouth of Isaris, the destined flood. and thence not far a lofty heap of earth, where Croto's hallowed bones were safe inhumed. There he is bidden raised the walls, which took from the high sepulchre their lasting name. Plain then the city's origin appears by fame thus built upon Italia's shores. Here dwelt a sage whom Samos claimed by birth, but Samos and its masters he had fled, a willing exile from tyrannic rule. Though from celestial regions far removed, his mind to heaven could soar. With mental eyes he things explored which to the human ken nature denied. When all with watchful care was learnt in secret, to the listening crowd he public spoke, told to their wondering ears the primal origin of this great world, the cause of things, what nature is, what God, whence snow, and whence tremendous thunder springs, from Jove or from the rattling of rent clouds, what shakes earth's pillars, by what law the stars wander, and what besides lies hid from man. And first that animals should heap the board for food he strict forbade, and first in words thus eloquent, but unbelieved, he spoke. Cease, mortals, cease your bodies to pollute with food unhallowed. Plentiful is grain, the apples bend the branches with their load, the vines bear swelling heaps of clustering grapes. Bland herbs you have, and such as heat require to mollify for use, nor do you lack the milky fluid or the honey sweet, fragrant of thyme. The lavish earth supplies mild aliments, her riches, and affords dainties, with naught of slaughter or of blood. Their hunger beasts alone with flesh allay, and beasts not all. The generous steed, the flock, the herd on grass subsist. But lions grim, Armenian tigers, bears, and wolves delight in bloody feasts. How impious to behold bowels in bowels buried! Greedy limbs fatten on limbs digested, and prolonged one's animation by another's death. In vain the earth benignant mother gives her copious stores, if naught can thee delight, save with a savage tooth this living food to chew, and Cyclopean feasts renew. Canst thou not cloy the appetite's keen rage, depraved desire, unless another die? That early age to which we give the name of golden, happy was in mellow fruits, and plants, by earth produced, nor e'er did gore the mouth defile. In safety through the air fowls waved their feathers, fearless through the fields wandered the hare, nor on the barbed hook hung by his credulity was snared the fish. Fraud was not, none suspicious of deceit, and all was filled with harmony and peace. But soon some wretch, whatever wretch was he, such food disliking, in his greedy maw buried what animation once possessed. He led the way to wickedness, and first the weapon smoked with blood of ravenous beasts, and there it should have stayed, just as the plea to take their lives that follow us for prey, but not devour them when destroyed. From thence wide spread the horrid practice, and the sow doomed the first victim is decreed to die, for digging up with crooked snout the seed, and blasting all the prospect of the year. The goat had gnawed the vine, the culprit bled on Bacchus's altars to appease his ire. These two their fate deserved. But how, O sheep, ye harmless flocks, have ye this merited, formed to receive protection from mankind? Who in your swelling dugs bland liquors bear, who give your fleecy coverings, garments soft for us to form, and more in life than death assist our wants. What has the ox deserved? A simple harmless beast, and born for toil, of guile and fraud devoid? Forgetful man, and undeserving of the harvest spoon, who could, the crooked yoke just from his neck removed, his faithful tiller sacrifice. Smite with the axe that neck with labour worn, with which so oft he had the soil renewed, which had so many crops on him bestowed. Nor is this all, the savage deed performed, they implicate the heavenly gods themselves, pretend the almighty deities delight to see the slaughter of laborious steers. Spotless must be the victim, in his form perfection, fatal thus too much to please. With gold and fillets gay, the beast is led before the altar, hears the unknown prayers, and sees the meal, the product of his toil, betwixt his horns full in his forehead flung. Then struck, he stains the weapon with his blood, the weapon in reflecting waves beneath haply beheld before. Next they inspect his torn-out living entrails, and from thence learn what the bosoms of the gods intend. Whence, man, such passion for forbidden food? How darest thou, mortal man, in flesh indulge? Oh, I conjure you, do it not. My words deep in your minds revolve, when to your mouth the mangled members of the ox you raise. No, and reflect, your labourer you devour. And now the God inspires my tongue shall follow what the inspiring God directs. My truths I will disclose, display all heaven, and oracles of mind divine reveal. I sing of mighty things, by none before investigated, what has long lain hid. It glads me through the lofty heavens to go, to sail amid the clouds the sluggish earth left far below, and on the shoulders mount of mighty Atlas, thence from far look down on wandering souls of reasoning aid deprived, shivering and trembling at the thoughts of death. I thus exhort, and scenes of fate unfold. O race, whom terror of cold death affrights, why fear ye Styx? Why darkness? Why vain names, the dreams of poets? Why in fancied worlds severe atonements? Where the slow disease or on the pile the body flames consume, think not that any suffering it can feel. The soul from death is free, and one seat left, another habitation finds and lives. Well I remember I was Pantheus' son, Euphorbus, in the fatal war of Troy, whose breast the young Atrides' massive spear transpierced in fight. I lately knew the shields my left arm bore in Juno's temple hung, in Abantian Argos. All is changed, but nothing dies. The spirit roams about from that to that again, and enters vacant bodies at its will. Now from a beast's to human frame it goes, now from the man it passes to a beast, and never perishes. As yielding wax is with new figures printed, nor remains long in one form, nor holds its pristine shape, and yet is still the same. So do I teach the soul the same, though varied are its seats. Hence, lest thy belly's keen desire o'ercome all piety, and prophet-like I speak, forbear by impious slaughter to disturb the souls of kindred friends, and let not blood with blood be fed. Now on the boundless sea since I am born, and to the breeze have loosed my swelling sail, this more: naught that the world contains is in appearance still the same, all moving altars, changeable is formed each image, and with constant motion flows even time itself, just like a passing stream. For nor the river nor the flying hour can be detained, as wave by wave impelled, the foremost pressed by that behind, itself urging its predecessor, so time flies, and so is followed, ever seeming new. For what has been is lost, what is no more shall be, and every moment is renewed. You see the night emerge to glorious day, and the bright sun in shady darkness sink. Nor shows the sky one hue when nature all worn out in midnight quiet rests, and when bright Lucifer dismounts his snowy steed, varying again when fair aurora comes of light forerunner, and the world, to soul about to yield, dies deep. The orbed god, when from earth's margin rising, in the morn blushing appears, and blushing seems at eve descending to the main, but at heaven's height shines in white splendour. There the ethereal air is purest, earth's contagion distant far. Nor can nocturnal Phoebe always show her form the same, nor equal, less to-day, if waxing, than to-morrow she'll appear; if waning, greater. Note you not the year in 4 succeeding seasons passing on? A lively image of our mortal life. Tender and milky, like young infancy, is the new spring, then gaily shine the plants, tumid with juice, but helpless, and delight with hope the planter. Blooming all appears, and smiles in varied flowers the feeding earth, but delicate and powerless are the leaves. Robuster now the year, to spring succeeds the summer, and a sturdy youth becomes. No age is stronger, none more fertile yields its stores, and none with heat more fervid glows. Next autumn follows, all the fire of youth allayed, mature in mildness, just between old age and youth a medium temper holds. Some silvery tresses o'er his temples strewed. Then aged winter, frightful object, comes with tottering step, and bald appears his head, or snowy white the few remaining hairs. Our bodies too themselves submit to change without remission, nor what we have been, nor what we are, tomorrow shall we be. The day has been when we were but a seed, and in his mother's womb the future man dwelt. Nature with her aiding power appeared, bade that the embryo buried deep within the pregnant mother should not rack her more, and from its dwelling to the free-drawn air produced it. To the day the infant brought lies sinewless, then quadruped he crawls in beast-like guise, then trembling by degrees he stands erect, but with a leg unfirm, his knees assisting with some strong support. Now is he strong and swift, and youth's brisk stage quick passes. Then the flower of years o'ergone, he slides down gradual to descending age. This undermines, demolishes the strength of former years, and ancient Milo weeps, when he beholds those aged feeble arms hang dangling by his side, once like the limbs of Hercules, so muscular, so large. And Helen weeps when in her glass she views her aged wrinkles, wondering to herself why she was ravished twice. Consuming time, and envious age, all substance ye destroy, all things your teeth decay, and you consume by gradual progress, but by certain death. These also, which the elements we call, their varying changes know. Lo, I explain their regular vicissitudes. Attend. 4 elements the eternal world contains. 2, earth and water, which their ponderous weight sinks low, and 2, the air and purer fire, void of dense gravity, soar up on high, free, unconfined. Though distant far in space, yet from these 4 are all things formed, and all to them resolve again. The earth dissolved melts into liquid dew, or subtile grown, it passes to the breezes and the air, and air again, when in its thinnest form, deprived of weight, springs to the fires on high. Thence retrograde they come, inverting all this order. Fire is thickened to dense air, air into water, water to hard earth. Nor aught retains its form. Nature of things renewer, figures from old figures makes. Naught that the world contains, doubt not my truth. Air perishes, but changes, and receives an altered shape. What to be born we call, is to begin in different guise to seem than what we were, and what we call to die is but to cease to wear our wonted form. Though haply some part hither may be moved, some thither, still the aggregate's the same. Nor can I think that aught can long endure unaltered. Soon the primal ages came from gold to iron. Quite transformed is oft the state of places. I have seen what once was earth most solid, changed to fluid waves. Land have I seen from ocean formed, and shells marine lie scattered distant from all shore. Old anchors buried in the mountain tops. The rush of waters hollow valleys forms where once were plains, and level lie the hills beneath the deluge. Dry the marshy ground with barren sand becomes, and what was parched is soaked, a marshy fen. Here nature opes new fountains, there she closes up the old. Rivers have bursted forth, when earthquakes shook the globe, some choked have disappeared below. Thus Lycus, swallowed by the yawning earth, bursts far from thence again another stream. The mighty Erasinus, now absorbed, now flows, to Argive fields again restored. And Missus, they relate, who both his stream and banks disliking, as Caicus now twixt others flows. With Amanani, who rolls o'er sands Sicilian, flowing oft, and oft with closed-up fountains dry. Anigros, once sweet to the thirsty, now his waters pours untouched by lips, since, save we must deny to poets' faith, the double-bodied race there bathed the wounds Alcides' arrows gave. And is not Hypanis, the flood that springs from Scythia's hills, once sweet, with bitter salts now tainted? By the waves begirt were once Antissa, Pharos, and Phoenician Tyre, and not a spot an island now remains. The ancient clowns, Leucadia to the land sore joined, now surges beat around its base. And Sanclay, they relate, was once conjoined to Italy, till ocean burst his bounds, and rent the land, and girt it with his waves. For Helice or Burus should you seek, Achaean towns, o'erwhelmed beneath the waves you'll find them. Boatmen oft are wont to show the tottering cities, and their walls immersed. Near Pythian Treason is a lofty hill by trees unshaded, now indeed an hill, but once a level plain. Wondrous to tell the wind's resistless force, in caverns deep enclosed, for exit somewhere as it strained, and struggled long in vain a freer range of air to sweep. When all the prison round was found no fissure pervious to the blast, it swelled the high-raised ground. Just so the breath puffs out the bladder or the horned goat's skin. The tumour still remains, and now appears, grown hard by lapse of time, a lofty hill. Though numbers to my mind occur, or seen, or heard, but few beside I will relate. Do not streams too receive and lose new powers? Thy fountain-horned Ammon at midday is icy cold, but hot at morn and eve. The waters of Athamanus are said, sprinkled on wood, when Luna's lessening orb shines in the heavens, to warm it into flame. A river have the Sacones, which turns to marble what it touches. Whoso drinks, instant his inwards harden into stone. Cathus and Sybaris, which border near our pastures, make the hair resemble gold. More wondrous still waters there are, with power the mind to change as well as change the limbs. Who has not heard of Salmacis obscene? And Ethiopia's lake, which whoso drinks or furious raves, or sinks in sleep profound. Whoe'er his thirst at the clitorian fount quenches, he loathes all wine. Abstemious joys to drink pure water, where the power the waves possess to thwart the heating vinous juice, Or, as the natives tell, with herbs and charms, when the mad Praetides Melampus cured, he in the stream the mental medicine flung, and hate of wine the fountain still retains. Lyncestius' river flows with different power. Of this who swallows but the smallest draught staggers, as charged with plenteous cups of wine. A dangerous place Arcadia holds, of yore called Phaeneus, for its waters' twofold force, dreaded by night, for drank by night they harm, but guiltless of all mischief drank by day. Thus lakes and rivers now these powers possess, now those. Time was Ortygia on the waves floated, now firm she rests. Argo, first ship, dreaded the isles Cyanean scattered round and clashing oft amid the roaring waves, which rest unmoved now, and the winds despise. Nor Aetna, whose sulphureous furnace flames will always burn. Time was it burned not yet. For let earth be an animated mass, which lives, and breathing holes in various parts exhaling flame possesses, she may change each time she moves those passages of air. These caverns close, and others open throw. Or where the wind, confined in those deep caves, hurls rocks on rocks, and what the seeds of fire contain, and flames from the concussion burst. The winds appeased, cold will the caves be left. Or if the flame be by bitumen caught, or by pale sulphur, fiercely will it burn to the last particle. But when the earth fuel and oily nutriment no more the flame shall give, a tedious length of years its force exhausting, and its nutriment by nature's tooth consumed, the famished flames will this desert, deserted by their food. Fame says the men who in Pallene live, a northern clime, when 9 times in the lake Tritonian plunged, in plumage light are clad. This scarce can I believe. They also tell that Scythia's females, sprinkling on their limbs rank poisons, such like transformation gain. Yet when well-tried experience us instructs, faith may be given. Do we not bodies see decaying slow with moisture and with heat, to animalcules changed? Nay, go inter a chosen slaughtered steer, well known the fact and much in use. Lo, from the putrid paunch swarms of the flower-collecting bee will rise, which rove the meadows as their parent roved, and urge their toil and labour still in hope. The warlike courser prostrate on the ground becomes the source whence angry hornets rise, cut from the seashore crab his crooked claws, and place the rest in earth. A scorpion thence will come, and threaten with his hooked tail. The meadow worms, too, which with silky threads, well noted is the fact, are wont to weave the foliage, change the figures which they wear, like the gay butterfly of funeral fame. The life-producing seeds of grass-green frogs mud-holes, and forms them first devoid of feet, then gives them legs for swimming well contrived, and apt that they for lengthened leaps may suit, behind these far surpass the first in length. The cub the bear brings forth at its first birth is but a lump of barely living flesh. Licking, the mother forms the limbs, and gives as much of shape as she herself enjoys. See we the young knot of the honeyed bee, closed in the wax hexagonally shaped, first formed a body limbless, gaining late their feet and wings? And who could e'er suppose, except the fact he knew, that Juno's bird which bears the starry tail, that Venus's doves, the thunder-bearer of almighty Jove, and all the race of birds, their being owe to a small egg's still smaller central part? There are who think the human marrow changed a snake becomes when putrid turns the spine in a closed sepulchre. These each and all their origin from other things derive. One bird there is, which from herself alone springs and regenerates without foreign aid. Assyrians call her Phoenix. Not on grain nor herbs she lives, but on strong frankincense and rich amomum's juice. When she has passed 5 ages of her life, with her broad bill and talons, she upon the ilex's boughs, or on the summit of the trembling palm, a nest constructs. On this she cassia strews, spikes of sweet-smelling nard, the dark brown myrrh and cinnamon well bruised, then lays herself above, and on the odorous pile expires. Then they report an infant phoenix springs from the parental course, to which is given 5 ages too to live. When years afford due strength to lift and bear the ponderous load, she lightens of the weighty nest the boughs, with pious duty her own cradle takes, and parents' sepulchre, then having gained Hyperion's city through the yielding air, before the sacred portal lays it down. If of stupendous wonder aught ye find, in this, hyenas must your wonder move. Alternate changing females now they bear, and annual alter unto males again. That reptile too which feeds on wind and air, and what it touches, straight its hue assumes. India by cluster-bearing Bacchus gained, lynxes upon the conquering god bestowed. And, so they tell, whate'er their bladders void, concretes to gems, and hardens in the air. Thus too the coral hardens to a stone, a plant so flexible beneath the waves. Day would desert us, Phoebus' panting steeds would in the mighty deep be plunged, ere I could finish, should I every substance tell changed to new form. This we perceive, that time all turns. These nations mighty strength attain, those sink in power. Thus Troy in wealth and strength was mighty, and for 10 long years could shed her blood in torrents. Lo she lies, and shows her ancient ruins and her numerous tombs for all her riches. Sparta once was great, and famed Mycenae once in power was strong, with Athens and the town Amphion raised. Now a mean spot is Sparta. Low now lies lofty Mycenae. What of Thebes remains, the town of Oedipus, except his tale? What of Pandion's Athens, but the name? And now begins the fame of Dardan Rome to rise. The waves of Tiber from the hills of Apennine descending bathe her walls. Placed on a huge foundation shall she fix her empire's base. By increase shall she change, and shall hereafter of the mighty world be head. This prophets, they assert, have said, and fate-predicting oracles. Myself remember Helenus, old Priam's son, addressed Aeneas, when the Trojan towers were tottering, weeping, and a future fate doubtful, in words like these: O goddess born, if the prognostics of my soul I read rightly, Troy ne'er, while thou art safe, will fall. Flames and the sword shall ope to thee a path thou shalt depart, and with thyself convey an Ilium till a foreign land thou find'st, a land more friendly both to thee and Troy. Now to the Phrygians' offspring due I see a city raised. Such former ages ne'er beheld, such is not, such will never be. Thousands of worthies in a length of years its power shall spread. But lord of all the globe shall he, descended of Iülus, reign, who, when by earth a while enjoyed, shall gain a seat celestial, and the heavens shall be the bound of his career. Well does my mind retain that Helenus in such like words addressed the chief who bore his country's gods. Joyed I behold my kindred walls increase, and Grecia's conquest happy prove for Troy. But lest too wide I wander and my steeds forget the goal, know heaven and all beneath, earth and all earth's contents their shapes must change. Let us then, members of the world, not formed of body only, but with winged souls, which to the bodies of wild beasts may pass, or dwell within the breasts of grazing herds, permit those forms which may the souls contain of parents, brethren, or of those once joined to us by other bonds, certain of men, to rest secure and safe from savage wounds, nor load our bowels at Thyestes' board. Soon by ill custom warped does he prepare to bathe his impious hands in human gore, who severs with his knife the lowing throat of the young calf, and turns a deafened ear to all its cries, or who the kid can slay, moaning in plaintive tone like children's cries, or who the fowl he fed before can eat. What more is wanting that may now complete the measure of iniquity? From thence where the next step? Then let thine oxen plough, and let their death be due alone to age. Let from dread Boreas' piercing cold the sheep defend thee with her wool. Let the full goat present her udder to thy hand to press. Throw far thy nets, thy nooses and thy snares, and all thy treacherous skill. Nor with limed twig deceive the bird, nor with strong toils the deer, nor hide the barbed hook with treacherous bait. If animals annoy ye, them destroy, but slay them only. From the taste of flesh free be your mouths, while food more fit ye eat. End of section 29. Section 30 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso. Ovid. Translated by J.J. Howard. The 15th book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid. Part 2. His breast with these and such like doctrines filled, Numa, 'tis said, back to his country came, and held, unsought for, the supreme command o'er Latium's realm, blessed with the nymph his spouse, and by the Muses guided, all the rites of sacrifice he taught, the people trained, fond of fierce war, to arts of gentle peace. When late he finished reign at once, and life, the Latian females, nobles, commons, all in streaming tears bewailed their Numa dead. His consort Rome deserted, and lay hid in the deep forests of Aricia's vale. And with her wailings and her mournful sighs, the rites impeded in Diana's fane. How oft the nymphs who dwelt in lakes and groves kind admonitions gave her not to mourn, and soothed her with consolatory words. How oft the son of Theseus weeping said, Cease thus to grieve, nor think your fate alone is hard. Look round a while on others' woes, more mild your own you'll bear. Would that not mine were such as might assuage your woe. But mine, when heard, to calm your grief may something yield. Haply report has sounded in your ears of one Hippolytus the fate destroyed through his most impious stepdame's treacherous fraud and sire's credulity. With much surprise you'll hear, nay, scarcely will you trust my words, but here am I, Pasiphae's daughter, me accused that I with vain endeavour tried to violate my parents' nuptial couch, me feigning guilty of the crime she wished. On me the offence retorting, or through fear I might accuse, or rage at her repulse. My sire me guiltless from the city drove, and cursed me going with most hostile prayers. To pity and treason I my exiled flight directed, and now drove along the shore of Corinth's sea, when ocean sudden heaved. A mighty heap of waters bent appeared, like an huge hill, and increase seemed to gain. Then roaring loud was at its summit cleft. Thence from the bursting waves a horned bull rushed forth, breast high uprearing in the air, spouting the waves through his capacious mouth and nostrils. Terror seized my comrades' breasts. Filled with the thoughts of exile, mine alone unmoved remained, while my impatient steeds turned to the main their heads, with ears erect, affrighted stood, then by the beast appalled, rushed rapid with the car o'er lofty rocks. With a vain hand I strive to gird the curb, besmeared with foaming whiteness. Bending back with all my might I pull the pliant reins, nor had my horse's furious madness mocked my strength, save that the fast revolving wheel a tree opposing struck, and shattered. Wide the fragments flew. I from the car was thrown, entangled in the harness. Plain to view were seen my living bowels dragged along, my sinews twisted round the stump, my limbs part swept away and part entangled left. Loud crashed my fractured bones, my wearied soul at length exhaled, my body naught retained that could be known, one all-continued wound. Can you, O nymph, or dare you now compare your woe with mine? Since then I have beheld the realm of darkness, and my mangled limbs bathed in the waves of Phlegethon. Nor life had been restored, but through the forceful help of medicine that Apollo's offspring gave. From him Paeonian aid when I had gained by plants of power, though much in Pluto's spite, Cynthia me covered with her densest clouds, and lest my sight their hatred should increase, that safe I might remain, and without risk be seen, she gave to my appearance age, nor left me features to be known again, and long deliberated whether Crete or Delos for my dwelling she would choose. But, Crete and Delos both abandoned, here she placed me, and my name she bade renounce, which still reminded me of my wild steeds, saying, O thou Hippolytus who wast, be Virbius now. Thenceforth within these groves I dwell, a minor deity I tend my heavenly mistress, and increase her train. But foreign griefs possessed not power to chase Egeria's woe, who at a mountain's foot, throned prostrate, melted in a flood of tears, till Phoebus' sister by her sorrow moved, transformed her body to a cooling fount, and her limbs melted to still-during streams. The miracle the wondering nymphs beheld, nor stood the son of Amazonia's queen with less surprise than on the bosom seized of the Tyrrhenian ploughman, when he viewed the fate-foretelling clod amidst the fields. At first spontaneous and untouched it moved, then took a human figure, shook off earth, and oped its new-formed prophesying mouth. Tages the natives called him, who first taught the Etruscan race the future to explain. Or Romulus, when he his spear beheld stuck on Palatium's hill, and sudden sprout, by a new root, not by its steely point, fixed fast. No more a weapon, but a tree with pliant branches which afford a shade unlooked for to the wondering people round. Or Sippus, when he in the flowing stream beheld his new-formed horns, for them he saw, but thought the appearance false, and what he viewed oft raised his fingers to his head to touch. No more his eyes distrusting, then he stood, as victor from a conquered foe he came, and raising up to heaven his hands and eyes, Ye gods, he said, whatever this portends, if happy to my country, to the state, be it, if ominous of ill, to me. And then with odorous fires the gods adored, on grassy altars of the green sward formed, and from the goblets poured the wine, and searched the panting entrails of the slaughtered sheep for what was meant. The Etruscan seer beheld that mighty revolutions they foretold, but yet obscurely, till his piercing eye he from the entrails turned to Sippus's horns. Then cried, Save thee, O king, for lo, the place for thee, O Sippus, and thy horns the towers of Latium will obey. Thou only haste, delay not, but within the open gates enter, so fate commands. In them received, king wilt thou be. In safety wilt enjoy an ever-during kingdom. Back he drew his feet, and from the city's walls he turned sternly his looks, exclaiming, Far, ye gods, O far avert these omens. Better I an exile roam for life than monarch rule the capital. Then he assembled straight the reverend senate and the people round, but first with peaceful laurel veiled his horns. Then on a mound, there by the soldiers raised, he stood, and prayed in ancient mode to heaven. Lo, here, he cried, is one, whom save ye drive far from your city, will your monarch be. By marks, but not by name, I him describe. 2 horns his forehead bears. He is the man once in the town received, the augur tells, with servile laws will rule ye. Nay, he might your open gates have entered, but myself opposed him, though more near to me is none. Expel him, Romans, from your city far, or if he merit them with massive chains load him, or rid yourself at once of fear by the proud tyrant's death. Such murmurs sound mid lofty pines, when Eurus whistles fierce. Such is the roaring of the ocean waves, rolling far distant as the crowd sent forth, till from amidst the all-confounding noise one spoke more loud, and, Which is he? Exclaimed. Then all the brows they searched the horns to find. Sippus again addressed them, What you seek, behold, and from his head the garland tore, spite of their efforts, and his forehead showed, with double horns distinguished. All their eyes depressed, and sighs from every bosom burst. Unwillingly, incredible, they view that head so bright with merit. Then no more bearing that honours due he should not gain, they bind his temples with a festal crown. Thee, Sippus, since within the walls forbid to enter, now the senators present a grateful gift, a tract of land so large as with a plough by 2 yoked oxen drawn, thou canst from morn till close of day surround. The horns, the type of this stupendous fact, long shall remain on brazen pillars graved. Ye muses, patrons of the poet's song, explain, for all complete your knowledge, age most distant ne'er deceives you, why the isle in Tiber's bosom, by his billows washed, the rites of Aesculapius introduced into the town of Romulus, a plague of direst form infected Latium's air, and the pale bloodless bodies wasted thin, squalid in poison. When the numerous deaths proved every effort of mankind was vain, and vain the art of medicine, they beseech celestial aid, and unto Delphos go, Apollo's oracle, mid-place of earth. Pray him to help their miserable state with health-affording words, and end at once the dreadful pest which scourged their mighty town. The fane, the laurel, and the quiver slung upon his shoulder shook, and this reply the tripod from its secret depth returned, thrilling their fear-struck bosoms. What you seek, O Romans, here you should have nearer sought, and nearer now even seek it. Phoebus' aid your woe can lessen not, but Phoebus' son can help ye. Therefore with good omens go, and call my offspring to afford relief. Soon as the prudent senators received the gods' commands, with diligence they seek what city's walls Apollo's son contain. Depute a band, whom favouring breezes waft to Epidaurus' shores. Soon as their keels touched on the strand, they to the assembled crowd of Grecian elders haste, and earnest beg to grant their deity to check the rage of death amongst the hapless Latian race, by his mere presence. So unerring fate had said, divided is the council's voice. Some would the aid besought be granted, some, and many, these oppose, refuse to send to foreign lands their patron and their god. While dubious they deliberated, eve chased the remains of light, and the earth's shade threw darkness round. When, lo, the helping god appeared in sleep before the Roman's bed to stand, in form like what his temples grace. His left hand bore a rugged staff, his right stroked down the hairs of his expanded beard, as thus with words of import mild he spoke. Fear not, for I will come, my temple leave. View but this snake which with his circling folds my staff entwines. Remark him, that again you well may know him. Changed to such a form will I be, but more huge I will appear, mighty in bulk as heavenly beings ought. The vision ceased and vanished with the words, and with the god fled sleep, and cheerful light followed the flight of Somnus. Now the morn had chased the starry fires, the Grecian chiefs still dubious in the splendid temple meet of the entreated deity, and pray that some celestial sign he should display, to prove which country for his seat he chose. Scarce had they ended, when the shining god 4 running hisses sent, and as a snake with lofty crest appeared. At his approach his statue, altars, portals, gilded roofs, and marble pavement shook. He reared his chest sublime amid the temple, and around darted his eyes, which shone with living fire. Trembled the fear-struck crowd. The sacred priest, his hair encircled with a snowy band, straight knew him, and the God, exclaimed. All present, him with hearts and tongues adore. O glorious deity, may thou, thus seen, propitious be, thy worshippers protect, who keep thy rites. All present to the God adoring bend, and all his words repeat, and Rome's ambassadors with fervour join in mind and voice. To these the god consents, and his crest moving certain signs affords. Thrice hissing, thrice he shakes his forked tongue, then down the shining steps he glides, his head retorted. As he thence departs, he views his ancient altars, and a last salute his wonted seat, his long-owned temple, gives. Thence rolls he huge along the ground bestrewed with scattered flowers, in curving folds entwined, and through the city's centre takes his way to where the bending mole the port defends. Here rested he, and to dismiss appeared his followers, and the kind attending crowd, with gracious looks. Then in the Ausonian ship he placed his length. A deity's huge weight the ship confessed, the keel beneath the load bent. Glad Aeneas' offspring felt, and loosed, a bull first sacrificed upon the shore, the cables which their crowded galley bound. Light airs impelled the vessel. High aloft the god appeared, upon the curving poop rested his neck, and viewed the azure waves. By zephyrs wafted o'er the Ionian sea, they reached Italia when the 6th time rose Aurora, past Cilicia and the fane of Juno on Licinia's noted shore. Japigia left, and shunned Amphicia's rocks with larboard oars, and coasting on the right, Ceronia and Romachium passed, and past Naricia and Colonia. They, the risks of sea and of Pelorus' narrow straits surmounted, past the Aeolian monarch's isles, metallic Themessus, Lucasia's land, and warm and rosy Pistus. Thence they coast along Capria and Minerva's cape, and pass Sorrentum, rich in generous wine. The town of Hercules, Parthenope, built for soft ease, with Stybia, and from thence past the Cumaean Sibyl's sacred dome. Hence by Linternum with the mastich rich, and boiling fountains are they borne, and past Volturnus sucking sand within the gulf, and Sinuessa filled with milk-white doves. Marshy Minturni, with Cagetta raised by him she nursed, Antiphates' abode, Trachis by fens encompassed, Circe's land, and Antium's solid shore. Here, when the crew had with the flying vessel reached, for now rough was the main, the god his folds untwines, glides on in frequent coils and spires immense, entering a temple of his sire that stood close by the yellow beach. The ocean calmed, the Epidaurian god his father's fane now leaves, a deity to him close joined, thus hospitable found, the sandy shore ploughs in a furrow with his rattling scales. Then in the steersman confident, he rests on the high poop his head, till they approach Lavinium's city, and her sacred seat, and Tiber's mouth. The people rush in heaps, and crowds of matrons and of fathers rush, confusedly hither, even the vestal maids who guard the sacred fire, and all salute the god with joyful clamour. Then, where'er the rapid vessel cleaves the posing stream, the incense crackles on the banks, and raised are lines of altars, thick on either shore. The smoke perfumes the air, the victims bleed in heaps, and warm the sacrificial knife. The Roman city now, the world's great head, they entered. Up erect the serpent rose. From the mast's loftiest summit towered his neck, and round he looked to choose a fit abode. The waves circumfluent in 2 equal streams divide. The isle has thence its name, the arms on either side are stretched, land in the midst. Hither the Aesculapian snake himself betook, departing from the Latian ship, resumed his form celestial, and their griefs dispersing, came health-bearer to the land. A foreign power he in our temples stands, but Caesar in his native town a god is worshipped, in the forum and the field famed equal. Yet not his well-finished wars, his triumphs, nor the deeds in peace performed so justly changed him to an heavenly shape, a blazing star as did the sun he left. For no achievement Caesar e'er performed can with the boast to be Augustus' sire compare. Far greater this than to subdue the sea-girt Britons, his victorious fleets to seven-mouthed Nile to lead, to bring the realms Sinifian Juba ruled, 'neath Rome's control, rebel Numidia, and, puffed high in pride with Mithridates' glory, Pontus's land. Rich triumphs to have gained, and triumphs more to merit, as a man so great produce, to whose presiding care, O bounteous gods, mankind ye gave, and them completely blessed. And lest he seem from mortal seed to spring, his sire must mount to heaven, in form a god. This the bright mother of Aeneas saw, and for the priest beheld a mournful fate prepared, and moving saw the arms conspired. She trembled, and to every god she met addressed her, Lo, what deep and potent plots against me they prepare! See with what art his life is sought, whose soul to me is left of my Iulus. Why must I alone be harassed still with never-ceasing cares, whom now Tydides' Caledonian spear wounds, now the walls of ill-protected Troy lie prostrate, whom my darling son behold driven to long wanderings, on the ocean tossed, entering the silent mansions of the dead, waging fierce war with Turnus, or if truth I speak, with Juno rather. Yet why now record I former sufferings in my sons? Terror prevents all memory of the past. See where at me their impious swords they point. O I conjure you, stay them, and prevent the horrid deed, lest spilt the high priest's blood the fires of Vesta be for ever dark. With words like these did troubled Venus move each power of heaven in vain, yet all were touched, and though the stern decrees of rigid fate to break unable, tokens plain they gave, that some immense calamity was nigh. They tell that clashing arms mid the black clouds, and dreadful horns and trumpets in the heavens sounded, to warn us of the impious deed. Full of solicitude the earth beheld the pale wan image of sad Phoebus' face. Torches were often seen mid-heaven to glare, and from the clouds oft gory drops were shed, blue Lucifer a dusky hue o'ercast, and Luna's car was sprinkled o'er with blood. The infernal owl in numerous places shrieked, a direful omen. In 1,000 fanes the ivory statues wept, the sacred groves re-echoed all with songs and threatening sounds. No victim seemed appeasing, tumults vast approaching showed the entrails, and appeared the liver always with a wounded head. Around the domes and temples of the gods loud howled the midnight dogs, the silent shades flitted along, and tremblings shook the town. Yet could not these forebodings of the heavens crush the conspiracy or ward his fate. And in the temple were the weapons drawn. For but the Senate house no spot could please the vile assassins for the bloody deed. Then Cytherea smote her lovely breast in anguish, and beneath an heavenly cloud sought to conceal him, such a cloud as once from furious Menelaus Paris saved, and snatched Aeneas from Tydides' sword. Then thus her sire, O daughter, hast thou power the immutable decrees of fate to change? To thee 'tis granted to inspect the dome of the Three Sisters. There thou wilt behold the eternal tablets of events engraved on steel and brass, a work of mighty toil. Safe, they nor fear the clashing of the sky, nor rage of thunder, nor of ruin aught. There wilt thou written find thy offspring's fate on ever-during adamant. Myself have read it, and record it in my mind. And lest thou shouldst be to the future blind, I will relate it. He for whom thou toilst, O Cytherea, has his time fulfilled, the sum of years which to the earth he owed. That he a deity in heaven may rise, and be in temples worshipped, is thy care, and his successors, who his name will take, and on his shoulders bear the wide world's rule, on him imposed. He of his murdered sire, valiant avenger, shall in all his wars our favouring influence feel. Mutinous walls, by him besieged, in conquest shall confess his power, and sue for peace. Pharsalia him shall feel, and drenched in Macedonian blood, again Philippi. On Sicilia's seas his mighty name shall conquer. Egypt's queen, falsely relying on the nuptial bond with Rome's triumvir, falls. All vain her threats, that Tiber should subservient bend to Nile. Why should I speak to thee of barbarous hordes, nations which dwell at either sea's extreme? Whatever habitable earth contains will to his empire bend. Ocean will own his sway. Peace on the extended earth bestowed, to civil studies will his breast be turned. And laws most equitable will he frame. By his example curb licentious souls, and stretching forward to a future age his anxious care, which their sons' sons may feel, his offspring, nurtured in a pious womb, at once his name and station will assume. Nor shall he touch the ethereal seats, nor join his kindred stars till full like him in years. Meantime his soul, snatched from the mangled corse, formed to a brilliant star, a god divine, that Julius from his lofty seat may still our forum and our Capitol behold. Scarcely the sire had ceased, when Venus bright, but unperceived by all, stood in the midst of Rome's assembled senate, from the breast of her loved Caesar took the recent soul, nor let it waste in air. Up to the stars she bore it. Rapid as she swept along, she saw it shine with light, she saw it burn. Then from her bosom spring above the moon. Lofty it flies, it shines a glittering star, dragging a flaming tail's stupendous length. Viewing the glorious actions of his son, candid he grants them mightier than his own, and thus surpassed rejoices. Let him frown, if to his parents' deeds we his prefer. Yet fame quite free will such commands despise, give him unwished for precedence, and here alone he'll disobedience find. So Atreus yielded to the mighty fame of Agamemnon, Theseus so surpassed Aegeus, and Achilles Peleus so. Nay more, examples nearer to themselves if I should use, Saturn submits to Jove. Jove rules the ethereal sky, the triform world, and all the earth beneath Augustus lies. Each is the sire and ruler of his realm. O, I implore, ye gods, who did attend Aeneas, who made fire and sword retreat, ye native deities of Latium's soil, Quirinus, founder of the walls of Rome, Mars, of Quirinus never conquered, sire, Vesta, held sacred amidst the Caesar's gods, domestic Phoebus with chaste Vesta placed, and Jove, who guards the high Tarpeian walls, with all whom pious poets may invoke. Slow may that day arrive, and older far than what our age may see, when to the clouds his glorious head shall mount, quitting this globe he rules so well, and our beseeching prayers bending with condescending ear to grant. Now is my work complete, which not Jove's ire, nor flame, nor steel, nor gnawing tooth of age shall e'er destroy. Come when it will, that day which nothing save my mortal frame can touch, which ends the being of a dubious life. My better part unperishing shall mount above the loftiest stars. Eternal still shall be my name. Where'er Rome's power extends o'er conquered earth, my verses shall be read. And if the presages by poets given be true, to endless years my fame shall live. Finis. End of section 30. End of Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso, Ovid, translated by J. Howard.